Welcome into what is probably going to be one of the biggest messes of your life. That, of course, is Intern Andrew's. Oh, boy. We have a full stacked house of people here. Yes. Do you think that with 17 different people trying to figure things out and work them out, we were remotely good to go at 6 o'clock?
Not even close, Russell.
Why would we be?
We got here early. Early. You were as early as you've ever been.
How about that?
I mean, unbelievable. I couldn't believe.
I was actually 3 weeks premature. By the way, born.
That's good.
My mom always tells me that she wishes she could have carried me to full term. I was 3 weeks early, and I was early tonight as well.
Yeah.
Welcome in. Now, some of you who are out there in TV land, you might be watching on YouTube, or maybe you're watching over on X or on Facebook, and you want to get into it with your fellow Flyers fans on what could be one of the biggest nights in recent memory, one of the biggest nights for this Flyers team that could be, as the team enters tonight with 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 first-round picks.
Yes.
3 second-round picks, unless there's been a last-second trade made that I'm unaware of. I think we're okay. It is a huge night. I cannot stress enough how big tonight is for this organization and for this rebuild. And we have people in the comments. They're getting excited. They're feeling the excitement in the air.
And look, Russ, we were so late getting on that we couldn't even do like an introduction. We have our first guest.
We do.
Already here. So, Mark, if you want to grab the mic, so we can talk right into that.
Welcome to our mess and our chaos.
Welcome to the pre-draft party here on Snow the Goalie. Joining us is one of the Flyers' top scouts, Mark Gregg. Mark, thanks for being here. Yeah, absolutely. Get nice and close. That mic, you got to be real loud into that thing, okay? I guess we want to start. I
also put a lot of pressure on you. Sorry about that in advance. Although I'd assume that at this point you guys have an idea how you feel about these players. A pretty fair assessment here on draft night.
We do. It's been weeks of preparation and evaluations and revisiting different scenarios. So we feel locked and loaded.
Now, if you could take the audience through, like, what is that like from when you guys first start your meetings? Obviously, you guys have been scouting all year, and then you start the meetings, several weeks ago. And then how does it start there to get down to where you are now on draft night?
Well, it's a bit of a process throughout the entire year. We kind of visit in November, start to talk about the players that are surfacing. There's a mid-season meeting that we gather in Florida for 4 or 5 days and really start to build a list, rounds 1 through 7. 3/4 season mark, revisit thoughts again. And there's always moving pieces throughout the list. I mean, as you guys know, these are young kids. Some are taking steps at different times of the year. Some are plateauing, and some have all kinds of different dynamics that are taking place. But the final season, we meet for about 4 or 5 days prior to the combine. Then, of course, we do the combine and gather as much information as we can there, both from the physical standpoint and there's an interview that takes place there with the player himself over and above the interviews we've done ourselves. And, of course, we get into town here 4 or 5 days early and, again, start to revisit all the evaluations and start to dial into who's probably available at our picks, start to try to use foresight and so forth. So it is a long process, and there's moving pieces throughout. But one way or another, you get to a point where you feel that the list has really been dissected, and you're comfortable with it.
How many times do you guys do like your own mock? I don't want to say mock as far as like write it out, but like a mock draft in the room where you guys are playing out those scenarios?
I would say most of that type of stuff has taken place in the last 3 or 4 days. I mean, Danny also is getting different teams calling, talking about different trade scenarios. Some are of interest, some are not. And you're also watching around the league to see what other scenarios are unfolding. So the mock type stuff, I would say, is in the last 3 or 4 days. And we all kind of have our information that we put forward, and you try to build different scenarios that you feel are going to unfold.
Now, go ahead, Russ.
I don't want to put you in a weird spot here, but I am. When you see a trade go down, like the one that brought Trevor Zegras to Philadelphia, an interesting name, by the way. I wonder if he'll be available anywhere. Stay tuned. So he comes to town, plays center. Obviously, a lot of centers are viewed to be top picks. I mean, there should be at least one would assume by the time you guys pick at 6. There will be many. When you see a trade like that go down, does that change the calculus from your side? Like from the evaluation perspective, is it something where Danny and Jonesy and the like say, hey, maybe this opens up the possibilities? Like, where do you land there?
When something like that unfolds, we take direction from upper management, Danny and the staff, as to, has it changed our approach and maybe what we're selecting? Having a center now, does it change the dynamics of, do we want to go to a winger now that we've acquired Zegras? So we would take all our direction from the upper management. Our list would not shift as far as who we believe the best player available. And sometimes these trades do that, and sometimes it's indifferent.
Now, the question I was going to ask, I remember being in that prep room with you that one year that we filmed it, and you guys adjust the list a little bit, but you guys pretty much have an idea of where guys are going to go. At what point do you think would it be safe to say that this list was, the order that you have them in, was finalized this week? At what point do you think you guys had it, at least the top 6, knowing where you guys are picking at 6?
Yeah, unique scenario, like you said. When you're picking as high as 6, you're looking at 4 or 5, 6 different players
Right.
realistically that should line up. The order may change a little bit, but you're pretty confident these players are going to go. I would say in the last 3 days, we've been pretty locked in. Oh, there's different scenarios that have been bantered about guys moving into that. Does that change the order, so forth? But I would say in the last 3 or 4 days, that dynamic's been in order. Picking 22 and 31, a unique year. Like, as many years as I've been here, we've never had 3 first-round picks. So I would say we've been more diligent working through the list into a deeper pocket, just because of the 3 picks. So the last 3 or 4 days for me over the years I've been here probably been a little bit more intense than I've seen in the past. And having those 3 picks, we got to be pretty diligent and invested.
It's no secret that Danny and this organization, since they took over in the front office, they have had an ability to get a lot of Russian players over here. I mean, Mishkov came over 2 years earlier than expected. Fedotov came over. Kolosov, who's Belarusian, played in the KHL, made his way over. Does that change the math at all for you guys when you're evaluating players and like where you think they would be best suited? Like, not every team is as willing to go after those players. Does it change anything for you guys in that evaluation process or when you're kind of building that board?
I would say it's opened up our mindset as to the opportunity to do so. I mean, there was years where we weren't going to go down that road. And as you mentioned, there's teams that aren't willing to go there. But with the pipeline that Danny and Jonesy have kind of built and the comfortability in acquiring them and having them come and, wanting to be a part of the Flyer organization, I would say we're more comfortable having those conversations maybe than ever.
Obviously, we talked about the top end of the list, and you talked a little bit about 22 and 31. And then obviously tomorrow you go from rounds 2 through 7. What is it like leading up to the pick that you're about to make? Like, is there some more last minute discussion in that war room? You guys kind of like saying, well, what do we do here? Like, we have a couple guys, et cetera, et cetera?
There's certainly discussion. The list won't change
right
at that point, but hey, it's an exciting time of year for our staff. This is the day that we work forward through the whole entire season. So as we're watching other teams make their picks and you're starting to connect the dots on why they're doing so, you're getting more excited about the pick yourself. And finally, when it unfolds, there's that moment of, okay, we've accomplished it. It's real now. And let's get moving on to the next pick at 22 and relive the feelings again.
And as a guy who's watched players all year, right, and you've seen them 10, 12 times each, when you have a guy that you've pushed hard for and that guy ends up getting picked, how does that feel for you personally, knowing that you were one of the driving forces in helping that player get selected?
Yeah, I would say in our industry, that's the reward or the juice that you feel in a long season's body of work. And you do feel more invested when maybe you and 2 or 3 on the staff that have pushed for a player that's finally before your eyes and you do select him. You kind of take part in his journey, and you're as interested in anybody from a day-to-day, month-to-month, year-to-year journey as he starts to develop and grow into the player that you hope you kind of projected. So it's a neat journey, and it's sometimes a roller coaster, as we all know. These things don't always play out the way you hope, but it's an investment.
I had a question about a player, and obviously this doesn't change anything, but a guy like Roger McQueen, there were these legitimate concerns about the herniated disc. I think is what the bulging disc is what he was diagnosed with. And then at the combine, he said, misdiagnosis fracture. Seems like he thinks the medicals are good. I'm not going to ask you to speak on medicals. A lot of reasons why you can't do that. But when you look at a guy who has the kind of talent, the frame, all that, do you think that getting that kind of clean bill of health, like if you had to, I'm not asking you like where you think he's going to go and if you guys are interested, all that, how much variance do you think like an injury like that, just in theory to a player, could affect their status from your perspective? And,
like I find at the top of the board, those are always the toughest dynamics when a player's had an injury that surfaces at 3 or 4 different times. And the viewings have been so minimal that you are having trouble getting to a comfort point of, I know this is what he is. I feel this is where it can go. And you're trying to decide ceilings and floors of his talent. For me, probably the most trickiest part of the draft. But when you're into the year prior and you're into a projected top 10 pick, I feel like there's a slide factor of 5 to 6 spots, just because there's some teams that are comfortable going down that road with a back injury. Of course, they get all the information they can medically. And then there's some that feel it's just not a play they want to make. So there can be a little pocket where they shift around in spots, but at the end of the day, I don't find it's too far if, in fact, you feel they're healthy and going to go forward.
And I won't ask you for a name, but we always talk about, you see pundits put out their mocks. They put out their rankings. You do this. You do the scouting. You have an idea of how you view it, how the organization views it. How often do you see somebody's mock and go, what the hell are you looking at?
I would say daily. A couple of reasons. There's so many mocks now, which is really cool to see that everybody's excited about the draft and kind of putting together their own thoughts. I just find sometimes that, we put in so much work and on a day-to-day basis that when we see something that seems so out of place, it gets your attention and you kind of ask yourself, I wonder how they would surface at that. And hey, we're not right all the time either, but like I say, the top 5 or 6 names, 7, it's going to unfold. It's the matter of the order. So when a name pops in there that's so random, it's a notable for you.
Okay. I always just think it's an interesting thing because we always have those like debates among like we are, at least we'll say we haven't watched a lot of film on these guys like leading up to the draft. We'll cram a little bit, but it's not like the same thing as scouting throughout the year. Yeah. And you see people who go out and they're like, if the Flyers take this player, there's one right now that it seems like Flyers Twitter, which you should not listen to. They are like, anybody but this guy. And I'm like, well, you haven't watched him, right? And maybe he ends up being one of the better players in the draft. Yeah. You just don't know. So you said that sometimes, maybe daily, you're like, the hell are you thinking?
Go ahead.
When it all comes out in the wash, how often would you say, on the whole, either your record, the group's record, when you look back on it, you go, all right, that one guy that the pundit said was going to be great that ended up being a bust, that you can go, oh, no, we knew he was going to be a bust?
I would say it's favorable percentages.
Okay.
I mean, the body of work and the investment and the hours that you put in, the preparation, like I say, it's not a perfect science, but percentages favor that our journey throughout the whole year is going to be probably more accurate than not.
Last question, because I know you got to get back to the war room.
Kind of an important night, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of an important night. When you are scouting players, what is something that maybe you look for that isn't quite, the everything that everybody's watching for in a player, but that's something that you look for to say, that's something that I like in a player just in general that's going to make him a better chance of being a good pro in the NHL?
Every scout kind of has their own, sweet spot or something that draws them in, and it can change from scout to scout. And I always felt that that's what makes a good staff, is everybody has their own kind of piece that they draw into. For me, it's character, how the player carries himself, maybe between the whistles, on the bench, his interaction with teammates, his interaction with coaches, any interviews that you can do, and you can really get a sense of who he is as a person. For me, it's a draw. I mean, we like players to have good body language. We like them to show good synergy with their teammates, treat refs with respect when they can, but yet be competitive. So for me, it's always been a bit of a draw, and I've worked with these guys long enough. We have guys that it's all about their compete level. That's kind of like the determining factor when they get their first viewings that draws them to them. So to answer your question, from scout to scout, I think it moves around, but for me, I get drawn to the character and the person, and it's a neat piece for me that I feel it's kind of served me well.
Awesome. Mark Reg, thank you so much for stopping by on Snow the Goalie. Loved having you. Go into that draft room, have a blast tonight and tomorrow, and and reap all the rewards because it's a good time for you guys.
We will appreciate it.
Take a nice deep breath, like nice exhale when
Yes,
it's all
that's
done.
right.
I'm sure
We will.
It's going to feel great. So
Awesome.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks,
so
guys.
much.
All right. So, I
Yeah.
mean, listen, I know that we said earlier this week, right? Like we threw out the idea of the kind of stuff we were going to try to do on the show tonight. And I said, there are a bunch of people that are doing watch parties. The Flyers have their own watch party downstairs beneath us, actually.
Yes, and it's packed, I believe.
Which is great because people are once again excited about this team and about the future. I don't know how many shows are going to have Mark on to kind of give you that insight.
Yes.
Now, of course, he's not going to tell us, who they're taking at 6, if they're going to be at 6. And
yeah, well, I think he did say one thing, which kind of leads into something I want to talk about.
is it the thing that you put on Twitter
Yes.
earlier? Because I tended to notice when I was
He
asking about
said it, right?
the Trevor Zegras thing.
Yes, when you asked that question.
I mean, I would say Porter Martone's definitely in consideration now. You put it out on
think
Twitter,
so,
but
right? Like, and when he said that, when he said after you make a move like that, you think about, or maybe you go to somebody on the wing,
yeah,
right?
Yep.
And so, I firmly believe that, and from the people that I've talked to down here, that is a legitimate consideration. Does it mean that that's going to be the pick if he's there? I'm not saying that. I think that there are still possibilities that it goes in another way, that it could still go Jake O'Brien. It could still go Martin. It could still go Desnoyers if he falls. Like, I think there are other possibilities and other scenarios, but the reality of it is now that they've gotten Zegras, they look at a guy like Martone and say, that could be a good fit. That could be a really good fit here.
Yeah.
And I think that that's something that they're looking at. So,
it's funny too, though, and like when you think about it, this is a draft that's full of centers. I mean, even at 22, you can probably get a center. I mean, I don't know if we've ever seen, or in recent memory, if we've seen.
Are we sending our photographers and videographers out at this point?
There they go. You're gonna go down. Good on you. Have fun. So we have additional credentialed media. We have a full team. Like we were joking
Everybody's
earlier that
here,
we don't have. Bundy's not here. Well, of course.
Yeah,
we
Bundy.
didn't talk about this. Bundy's daughter's getting married.
I got a photo sent to me, but I don't think we should share it.
Okay.
Just because
Can I see the photo?
He didn't send it to us.
Oh, he didn't send it.
No.
Okay. Well, I want to see.
You'll know who.
So Bundy's. Oh, I know exactly without even having to see. Oh, that's beautiful.
It's a great photo.
Picture. Yeah.
You know
All
who
right.
that's from, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So Bundy's a proud papa tonight.
Yes.
We're going to send all of our best to him and to his family, and to his daughter, and to her husband.
Yep.
Her now husband. Very exciting stuff. So the Therien family, they are celebrating a wedding. Good on them. Excellent stuff. So Bundy's not here. Now we do have what's our next guest coming on? Like 8 minutes?
6:40.
Okay.
Yes.
So intern Andrew's here. You can't see him on camera right now.
He can pull himself up.
Well, we could always bring him.
He's got his camera.
over
He's
later.
got his camera ready.
Amadeo, come here real quick. So
Want me to pull him up?
if you've been monitoring and
There's intern.
you've been watching, here, up there.
Hop in.
We'll scooch down a little bit. Do the where's the other view? The one that's this one.
Yeah. This one?
Yeah. That one. No, the one that this one. This one. There we go. So if you've been paying attention on TikTok, on Instagram, on YouTube Shorts, Facebook Reels, video guy Amadeo, who we brought in here into the Joy Media family, has been helping with the Russ Joy Show, been helping with Snow the Goalie, has been helping with Fighting Words.
Yeah.
The number one fastest growing Phillies podcast this side of the Mississippi, so I'm told. You have some thoughts here about the draft tonight? Before we bring the next guest on, your thoughts? You can say hi to the people.
Hello, everyone.
Amadeo's usually arguing with some of you in the comment section.
Yes.
I think if the troll comes out, he might actually take a sword out. Like
Yeah.
in this
Nah, I'll be chill. I'll be chill.
You'll be chill tonight? You'll be chill?
I'll try to be chill. If something wrong happens, maybe I won't be. I won't go to the extent of Broad's going crazy because I also work for Broad's. But no, if what Anthony's talking about is true with Martone possibly falling, if that ends up with, if Martone falls to you and Higgins or something is off the board, because now there's all this talk about.
Do you see the thing about the Islanders?
Yeah, the
Islanders executed a trade a little bit ago hours ago, Dobson.
Yeah.
For 16,
And
17.
16 and 17.
And a prospect, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't remember the name of the prospect.
But now the sports books are now saying Higgins is favored to go fourth. So maybe
they might be getting frisky with Utah. I mean, we have been talking about the fact that Utah has probably looked at this and found money this entire time.
So the valuation, if you look at the valuation, the NHL has a valuation chart. Every sport league, NFL does this too. People talk about it all the time. The valuation chart that a number 16 and 17 is equivalent to number 4. So it's there. If you were to do that, it's equivalent to 4 or 5 for that matter.
Yeah.
I think Nashville likes Higgins.
Mhm.
So if the Islanders don't trade into 4 and Utah picks, let's say, Caleb Denoyer,
Yeah.
I think Nashville will take Higgins
At 5.
at 5.
Yeah.
So, but if the Islanders trade into 4 and they take Higgins, which is what they would trade into 4 for, I think Nashville becomes a wild card for the Flyers at that point. Like, you don't know where they would go.
Well, and the other crazy thing is, like, so we've heard this speculation, like, could Chicago do something batshit crazy? Could they skip Misa? Could they take someone in his place, like Frondell, for whatever reason? Like, that was going around for a little bit. I don't think it's true, but if Misa's available at 3, I think it sends Chicago's 3.
Mm-hmm.
If Chicago is sitting there at 3 and Misa's available, did they say, all right, we don't need another center. We feel good about our center depth. We have Bedard. We want to get a wing. You're not going to take Porter Martone 3rd overall. Do they then look at the Flyers, for example, and say, all right, if we want Martone to play on the wing with Bedard, we could probably pick up another first-round pick, move back 3 spots to number 6. And at that point, you're picking up an additional asset, and Martone will almost certainly be available at 6. There are so many variables that could come into play. I don't think that ultimately we're going to get to a spot where it's going to matter. I think the Flyers are either going to pick at 6, maybe move back a little bit. Is there one player, I have a feeling, but is there a player that you don't want to see the Flyers take tonight?
I'm not sure if they're really. It's not the fact that I don't like any of the players that are probably slotted around this area. It's really just if Brady Martin is there and that's the pick. I feel like, now granted, I'm not the expert on this. I have no idea what I'm talking about at all. But I just feel like at that stage when there's like so much, probably more better projected talent in that area, like if a Higgins is there, like if a Martone is there, or even a Jake O'Brien at that point, I feel like that's just better use of your assets in that point. And if you say if Martin's still on the board, or like when you want to go after Roger McQueen, if Martin's still on the board up in that top 10, maybe you could try to trade up for a Brady Martin. And I think that's probably a better path than him at 6.
All right, we're good. We have another guest coming on. Amadeo, good chatting with you.
Look at this guy.
Amadeo, we're going to give you this. Can you do this on that computer?
That's for live.
I see a guy who's, boy, he's feeling pretty damn good. Come on over. So, we've only been talking about how important tonight's draft is. We've only been saying that, like, it might be the most consequential draft in a very long time. Dan Hilferty's here. How you doing?
Hey, Russ. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
Hope
Am I
springs.
allowed to do that?
Yes, you can. Sit back.
Sit back, relax.
Yeah.
Hope springs eternal. The feeling in the air is very good.
Let me just tell you, I just left the party, the draft party. We expected a couple hundred people, 1,500 people so far.
No way.
And the doors they're coming in, and people are excited. And you're right, it's a consequential draft, but it's the next step in really turning this thing into something special.
No, it's great. It's really cool, and when you say you were expecting only a couple hundred people, I'm assuming you felt that way just because people would have to travel down here, right, Dan? I mean, to come down to Atlantic City.
I said that just to build, so you didn't think we had high expectations. We knew there were going to be 1,500 people here.
That's right.
No, but you're right. A lot of people did drive from parts of Philadelphia and up and down the Jersey Shore. So it's really exciting.
That's great.
It is. I mean, like, listen, it's crazy to think about it, right? A few years ago, you know this because you often talk about kind of having the fan hat on as well. Things really did not feel like they were going to get better. I mean, it felt like for a few years there, it was just a constant struggle, and it was difficult to kind of see that upside. I tend to be, Mr. Negative, I guess, or I have been, because I try to be realistic about like where things are.
That's a better word, Russ.
Well, some people think it's negative. I look at it as like, I need to see that upward trajectory. And it feels like Mishkov falling, right? That was like a little bit of beautiful karma from the hockey gods. And it feels like tonight, you go into it with 3 first-round picks. It was going to be 4 second-round picks, now only 3, because you get a nice, young, skilled center and Trevor Zegras into town. That got people going even more. From your perspective, seeing that trade go down right before the draft, knowing all the capital that you have to play with tonight, how are you feeling? Have things changed at all since that move was made?
I would say things have changed, but I would say that as I started on this journey in my role, and then Keith Jones and Danny Briere became part of it. They laid this out in a way. Now, no process, I hate to use the word, but is perfect, right?
Sure.
But they said this is how it was going to go. We needed to clear cap space. We needed to get the players that they believe were real flyers. And then, we landed Mishkov and now Zegras. He's here tonight. And it's really great to see his energy and his excitement for being part of the Flyers. And as Jonesy and I were talking earlier today, we're now a destination.
Yeah.
And so it's beginning. Do I know can I predict what that means over the course of the next 2 or 3 years? But I feel the same way that you do, Russ. As a fan, I'm enthused. I'm excited, and I can't wait to see how tonight goes.
How early were you aware of the potential for getting Trevor here? Like when did you find out?
Well, it's interesting. We on the road, when I go on the road, and I try to go a few times a year. I'm hoping to do it more in the future because you just learn so much. Do these morning walks with Jonesy and Danny. And one of the things we talk about, not necessarily a guy that we will get, but they'll go through like what ifs, and his name always came up. So it caused me to go back and do a little research and watch video. And if Anaheim was playing, I watch them play. But look, it's their job to pull these things together. They're great about keeping me informed. But it's not like weeks before I had any knowledge. It was a day or two before. Yeah. And that's okay. And that's the way it should be.
Sure, absolutely.
Well, you were just saying the Flyers are a destination now. I'm not going to put you in a bad spot. I'm actively avoiding putting anybody in a bad spot tonight, right?
Yes, good work by you.
I know. Being a good little boy.
Well, we got each other in trouble.
That is true. I saw a clip going around. I don't know when the interview happened, but it was with Schaefer, who's projected to be the number 1 overall pick. Now, you guys, unless something crazy happens here, won't be in position to get him. He talked about Briere. He talked about why he wears the number that he wears and about remembering a nice moment where Danny talked to his brother, and that like made a big impression on them. So when you think about like destination, you think about having somebody who's laced up the skates, has played at this level. It's starting to feel like, I don't want to speak on behalf of the entire hockey community, but it does feel like there is something to having guys like Danny, like Jonesy, and now Tock. Guys seem to respect that. They seem to respect having guys who have been in their shoes before, have been in those skates before. Does it give you hope when you hear not just young players, but free agents and the like, that maybe this is now becoming that destination again?
It's so interesting you say that. Yes, it gives me great hope. But what I wanted to build here was this sense of community, the sense of camaraderie, taking risks, calculated risks on players, on drafts, on whatever it might be. And I want it fun. And just watching over the last couple of days, when you get mainly Jonesy and Tock in a room together, they're serious. They know their business. They're passionate, but man, they have fun.
Yeah.
And then you watch Danny do his thing on a phone, coming back, talking quietly to Brent or whoever it might be, and then put his phone down, walk over and do like a detailed interview in French. Now that's his native language, but
absolument, ouais.
Yeah, oui. And he just really they're just a great team, great combo, and that in itself gives me great hope.
Now I know you've this isn't your first rodeo as far as the draft is concerned, but having 3 picks in this first round is unique for this franchise.
Yes.
So as you're sitting there in the prep room and in the war room, as they're kind of getting ready for tonight, like how fascinating is it for you to just kind of sit back and listen to all the opinions and everybody's fighting for this guy or that guy or whatever? Like how is that for you to kind of take it in and be like, this is kind of cool, right?
I'm like a kid.
Yeah.
Honestly, in the 5 or 6 minutes that we've had this conversation, I've said more than I said in 2 days sitting in that room. But it's fun to watch the active discussion, the no holds barred, agreement, disagreement, putting a perspective forward. And for me, that's how great decisions are made. So I've been like a kid. I mean it. It's just fun to watch.
Well, this year you don't have to hide the secret jersey.
That's right.
'Cause
That was
decentralized.
Yeah.
I'm named chairman and governor of the Philadelphia Flyers. My first job was to hide the jersey. Mishkov's jersey.
jersey, so nobody knew that's what you guys were
I was
doing, right?
Well, so allow me to throw out a hypothetical.
Go
It's
ahead.
not going to include the name of a player. Again, I'm being a good boy tonight. I always make the argument: the teams that ultimately win a championship create a dynasty. There's always that one move. I call it the big balls move. Not to be exclusive here.
Yeah.
It could be big ovaries move. We can call it that, right? But I'm trying to be,
No, I get it. Inclusive.
I broke him. Good. There has to be that one move. There is a move that comes at a point where you kind of push more chips in. Maybe it's fitting in Atlantic City that it's a push the chips in kind of thing. When you look at all those picks, I mean, I don't know who ultimately makes the final call there, but when you look at it and you go, all right, we have 3 firsts, we have 3 seconds, we know what next year's draft could look like, all that. How apt would you be to looking at Danny and Jonesy if they say, hey, we're going to have to give up a lot, but we think the guy that we're going to go after is worth it? Or do you look at it and say, all right, we got to be let's be a little bit more cautious. We have all these assets. Maybe we can get value across the board. Like where do you land?
Well, let me start. I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective that at some point you need to make that big move. And if you think of the strategy that these guys have laid out, we freed up cap space. We do have all these picks. I don't know when it's going to be, but I'm going to embrace it enthusiastically when Jonesy and Danny come and say, this is where we're headed and this is why.
Yep.
And I firmly believe they've proven to all of us over the course of 2.5 years that they're willing to take risks, but they're also cognizant of the fact that, as you said, Russ, we have a stable of good young talent. So we've got to be mindful that we don't want to upset the build that we have going on.
Well, Dan, the boss has told us your time is up.
Oh,
so
sorry. I always enjoy this, you guys.
Well, I know. We can sit here with
Where's
you all
Bundy?
night.
Where's Bundy?
His daughter's
his
getting
daughter's
married.
getting
married tonight.
So his daughter's
that's
getting
awesome.
married, and we wish all them the best.
Yeah. But
We'll have a great night, and I
You
hope
too.
you get a chance to go over to the fan fest or whatever.
but you have a great.
Yeah, thanks.
Really
Enjoy.
enjoy
You're
it.
the best,
Really
and I
enjoy it.
appreciate everything.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks for being here.
Appreciate you.
Dan
Hilferty.
Hilferty, ladies and gentlemen.
Night, everybody.
He's excited for
Yeah.
a big night.
Yeah, keep talking for one
Big night
second
for the
because
Flyers.
I just got to tell Amadeo how to do something real
Oh,
quick.
okay.
But I can
Okay,
hear you
that's
if
fine.
you want to talk to me.
I will just talk to all of you. And then we just lost 300 viewers the second I started talking by myself. I'm just kidding. It was only 290.
By the way, since
what?
it's just you,
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw this or not. The first big update I guess I have to give is the Panthers extended Sam Bennett to an 8-year extension.
Not shocking.
Yeah.
So 8-year extension. Do we have the AAV on that deal?
I'll find it in just a second.
I don't, you guys, 8 million?
It's 8. Yeah, 8 by 8.
And then you guys probably saw John Tavares signed a
4,
4-year
yeah.
by 4.3, I think.
Yes, that's correct.
AAV. And like, listen, I want to be clear. I know that there was no chance that John Tavares was going to end up here. My whole thing has been like, before the Zegras move, it was let's try to get a veteran center in here that you can pair with Mishkov at least 2-3 years. And that's where I'm like, all right, screw it. Give the guy double that for a 2-3 year deal. It's not going to have a downside to it. So Bennett stays where he is. Tavares stays where he is. The free agent market that already wasn't that strong in the first place is interesting. And I think I talked about this on my show on Thursday. You look at bringing Zegras in. They might have another young center that they end up drafting tonight. They have Lashenko. You don't know if he'll be with the team this upcoming season or if they're going to give him another year to kind of grow and not have to be at the NHL level with all that pressure. If they think there's a high likelihood that Lashenko is going to be here, maybe it does get you to kind of dabble a little bit in the thought of a wing in free agency. The only two, I think Ehlers said yesterday that he's going to test free agency. Brock Besser's out there, a former player of Tocket. Like there are a couple of guys that have had some decent scoring seasons. I think Besser had like a 40-goal season 2 years ago. You have Ehlers out there. If they think that Lashenko is going to be on the team, or they think that there's a high enough likelihood that they're going to have to go young up the middle, do you think there's a chance that they could look to explore the free agent market for wings, or do you think you just kind of make do with what you have?
I think you might see them. So first of all, they're going to have to sign a 4th line center, and now that you've traded Paling away, I think that they're still going to sign one, even if Lashenko is a guy that they think is going to make the roster. I'm not convinced that he is.
Okay.
We won't really know until next week when they come in for the development camp. Like we won't really know.
Yeah.
Where he's at. So, but that's after July 1.
Yeah.
So I still think that they're going to try and sign a fourth line center type. So you're going to have that player. I think they want another. They want a defenseman, whether it's signing a defenseman or trading for a defenseman. I think there's a couple names. I mean, I've heard a couple names. So for the fourth line center, a name that I think you might want to look at or keep an eye on is Nick Bjugstad.
Okay.
For the defenseman, we'll see. Like if you're looking at kind of just kind of a veteran type, we're not looking at like some young player who's going to come in and be, they're going to be part of this whole thing. Yeah. I think you might look at like a Jamie Alexiak from Seattle. I think that's a name that's a real possibility as well. And I think that there's a possibility that they go and look at something on the wing too.
Okay.
It depends if Danny makes a trade or not, right? So like that, I think that will dictate whether or not he's more active on July 1 than.
Oh, and there's also that rumor about Shabanov, who.
Well, Shabanov I think is going to happen. Like I'm pretty confident. Like I did have somebody reach out that I have decent trust in.
Yeah. Who said that we know that the Russian agent has been saying like no decision's been made.
Yeah. So
they're holding very firm to that.
Let me just kind of talk about that. So Cortex is the North American agency now.
Yeah.
It would look bad for them if they announced a player was brought into their stable a week ago. Because it was last Friday, I believe, is when they announced that Shabanov was their client.
Okay.
But it would look bad for them if they announced that on Friday and then all of a sudden he's signed with the Flyers. Like, how do you work that deal? How's that deal figured out already, right? With a new agency and everything else. Like,
sure, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, I think that's part of the. I think that's part of. I know Intern Andrew just on camera, like just climbing into the shot,
and then didn't even get it plugged in.
Yeah, he missed it. He missed.
Didn't even get it plugged in.
He missed. But I mean, so you know what I'm saying? So, like, I think that's part of the posturing that needs to happen.
Oh my God!
Look at this.
So right now, just to give people an idea, like we're creeping up on 900 people watching on YouTube right now.
Live.
Yeah, live. We have almost 900 people all together in the comments section having fun over on the Snow the Goalie channel. We have another like 20 over on the Joy Media YouTube channel. We've got across the X verse.
Yep.
There's like another there's a few thousand over there as well. So hello, welcome in. If you've never been here before, it's a lot of fun. It's a little bit chaotic and it's somewhat disorganized, but that is Snow the Goalie. But we bring in professional people. We had Mark Reagan before, the scout, kind of giving us an idea of what's going to happen tonight, but not exactly, but kind of, if you read between the lines. Dan Hilferty was here. He's very excited. And who should we find here? But none other than our dear friend, Jackie Spiegel. How you doing?
From Staten Island, right, Russ?
No, she's from Yonkers? Yonkers? Yonkers.
Brooklyn. I ran down the hallway because I realized what time it was, and I was like, oopsie.
It's okay.
Jackie texted me from Citizens Bank Park on last Sunday. She was there for Phillies Mets. How'd that go?
Great.
Are you trying to get her in trouble? You're trying to get her in trouble. Hey, do us a favor, by the way, if you haven't done so already, like the video, share the video, subscribe. Yeah. I want to get to if we can get to 1,000 people at once, it'd be a lot of fun on draft night. Anyway.
I actually did have a lot of fun, though.
That's good. It's a good stadium, right? It's a fun stadium.
Yeah, I had these great 8-year-olds in front of me that were heckling me the whole time. They were great.
Were you wearing a Mets jersey?
No.
You sure they were 8? Okay. Could have been my son's.
Oh, okay. No. How you feeling about Juan Soto?
He's great.
It doesn't matter. No, it's draft night.
We have bigger things to talk about.
Yeah,
we do.
So, first of all,
yes.
Where have you been so far tonight? Did you go down and check out the Sea of Humanity at the draft party?
No, I haven't made it down there. Okay. I've been very busy.
Here, you want to hold it?
No, not really.
Okay, well, put it in. Okay. We just have to talk into them. These sounds okay. These mics are delightful, but you just have to.
I can project.
I had to go over there. People don't know this. I had to go over at one point and like jerry rig the board there while Intern was freaking out.
Our guy wasn't talking into the microphone, and I didn't have the
excuses. Excuses are like
tell him in the middle of his sentence.
Everybody has one. They all stink.
Can I give a shout out real quick?
Yeah, please do.
I just got a text message. I want to say hi to John Lavoie. We used to work together at ESPN, and he's actually watching the show. He's a big Flyers fan. So.
That's good.
John Lavoie, how you doing?
How you doing?
So
yes,
let's talk about tonight.
Yes.
Can we give you a little bit of nugget of info that we got from Mark Reg a little bit ago?
What did Mark say? By the way, he's great.
Fantastic.
Amazing.
First time we've had him on the show.
Talked to him
I-
last year for the draft. He was
I'd like
great.
to have him back on at some point.
He's
Seemed like
great.
a lovely guy.
He's great.
Mention the
he's
sense.
Western Canadian. Of course, he's nice.
I met some not so nice Canadians in Toronto.
He's from
We'll talk
Western
about that.
I said Western.
Oh, Western, great people.
Yeah.
Western Canada,
Western
awesome
Canada is a
people.
whole different world.
Toronto, nice city. Some of the people not very Canadian. I've been told their smiles and and
we can talk about
we'll
that
talk about
later.
that off air. Although if you're Canadian and you're watching, we love you. Okay, so Mark Gregg, we were talking about the Zegras trade,
Yes.
whether it changes the calculus at all.
Yes, I think it does.
And it, in a very, read between the lines kind of way, you would think that maybe it does kind of free things up. Now, everybody's been getting themselves hyped about the idea of Hagen's falling. I mean, if you go on to that
I don't know
cesspool,
if that's the case anymore.
well, I'm saying, it seems like the Islanders are going to get frisky and maybe they'll talk to Utah. We'll see. But a lot of Flyers Twitter started going, okay, Hagen's at 6. Jesus, don't pick Brady Martin
he's from
over
New York,
Hagen.
so he's great. Just saying.
Okay. Do you want to get booted off the show? So if Hagen's isn't there, but all of a sudden you have Zegras and you go,
Who's
all
also
right,
from New York.
Okay.
Sorry.
all right, we're going to, thanks to Jackie Spiegel for being, Porter Martone.
Yes.
Have you done much
Yes.
of checking out his game? He's 6'3", he would bring some size on the wing, but they bring Zegras in and maybe
Yes.
it does change the calculus. What are your thoughts there?
Well, I will say I've talked to everyone in the wheelhouse for 6. I was in Buffalo for the scouting combine, talked to probably more than 20 prospects from everyone who could be in any slot, second round, first round. I was very impressed by Porter. He came in a suit to talk. I mean, I don't think he came in a suit to talk to me personally, but every time I saw him, he's wearing like a suit.
Could you imagine if he did that?
I'd be really impressed.
Really impressed. Like he's in like a t-shirt and shorts with everybody else. He sees, I gotta go talk to the
Jackie
Inquirer.
Jackie
Inquirer.
I'm
Spiegel,
getting into a suit.
the
to talk to
Philadelphia
Inquirer.
No, but
Inquirer.
he's a very mature kid.
Okay.
He's big.
Yeah.
Big guy. I'm only 5'6", so very big.
Yeah.
Great, great hands. He's known to be a goal scorer. The question with the Flyers is he's a right winger also.
Yeah.
They obviously have,
a lot of wings.
a lot of wings, a lot of right wings.
Yeah.
I mean, Matt Vey played a little left last year towards the end of the season with Travis Konechny. So, you question where he'll be in the Rick Tocket world of things. But
there's height slander going on in these comments, by the way. I'm
paying
5'6". I will have you know. 5'6".
there's nothing wrong with being 5'6".
Some people call it a short king. I take offense to that.
It's all right. Keep going.
Short supreme ruler. Why are we stopping at king? Anyway.
Nothing wrong with being 5'6".
That's right. It's a great height.
Ish, 5'6"-ish.
5'6"-ish.
Yeah.
5'6" adjacent.
But I think I think he makes a lot of sense with the Zegras move. Trevor's going to play down the middle. It's already kind of been said by Briere that the expectation is for him to play center. So I think it does kind of change things a little bit.
Okay.
But there's a lot of guys where I think Caleb Desnoyers is really the only one who is the surefire center in this draft, where they think he's going to be an NHL center.
Do you think Brady Martin's not? I've been seeing some stuff lately. Though. It feels like Martin and O'Brien, there have been a couple of questions about if they might end up translating as wings in the league.
There's been a couple of questions about that. The reasons is because O'Brien's very skinny.
Okay.
I've been in front of him. He's 6'2", 6'3", but like 170 pounds if he's that.
Okay.
So I think that's why there's a question mark. But the vision on this kid is ridiculous. Like he can score. There's no questions about him scoring, but he lives to like throw a seam pass, throw like find the tiny thread through the needle kind of thing. Brady Martin, I think, is probably less projected as a center in the NHL.
Yeah.
He loves to forecheck, loves to hit, loves to be that guy who's pressure. I mean, if this has still been a John Tortorella team, and I'm not saying it's not a Rick Tocket thing also, but like this kid, we talk about guys pounding the table for someone, he would have been pounding, and not that Tortorella would have been at the draft because he tries to stay away, but
Lovely
he would
guy.
he
Lovely
loved
guy.
the guy. But
Where's he
he
from?
would be pounding the table for
Where's Schwartz from?
Brady Martin.
Connecticut.
Yeah. It's close to New York. Can we give him
Who
to
we
New
talking
York
about?
He
too?
lives in Connecticut.
Torts.
He's not from Connecticut.
I'm saying. I said, where's Torts from?
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts.
Which is pretty much New York adjacent.
Yeah.
So we're gonna credit Torts to New
No,
York.
it's not New York adjacent.
We have to
Stop
find some
it.
balance.
But here's the question I ask about this though.
Yeah.
So I'm just playing devil's advocate here. This is not my prediction, but let's just imagine that you do draft Martone here,
Yes.
right at 6. if Zegras doesn't hit?
I think you have a year to figure it out, right?
No, but what I'm saying is,
Oh.
what if he's not the player you think he could be? And
you
at the end
forego
of the
having a center.
year, you kind of say,
I don't know, but
that's not our guy. That's not the guy we thought we were getting. He's more what he was the last 2 years in Anaheim than the first 2 years in Anaheim. What if that? I'm just playing devil's advocate here. What if that plays out? And so, is that conversation being had in the draft room?
right.
Like, and is that why they might say one guy and not the other?
Well, you have to remember is that this person is not being whoever they pick tonight is probably not playing in the NHL for at least 2, maybe 3 years, right? Like they won't be playing next year, maybe the year after that. More likely it'll be because of especially with the CHL rules and whatever, depending on, all these kids are pretty much CHL guys. You don't, this kid is not coming until a couple years down the road. So I don't know if that really does play a huge factor in it, because we do have a 1 year with Zegras right now, right? Like there's no expectation beyond this year coming
And if it
up.
doesn't work out, you can always try him at wing, and then you go into negotiations and you feel like you have a better view of who the player is.
Yeah, but I do think he's going to be great at center. I mean, we've seen him do
Yeah.
center. And I think a lot of the issues, I mean, look, Greg Cronin is your, he's like Torts. He's a very tough coach, a very hard coach, a very, my way or the highway kind of guy. And I think Zegras is going to really excel under Rick Tocket.
What do you think?
He's also, I mean, look, he's buddies with Quinn Hughes. So,
Yeah.
they all know each other from the NTDB. So
you talk to all these people up in
Yes.
Buffalo.
Yes.
What's your impression of anybody who could potentially? So I'm going to throw another scenario out at you.
Ooh.
Flyers are at 22, but maybe they want to move up into the teens.
Keyshawn Atkinson.
Roger McQueen?
Roger McQueen's actually very, I mean,
I don't necessarily.
He's going to be gone.
I don't think
I'm going
he
to
makes
keep
it.
trying to manifest it.
I
Damn
don't
it.
think, I don't
What
think he
I've
falls
heard-
far
Let me
enough.
have the
Oh, yeah.
6'5" center.
What
Yeah.
I've heard about Roger McQueen is that if he didn't get hurt, he would have been probably the number 1 pick. That's how
They're-
good this kid is.
Yeah. And we talked to Mark Regg about him a little
Yeah.
bit, earlier, and kind of talked.
And they
about,
know him because he's a Brandon kid.
right, exactly. But let's just say that Danny is able to work something out and trade up into the teens. You have a player there that you look at and go, "Oh, that's somebody that they should take a look at."
Keyshawn Atkinson.
Yeah. What do you like?
Amazing.
What do you like about him?
Oh, sitting across from him. First of all, like
Hits like a Mack truck.
super nice kid. Great, like easygoing personality. And then he's like, "Yeah, I like to crush people." It's like, boom, like seriously, like who is this kid? Like he's like, "Yeah, I love the open ice hit. I love to hit people. I love to, like hit them when they're and which you don't see in today's game that much anymore. That open ice hit. I said to him, I was like, "You ever watch Hal Gill?" He's like, "No." He thinks he's a Charlie McAvoy, but I think even Charlie McAvoy is not like Hal Gill was obsessed with the open ice hits.
Yeah.
I was like, he's like, "Yeah, I never really watched him." I was like,
Go watch.
pull up a couple of YouTube videos there, because let me tell you, he kind of does have that like big booming, like want to hit people, want to crush people. I think they do like a Justin Carbonell, which just popped up.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, he's the one who said he's also like a Konechny. Victor Eklund said he's also like Konechny. Great kid also, although I do think he needs to be with Frondell. They're like such buddies. It's really like I made a joke that they're like that puppies that like they're bonded and you can't separate them, but they're good together. Like that's. I mean, you wouldn't be silly if you did draft them together.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see. I mean, I think there's a lot of good kids in this group. I will say who I think in the second round.
Go ahead.
I've been hyping up and on the Shane Van Saggy hype train
Okay.
since I saw him at the combine. Big kid.
Okay.
Already, like, how you talk about like Jake O'Brien needs to fill out and some of these other guys, like he's a Michigan State kid, which means they've watched him plenty because of Carson Dorwart. I mean, just talking to him, like I'm sitting there and I'm just like, this kid's a flyer.
Yeah,
like he just has that. I mean, he's not your top 6 guy. He's not going to play your number 1 line. He's a middle 6 or a bottom 6 guy.
Okay,
oozes flyers. Oozes. I mean, like insane.
We'll have to keep an eye out tomorrow.
Insane. Yeah, I think he'll be a late second or top second round.
Your draft coverage.
Yes.
Let people know where they can find it and let them know when they can expect it. Because I'm assuming you're going to be working late into the night.
I will be. It'll be at the Inquirer, at theinquirer.com. Click on the little Flyers logo or sports and then click on Flyers. Lots of coverage coming. We're going to do grades. We're going to do, analysis. We're going to see why it's important to have this guy, whoever they get, or why maybe it's not. We'll see. But lots of stuff coming over the next couple of days. And then we go right into free agency. And then we go right into development camp.
It's going to be great.
It's going to be great.
It's going to be great.
8 a.m. in the morning at development camp. Can't wait.
Jackie Spiegel from the
Enjoy
Philadelphia
that,
Inquirer.
Thanks, guys.
Yes.
Jackie, thanks for being
Thanks
here.
for being here.
No
Appreciate
The
you.
pride of upstate New York, Jackie Spiegel.
And we have
Here.
the next guest ready, lined up,
Bingo,
and ready
bingo,
to roll.
bongo. Look at this man.
Look at this guy.
Look at this man.
Tagging in.
Oh, some say that he's the most knowledgeable man in all of the National Hockey League. Others say Ray Didinger wears Bill Meltzer PJs to bed. Bill Meltzer's here, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in, Bill. How are you?
I am doing well.
How's Hockey Hot Stove?
It's going well. Going
Heating
well.
up, heating up, right?
Yeah, we are heating up. Yeah,
See that? That's pretty good.
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
How you feeling?
doing great. I mean, this is feels like, well, in a way, it came quickly.
Yeah.
But it just feels like so long before the draft, and there's so much talk, and part of it is just like I look forward to getting all that talk over with.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of times people develop strong feelings about players that they've never seen.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Correct. That said, we're going to ask you about players that that most people have never seen.
Yeah.
And it was interesting. We had Mark Gregg on little over a half hour ago, and Russ asked him about the Zegras trade and how that maybe changes things, if at all, for the Flyers. And he kind of hinted, without saying anything specific, that maybe now instead of 100% you're locked in on a center, maybe you look at a wing.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a lot of thought that Porter Martone might be there at 6.
Yeah.
Do you look at it, Bill, and say, yes, that's if Porter Martone's there, that's the right pick? Or are you in the camp that you go, you still need centers?
Yeah.
You don't know what Zegras is going to be just yet.
Yeah.
Take the center. Center depth is more important. You can always add a winger down the line.
Well, I tend to prefer natural centers anyway.
Yeah.
Because you can always move a guy to the wing.
Right.
And there have been guys who've gone from wing to center, Claude Giroux being the perfect example, but not nearly as common. I mean, I wouldn't complain for 1 second if Martone is the Flyers guy. That could be a first line winger.
Yeah.
And a guy with some size, guy with skill. So, I mean, it's an easy case to make. Honestly, whether it's Martone or whether it's Hagens or whether it's O'Brien, you can justify any of them. You're not reaching on any of those guys.
Right. No, you're not. You're not. And I think that the discussion, and one of the things Mark said, it was like, there was some real and discussion about it. And Dan Hilferty said he sat in the room for 2 days and he said it was good, like, debate that was going on between, because scouts are going to fight for their guys and whatever, and sometimes scouts team up and whatever, and I was kind of told that there was a lot of split decisions in those rooms.
Is this Nolan Patrick Heiskanen all over again?
I don't think so. I don't. I think Danny is. I don't think Danny's going to be like.
Danny's not Hextall?
He's not going to be like, screw you guys. I'm taking the guy I want, not anything what you guys want. Like, I don't see that happening, because I do think that there are people in the room that probably that Danny sides with, right? I mean, on this, and I don't necessarily know if that is indicative of the draft being. A lot of players are just in that same group.
There's not much gap this year.
Right.
Yeah.
And so and when you're picking at 6, sometimes that pick is going to be made for you in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Like you have your intel, you kind of think what teams are going to do in front of you, but you never really know until the pick is made.
Exactly.
Like, and so now there's talk,
Exactly.
might the Islanders trade up into 4, Utah take those 2 picks? Like, does that throw that they take Hagens? Does that change what Nashville was going to do? Because I think Nashville would take Hagens if Utah doesn't trade the pick. Because I think Utah would take Denwye at that point. Yeah. And then if you look at Nashville, do they go Denwye or do they go Martone?
Well,
like that's it's an interesting thing.
To me, if Denwye is on the board, then it becomes basically a no-brainer.
Really?
He's such a complete center.
Yeah.
Two-way guy. Like, I don't know if he's going to be a superstar. I don't think he will, but he's going to be a very good.
I got it. Sorry, I started to interrupt.
Yeah.
So the draft has started. Like we're watching it with you, all of you at home, right? Gary Bettman's up there. It's the first time I've ever seen him without a tie on in a thing, and he's walking the stage.
He's
pacing
pushing
the
the
stage
limits.
like it's a TED talk. Like this is Gary Bettman is giving a TED talk.
Yes,
Here, you know what? I can actually narrate what he's saying. And that's why I told Biz, it doesn't matter that there's no tax in Florida. It's not an advantage. It's not an advantage, guys. It's not. Just because players will take $1 to $2.5 million less per year.
Are you doing the shake too? Are you doing the Gary shake?
He's doing what he's doing. That doesn't mean anything. Is that a water bottle in his hand? What was that?
No, that was a hanky? The draft. No, it was the draft cards. Yeah, they were draft cards.
Yeah,
so,
this is unfortunate. You know, and I bet do you think he's getting booed?
Of course he's getting booed.
Yeah,
of course he's getting. Although it's not as many.
I see some clapping though.
Yeah, well, there's not as many fans there. It's more families and stuff.
Yeah.
If the families just let the families go rogue and they turn on Bettman.
Yeah, you got some there though.
Bill, one of the names that has been the most intriguing this entire time through this process is Roger McQueen. Yeah. There's a belief out there that he could have been the number 1 overall pick potentially had it not been for the back injury. He claimed misdiagnosis, all that.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any validity to that? If he hadn't had the back injury, if we had seen more of, it's hard to evaluate because he didn't see him play that many games. But do you think he had the potential to be like, let's say top 2, top 3, or do you think is there a little bit of overhyping on that? Like,
I honestly think there's a lot of overhyping there. I have to tell you the truth.
Okay.
What's he actually done when he's been healthy? He's shown flashes, right? When has he ever shown any kind of sustained dominance when he's been healthy? Last year or the parts this year that he was healthy. It's all about his body type and his tools. And I get it, right? Like, but a lot of times when you project, okay, if everything comes together, there's going to be a superstar. More often than not, it doesn't all come together. And, you know, I mean, you look at Caden Lindstrom a year ago, and he lost a whole year. He didn't play at all this year. Now, I know it's a little bit different injury, but still, you know, you take a guy in McQueen who, one of the oldest guys in the draft class. I mean, first-time eligible, just because of his late birthday. He's only about 5 weeks younger than Jet Lushenko is. He almost qualified for last year's draft. So he'll be 19 pretty early this season.
Yeah.
Which is great if the guy's pretty far along his development and physically you think he's ready, but he's a year behind in his development. Plus, he's almost a year older than these guys.
Yeah.
If the Flyers could trade up into the teens, we have to be the upper teens.
Hear that?
But then that's a consideration.
Yeah.
But I would not touch him in 6.
Yeah. I want to say something just because I just got a text.
Yeah.
No, but it's something that
newsy?
Bill just talked about. No, it's not newsy.
Okay.
It's not really newsy, but I mean, it's important. But
go ahead.
You talked about Denoyer, right, being the most complete guaranteed center that could potentially be there. I got a text that said, if he's there, he's absolutely the pick.
Yeah.
But they don't think he's going to be there.
I don't think he's going to be there either.
Yeah. So.
Could the thought has been going around that maybe at number 2 there could always be like a last second change.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll be him. I don't know if it'll be Denoyer that's the one that gets taken.
Yeah.
There's been that thought out there that Frondell might end up being 2.
You hear a little bit, that Misa's not as automatic as people say.
If that happens and he's at 3, and you're the Flyers and like you've been kind of doing that math, where do you think Misa actually does belong on that talent board? Is he at that next level that you do think that he would be worth kind of trading a bit of a bounty for?
Well, there's now center versus defenseman, right? But there's a step down from Schaefer to Misa, but in terms of pure offensive game, and you know you're drafting that how you want a guy who's got a really high offensive upside.
Yeah.
The complete player is a good thing.
We're finally getting to the first pick of the draft.
Yes.
As the Islanders are getting ready. They're on the clock.
2 minutes and 41 seconds on the clock.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they'll use every bit of it.
So at number 2, like if you were sitting at number 2, where would you put Misa versus like Frondell, throw Denoyer on there, Brady Martin, like those guys, all those names that we keep hearing? And are there tiers to those guys, or do you think they're all actually a lot closer?
I think between Misa and the other guys, there's a half step offensively.
Yeah.
Because I do think Misa is going to be a pretty good impact center offensively. Now there are some who say he might be a winger ultimately, but
okay,
yeah.
He's laughing because somebody said that Bettman's age is starting to make it feel like he's a little bit boozy.
Hey, by the way, intern Andrew will be giving us the picks as they happen. Well, that's what he's here for.
He looks very focused on something. I don't know what. I don't
refreshing
know
Twitter like it's my job.
Hold on, you're not
now.
on the stage yet. All right, go ahead. Oh, okay.
Said I'm refreshing Twitter like it's my job right now.
Yeah.
Well, we also have this.
So
look,
we're going to see it on TV, but we won't say it until you say it.
Oh,
I don't like this because I don't trust him to be on top of it.
Do I get a jingle like the NFL?
Look where the Islanders are in their locker room.
Yes.
Lame.
They're in their locker room.
That is so freaking lame.
By the way, Rob Ski did drop a super chat.
Oh,
He said,
Rob Ski!
How many picks will the Flyers actually make tonight?
Rob Ski, first of all, thank you for the super chat. Very kind of you. You don't have to do that, but it does help us.
Yeah, no, that's great.
And
Thank
helps the
you.
channel and all
Thank
that.
you. I think that they might make all 3 picks. I'm just not convinced that they're going to be in the spots that
They'll be 6, 22, and 31.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think they're going to try and trade up from 22. Whether it happens or not, I don't know. But
the pick is in.
I know.
They took Brady Martin.
No, they didn't. Here we go. Just kidding. Right. Oh, and we're going to let intern Andrew do it. Here we go. Here's the first selection. Gary's up there talking. Right, get ready. Here comes intern Andrew, breaking news desk.
Look, he's trying to lip read.
Yeah.
All right. Go
It's
ahead.
Matthew Schaefer. Wow.
Wow. Who
What
saw
a
that
shot.
coming?
What a shot.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bill, out of curiosity, I mean, I think we had you on Press Row Show a few times this year where we were starting to kind of project out. It feels like Schaefer was in a class of his own. How soon do you think he could make it to the NHL?
Well, in and of the fact that he missed so much time this year, and defensemen typically take longer. It's never wise, to rush a defenseman. I think Schaefer could be ready a year from now.
Really? Yeah. Okay. So Schaefer is off the board.
Yeah.
Now we get into chaos. San Jose, baby.
I don't think it's chaos. I think
San Jose.
There was some thought at one point that the Sharks might not go Misa.
Yeah.
More so because they don't really need a center.
But again, your guy can always play wing too.
Right.
So.
But I mean, I think he's got to go.
Yes.
I think he's got to go.
I still think he's
Bill, one thing I wanted to ask you about. So, and we talked about it was this kind of a follow-up to the question about how many of the picks they're going to take tonight. 31, let's just say.
Yeah.
I did a story this week about Briere flying down to Miami for the Russian pre-draft scouting event, the Gold Star event. So he flew in on Thursday. On Friday, he messaged a bunch of the scouts and said, "Get on a plane and get down here.
Yeah,
I want to get eyes on a couple players."
Yeah.
I think I know who it is. I think it's the Zarovsky.
Zarovsky's one of them.
Yeah, one of the guys.
Prokhorov being the other one.
Yeah.
How good are they?
Is that? I guess the question for you is: do you look at that as 31, or is that?
I don't
second round.
I don't think you can wait for the second round now.
Right.
I think the names are out.
Zarovsky's name feels like it's been, like he might be in the 20s now.
Yeah.
I swear.
Yeah. I mean, he magician with the puck. He's one of those guys. You watch the highlight clips. It's like, wow. It's I don't know how consistent he is because you can't really tell from the highlights.
Yeah.
But he is super skilled. And he's kind of flown under the radar. But I don't think he's going to fly. I think he's going in the first round this year. So if he gets to the end of the first round, I think you have to take him. I think there could be two Russians because Prokhorov is like a 6'5", 215-pound power forward, not your typical Russian player, but really good hands. Gets involved physically. So I think both of those guys would be in play. And if they do get through the first round, then I'd really expect the Flyers to take at least one Russian.
Yeah, no, I wonder if one of them. Maybe it's Prokhorov slides down into the second round. I wonder if that's the case because, we talked about this too. Briere is going to try and move up from 22 into the teens. Yeah. I really think it's going to happen. I don't necessarily know if he's doing that for one of these Russian guys,
like a Reshny, a Kindle, maybe.
This is interesting, by the way. Sorry to interrupt. They're having the Islanders brass interacting with Schaefer. You know how usually after the fact you get the call?
Yeah.
The video of the call. This is interesting that they're showing it on the stage. I actually kind of dig that.
I think it's BS.
That's wow.
I mean, what are they going to say? They know they're on camera. They know the entire world is
welcome
watching.
to New York there, Matthew. Really excited.
We're excited to have you. It's great. And we're going to watch that 32 times tonight.
Thank you, sir.
I was like, I'll tell you what, really wish we won the lottery a year.
I mean, what are they supposed to say?
Yeah.
Listen, if it had been up to us, we would have gotten McKenna next year. But I guess you're fine.
It's
All right, I
stupid.
like it.
It's
You'll do.
stupid. It's unnecessary.
Bill, I do want to, for the sake of the people who are watching, who maybe you're like me and aren't as well versed in some of the, I don't know, let's say prior to the 90s hockey scene. It wasn't that long ago that the idea of the Flyers going after Russian players and becoming almost like the hotbed for Russian talent would have seemed inconceivable.
It's
a pretty wild pivot, right? Like, can you give people an idea of just like how stark of a contrast it is with their openness to it now, and maybe even leading the way with some.
Oh, for sure. Now it's kind of a crazy history. Obviously, as you were saying, for a lot of years there, Flyers just wouldn't draft from there.
Yeah,
but you go all the way back to the Broad Street Bullies years. The first team that picked a Russian was the Flyers, 1975. Never came over. They couldn't get him over. The guy didn't even know for 3 years he'd been drafted. But true story.
Really?
True story. Yeah. But the Flyers were the first team that actually drafted a Russian, and they were the first team that had a scout in Russia. But but during that long period, look, the Russians leaving the ice, the game at the Spectrum. Yeah. Fred Shiro saying that to lose the Russians would be like death. I mean, it was.
And now the Flyers' best player, or at least
Russian, and they have their own. I mean, now they hired one of the most prominent coaches and scouts in Russia. Narov. They have boots on the ground, whereas other teams don't.
By the way, that hiring, one of the best coaches, scouts. How much do you think that does help with the pitch as they're trying to draw, maybe some KHL players over as they're going through, scouting these guys down in Florida? How much of an influence do you think that can have?
A lot, and it helps not just in the scouting, but it also helps because he connected with the Russian Hockey Federation. And to get guys out takes a lot of takes a pretty delicate touch to negotiate to get guys out. That's a guy who's really connected over there. He coached the national team. That's the guy who can help you get guys. And I'm sure in some way, shape, or form, he had a hand in the whole Michkov thing too.
And they also have a pretty darn good scout over there.
Over there, Ken Hudakov.
Yeah. I mean, his story is kind of an interesting one too. Like,
Canadian guy.
He just moved over there for his career.
Yes.
And kind of became I'm going to go scout Russian players.
Yeah. And we talk guys who are actually really, really well respected on both sides of the Atlantic, have trust, not a lot of trust sometimes, right? Because there are guys who are like in the back pocket of agents, and it's a pretty corrupt system. Ken Hudakov is beyond reproach. So, and that's not many guys over there you can say that.
No, absolutely.
Now, we were mentioning this a little bit ago, so this is the fun. Like, I'm seeing people crapping on the ESPN telecast. That's why you're with us, and also because you don't have access to Sportsnet. Let's be real. San Jose, the belief has been that Misa would be number 2. We've talked about the fact that Frondel's name has popped up a little bit. They're 1 minute down, 2 minutes left on the clock. It seems like, barring some kind of, Andrew, I don't know if you're on the pulse there on Twitter, I don't see any speculation right now that they're currently fielding last-minute offers for the number 2 overall pick.
I haven't seen anything.
If you were San Jose, who are you taking at that spot?
I'm taking Misa.
Misa. Okay.
Yeah, Misa's the best player.
By the way, going back to the super chat from a second ago.
Yeah.
If the Flyers do, in fact, make all 3 first-round picks tonight, that would be only the second time in the history of the team that they've done that.
Was that a stat of the night?
Yeah.
Did Intern Andrew just give a stat of the night?
The return of Stat Boy!
The only other time they did it was 47 years ago in 1978.
What can you tell us about the 1978 draft, Bill?
6, 7, and 14.
Get the hell out!
No,
He's Flyers encyclopedia.
That was the year that Fred Shiro left and signed with the Rangers. While he was still under contract with the Flyers, so the Flyers opened a tampering dispute, and the Rangers sent their first-round pick to settle it. So that was a piece of it. And the Flyers made a big trade with Pittsburgh, and they drafted Ben Wilson.
That's correct.
Yeah. So.
Hold on. Did you seriously just try to fact check Meltzer? Have you lost your mind?
What do you mean? No, he said he was correct.
Well, but I'm saying it's like we needed anybody to confirm.
He did a can confirm. He did a can confirm.
I don't give a damn about his can confirm.
He did a can confirm.
Do you know picks 7 and 14?
7 and 14. No, I do not.
Ken Linsman,
Yeah, Kenny Linsman. Yeah.
And then 14 was Dan Lucas.
Yeah, Dan Lucas. Yeah, who was? I think he was just in town with the alumni.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
By the way, the show.
This is, by the way, this looks weird. Like having this guy like right over his shoulder. Like it's like
who
he's
is
like
that
talking.
guy? Who is he? Who is that? With
I can't. Well, we don't have the
unbuttoned
on,
the unbuttoned
so
shirt.
It's hard to tell.
This is a very interesting.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Family advisor.
It's his brother, says Kyle Adams.
Oh, okay.
2928. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Apparently, his mom passed away. So the conversation he was having with the higher ups at the Islanders, apparently people are saying was very, very emotional.
So Ant's an asshole. We figured that out.
No,
tonight.
I'm not. I still think it's
such a
stupid.
shame.
Because if you're going to do that 32 times, look, if it was the only one that they do all night.
But this is what they do in drafts. They usually have the families. The NBA draft the other night, it's the same thing. It's the player, it's the family. Although they're standing, they're not sitting.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when he was talking to the Islanders. The family thing is fine. I just thought it was a weird setup how he was sitting.
Do you think they're going to do it for all the picks that they're going to like?
That's what I'm saying.
Bettman's going to like meander
to
like the back of the stage. Hello, San Jose. Would you like to talk to your draft pick? Oh, I guess we'd love that. Yeah.
And we don't want another Ketel Marte.
Thanks for
yeah.
Don't want to do that.
The pick is in.
Hey, listen, we have nothing to do with where we're at in this hotel, which is a great hotel, by the way.
Really nice.
Fantastic hotel. Right, one of the best.
This is where the Flyers set us up.
That is correct.
This is where we are.
The War Room's right over yonder.
Yeah.
We had Mark Gregg on earlier. By the way, if you're watching the show and you're like, oh, I would love to see some of the people you've already had on. Mark Gregg, Dan Hilferty, Jackie Spiegel was here.
And now Bill Meltzer. We got a couple.
If you're joining late, you can always scrub back over on YouTube, Facebook, and X. And you can come back to this part and you can catch up live. I have to say, I don't like when a draft drags on. This is dragging. This is taking way too long between picks. We saw San Jose go up as, on the clock, and it took, I think, 90 seconds for the countdown to start. The pick has been in now for, I think we're going on almost 2 full minutes. I don't know what we're doing. What are we doing in the National Hockey League? What are we doing?
Look at this from Andrew Fawcett. Thank you for the super chat. The Islanders draft party is in their arena with a carnival going on.
That's fun.
That actually makes sense, though. Number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I get it. A carnival, though? Well, that's, it's a good thing that they're doing it in their arena. I'm sure they don't have to open the upper bowl for that.
Yeah.
We'll see.
How many fans do the Islanders really have?
Yes. This was, by the way, this used to be the Taj Mahal.
This was?
Well, it was both, actually. I believe this was also the other Trump property as well, and they merged the two together to the Hard Rock.
Is there... Okay, so there wasn't a trade. It really just took that long for Bettman to come back on and say, was he peeing?
It's all dictated by television.
He peeing? Is he incontinent?
It's
What's
all
going on?
dictated by TV.
No offense to Gary. If he's suffering from incontinence or a large prostate, like there are things available for that. All right, Intern Andrew, are you ready?
Here we go, Intern Andrew.
I'm going to throw Intern Andrew on the screen. He's got to let people know. Go ahead, Andrew. Oh, they're bringing out Bailey. They're bringing out Bailey from the WWE.
Yeah,
hey, now, not a lot of people know this, but Bill Meltzer, fellow pro wrestling fan. Bill, you a Bailey fan?
Not especially.
Okay.
I forgot she's from out there.
Bill, give me your top 3 women's wrestlers of all time. Go.
I would say that Trish Stratus.
Okay. Stratisfaction, Canadian.
Yeah. The tag team, but Jumping Bomb Angels from Japan.
Okay.
And Beth Phoenix looks like she competed against men. So.
Yeah.
Lita
would be a good one. China won the Intercontinental
is my
title.
Mamacita is the sign that I held up at a wrestling match.
No
once.
way.
Yes.
Well, mommy now is Rhea Ripley. All right, let's see. Bailey says...
I'm a big Alexa Bliss fan myself.
All right, Bailey says... San Jose Sharks select...
It's Intern Andrew's job.
Michael Misa.
That is Misa, yeah.
Yeah, Michael Misa.
Okay. Michael Misa. All right.
All that for absolutely no suspense at all.
By the way, somebody did put in the comments earlier wondering, do the Flyers have a celebrity picker tonight or no?
I don't know, but can I tell you the trauma I went through last year? I was on vacation. We know this for the draft. Bill, I think didn't you do the draft show with Bill last year?
Yes.
Bill's great. Bill is the wealth of knowledge. And I was sitting at our favorite bar restaurant. My wife and I went out for our date the night of the NHL draft. And I saw the Canadiens come up. And they sent Celine Dion. Love Celine Dion. Big Celine Dion fan. And I was like, Montreal, I know you've been bitter about the Mishkov thing. I get it. I wanted Demidov. I wanted the Flyers trip for Demidov. Yeah. And I was like, please don't make me hate Celine Dion. Like, don't have Celine Dion pick Demi Dove. And she goes up there, and I thought she was going to sing it, but she didn't. She says Demi Dove, and it really hurt.
Yeah,
it wounded me.
They tried. They tried.
So I don't know who would the Flyers celebrity. Didn't they have Michael Buffer? Right? They had Michael Buffer last year.
Michael Buffer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Buffer last year. Yes. Don't think that they'll go back to that well again.
Let's get ready to boo the pick, Brady Martin. Right? No.
Yeah.
Will Smith.
Will Smith. That's right. He'll go up there and he'll punch Gary Bettman in the face.
Keep my son's name out your mouth.
I thought you've been Will Smith, the hockey player, for a second.
No, different.
No, I know. I caught on.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, no. All right, let's see. Let us know in the comments who would you like to see be the celebrity picker, I guess, for the Flyers. I saw Jason Kelce.
It can't
up
be
there.
Jason Kelce and Green. Jason Kelce, I think he's still hung over from that event yesterday.
Yeah, you drink what bit you in the night before.
Yeah.
Let's see. I see. I don't know that this person's right or not, but they said they got Sylvester Stallone. I don't know if that's true.
That'll be cool.
Well, makes sense.
Could you imagine if Desnoyers is there and you have to ask Stallone to pronounce
Des Noyers. Hey, Des Noyers. Welcome to Philadelphia.
Bradley Cooper could be a good one.
Someone wants Russ up there.
Oh,
His Trump impression.
I love that. What? Yeah.
Someone wants Russ doing his Trump.
I could do that. We have a fantastic pick tonight. We've got Brady Martin.
That's funny.
Martin's like Martian, like Elon. They're sending Misa to the back. This is happening, although it's not. Oh, okay. Bettman handed off.
Here's the other thing. This back
I don't like
camera
this.
angle is awful.
I'm going to set a stopwatch because it still says the pick is in. They've already made the pick. It's not the pick is in. All right. I'm going to go to stopwatch right now. I want to see how long it's going to take from the time they put Chicago on the clock, because Chicago should be on the clock right now. There is no reason whatsoever that we don't need to have a countdown going so we can listen to these people talk to Misa.
That's correct. And we're already a half hour in.
This is what we call some horse shit.
The concerned fan or Mike the organ player. That would be great.
Mike the organist would be awesome.
That would be awesome.
They wheel him out. They wheel him out with the organ at his feet.
Oh man.
Okay, so who's she?
One of the ESPN hosts.
Okay. So she's asking questions now. We're asking them questions. Why are we doing this? The NHL figured out a way to take all the hype out of the draft. And the Flyers have 3 picks that they may or may not be making. We're going to be here until Saturday morning.
This league never
can't get out of their way.
They can't get out of their own way. They really can't get out of their own way sometimes.
Intern Andrew is going to be as old as.
Oh, look, we can see the guy off stage too. Did you get that?
No, who was that?
Oh, it was the guy. He's got a headset on and he's kind of giving them the countdown and telling them what to do.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
So we got to see the technician.
Pulling back the curtain. All right, I'm still waiting to start the stopwatch. This is absolutely absurd.
I will say the one thing.
What's that?
Is for these players, this is like the best moment of their
life.
life.
Oh, yes.
Oh, geez. Here he goes.
So they are, I mean, they're trying to give them their moment.
All right. So they did start the clock. I'm going to start the clock between it hitting 0 and them going. Now, Chicago and Utah have both been in rumors to potentially move out of the spot. We know that the Islanders got frisky earlier today, traded Dobson for 16-17 and a prospect. There's been this belief that maybe they're going to try to move up to go get New York native James Higgins. Bill, what would it take in your mind to be worth trading down out of 3 or 4 to go all the way back if it's 16 and 17 for the picks? Like, is there a way to make sense of that? Do you take next year's first as well as part of compensation? It's a big drop.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to lottery protect it either. But that's a non-starter.
Yeah,
because anytime you have a chance to get McKenna, there's no way you're going to get no lottery protection.
Yeah,
so it'd have to be a pretty darn good prospect or young NHL roster player.
All right, Bill, I'm gonna play a game with you real quick.
All right.
Let's say your next 3 picks are Frondell, Desnoyers, Higgins.
So basically comes down to O'Brien or Martone.
Or Martin.
Or Brady Martin.
Yeah. One of those 3 guys.
O'Brien, Martone, Martin. Okay.
Yeah.
Rank them.
Well, I would go with O'Brien. Personally, I would go with O'Brien because I think he's a natural center.
Yes.
He's one of the top 2, and I know some of you rather the goal scorer than the playmaker. He's a fantastic playmaker. and I think he's just scratching the surface.
Yeah.
As to what he can do. So I'd be really comfortable there. I kind of had that bias towards a center over a winger, and I know there are all the comparisons to Mike Richards and or a Bo Horvat or that kind of guy for Martin, but I think there's better. I think there's still higher upside guys there. And I think the likelihood of them hitting that ceiling of that Bo Horvat or that Mike Richards type is 50-50 at best.
Yeah.
And if he's not that, he's a bottom 6 forward.
Right.
So
and look, we've talked to a lot of people, right, that are involved in this organization, and we got the sense a while ago that if Desnoyers wasn't going to fall, that O'Brien would be the guy.
Yeah.
This Zegras trade does throw a monkey wrench into it a little bit.
It can. Well, it certainly opens up another possibility, another consideration.
Yeah.
I don't know. The Zegras ought to be a center, though.
Right.
Ooh, so.
Well, I'm in agreement with Bill.
Yeah.
I'm in agreement with Bill. Like, I'm not certain. Like, the biggest problems with Zegras was certainly a dynamic offensive player as a center.
Yeah.
But there was so much wrong with his game in the middle of the. Oh, they're picking it up a little bit here now. The Blackhawks pick is coming out, right? But there were so many. There were so many things in his game that were wrong.
He just asked them to lift the mic up to
as a center.
Gary Bettman, as we know, a giant among men.
That's fine.
Yeah, there were a lot of holes in his game.
Yeah,
Andrew, you paying attention?
Yeah, well, we're going to see. Well, intern Andrew's going to give us the pick. I
think I just
who's
saw
their celebrity? Their celebrity. He introduced the celebrity.
It's not CM Punk. He's in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
After saying something about blood money, now
it's JR. It's JR.
Wow, Rodick, you traitor! Although we know.
Wow, JR.
We can talk about that Cena promo a little later.
You want to talk about the Cena mocking of the pipe bomb?
Yeah.
See, Bill and I. This is all right. Who do you think, Ronick? The most incredible fans. That's great. Yeah, they're not, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming they take Frondell here.
It's got to be, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's see. I don't like the celebrity picker, by the way. I don't like this at all.
Like him specifically, or just in general?
I'm just saying in general. No, I like JR, but he's been a friend of the show. I just don't.
JR's put a little weight on too.
Well, okay, people are allowed to fluctuate, Anthony.
Oh, hey, look at me. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying.
He's not playing right now. He's
for a guy who golfs as much as he does, he's probably taking the cart a little bit more than walking it.
Wow, Anthony SanFilippo just dropping.
It is Anton Frondell.
Anton Frondell.
Frondell is the pick.
Yeah. All right. Well,
off the board.
This went the way that
chalk.
Yeah,
chalk so far.
Now it gets crazy.
This is where it gets interesting.
Utah. So James Higgins is there. The Isles have 16 and 17 through a trade earlier today. Guys, let's just throw it down really quick. And let us know in the chat as well. Will Utah trade out? Yes or no?
No.
Amadeo? No.
I just think that these teams.
I don't want to wait.
I don't know how you move back. I think it would take an unprotected first next year.
I think these teams today. It's not like it used to be, where the draft picks were just traded willy nilly.
Crazy, yeah. You go back to Yoni Pitkin, 4th overall.
Yeah.
It was like Ruslan Fedotenko went a second.
Yeah. I mean, it's just kind of things that don't happen anymore. I think nowadays, if you get a top 5 pick,
you hang on to it.
You just hang on to it.
Yeah, they always say they're open for business, and they never get a pick that gets
I think so. I don't know where Russ went. I love when he just gets up and leaves, right?
Probably
in the middle of the show. He does have that thing, but he could tell us, just instead of just bailing out, right? This is a good. By the way, this is a good player. This Frondell.
Oh, for sure. Frondell and Desnoyers are the most complete centers there.
Yeah.
So that's that certainly worries. And he has one of the best shots in the draft too.
Yeah.
Great one-timer.
By the way, Eric Barkey just asked. He said, "Wrong one. Damn it! Let me hide that one. It's moving too fast." Anyway, sorry, Eric. I can't get your comment up on the screen.
I got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
He said, "Is there free food?" And so if there is free food, but it's over where the media is, media is, right? It's the free food. Not here in our little enclave where we're at. We only have like little water bottles, and we have plenty of them. I mean, there's like 50 on the table. There's a whole other packet of water. So we have plenty of water here. The free food is not here.
No, they have Italian hoagies, they have turkey, and they have ham and cheese.
So if Russ comes back with an Italian hoagie, I'm going to be pissed because then it's just him getting up and going to stuff his face and not bringing anything for us.
I don't think that's what he did.
Yeah, you think it's a restroom?
I think he had to pee.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. It's fair. Now Russ is texting me, asking me questions about what time our next guest is on.
Did he have to leave the room for that?
Let's get rid of me.
Yeah, our next guest, by the way, is at 8:00, and it's going to be a big one. It's going to be a big one. So, yeah, Bill, that will be the end of Bill's time.
There we go. Well, that's quite okay.
Here he comes. He's back. We thought people were wondering if you went to get free food.
We actually do have an offer.
Well, we do have an offer for food
an offer for food from our wives.
But there is free food in the media room.
Is it good free food?
What was it again, Bill? Italian hoagies?
Yeah, Italian hoagies, ham and cheese, or turkey hoagies.
It's got a fillet in here.
Oh, well, you could send our
a fillet.
They have credentials. They can go in there.
Unlike Gary Bettman, I am not incontinent. So sometimes you just have to take a real quick trip.
I understand.
Understood.
It's a long night. It's a long draft. Okay, so Frondell's the pick. We're still waiting on this Utah thing. I don't know.
My favorite comment is about this Utah is that they're going to draft Ace Bailey.
What a mess. By the way, I know nobody cares. It's just me. But apparently he hasn't talked to the Jazz, Ace Bailey. He did not want to go to Utah. Danny Ainge thought that it was going to be like a funny thing to do. Like, we're just going to get the best player available. Apparently isn't talking to their organization.
Did he want to go anywhere?
He got such shitty advice. So he wanted to go to Washington or Brooklyn, or there was a third team. I forget which one. You can't dictate your way. I mean, you could try, but
Eli did.
I feel bad for Dad. Look at Dad.
He's just like, you know what he looks like? He looks like, cover your ears, Bill. He looks like Carchidi in the back of the scrum years ago, because Sam always stood kind of in the back of the group, and you're
kind of sticking your head and trying to hear what's being said.
Yeah. I mean,
taking video.
You're right. I just kind of feel bad for the dad there. Look, he's leaning in. They don't have headsets for them. This isn't good. Okay, with all of this time that it takes, they're doing the on the stage interview. They're doing the thing with the family up front. They don't have. How don't you have three wide in the front for the family? And then the host. So what are we doing here? Anyway, we did just have, by the way, a super chat come in from Ogie 6363.
A little mean.
Who, and
I already said it.
And already kind of threw himself under the bus.
I already said it.
Ogie says, my wife said, was that Anthony commenting on JR's weight? And now, in fairness, Ant did throw himself out there.
I said, look at me. Of course. I'm not criticizing.
Listen, you get married, and everybody knows how this works. I mean,
actually, I've lost weight since the wedding.
So she's starving you.
No,
she can't be.
She's starving herself. But
she makes a damn good cutlet.
She makes really good food.
I've only ever had dinner at the SanFilippo house one time.
She made what a boring draft room the Blackhawks have. That's kind of blah.
Where are they? What is that?
I don't know. Whatever it is.
Are they in there? That looks like they're in a ball. No, that's not a ballroom. Those have like LED. Are they like in an airplane hangar? Is that what that wind is going underneath the table?
I bet you it's in the arena somewhere.
You think so?
By the way, that reminds me, because all the original six teams are all unveiled their 100-year anniversary logos. Yeah. Do you guys have any thoughts on those? I thought the Red Wings was actually pretty cool.
I can pull them up here. Hold on.
Yeah.
By the way, really cool thing. I was noticing it. I noticed it when it happened, but it didn't really. I didn't know the detail. The Islanders not only put the purple cancer ribbon on Matthew Schaefer's jersey, but they also embroidered the inside of his collar with his mother's initials, JS.
That's really sweet.
Pretty amazing, right?
That's pretty cool. That's a nice touch. Cool. Yeah. Here are the 100-year logos, by the way.
Yeah, I mean the Red Wings, they won.
The 100-year. I mean, with the wheels, that's a very cool.
I like the Red Wings one. Yeah.
The Blackhawks one feels like a. I'm not feeling that one. The Bruins one's good. I can get behind the Bruins.
How about Rob Ski, by the way, who says you're going to pull that super chat up?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rob Ski. Thank you to everybody who's leaving super chats. We do appreciate it.
My wife is commenting on the female ESPN's host's outfit. That's not good.
Yeah,
the wife is commenting.
All right, here we go.
I'm impressed, Rob Ski.
Intern.
I'm impressed, Rob Ski, that the wife's watching the draft with you, though. That's impressive.
Bless her heart.
She's a keeper.
Yeah. Well, who's doing this pick for them?
I don't know. And he can't even. He's not even there.
He's not there.
He's not even there.
So he's on video to go.
How do you not have the guest picker in the building?
I was actually going to ask: are there any famous people at all from Utah?
I think how funny would it have been if they?
Okay, well, Donnie.
Never mind. Yeah.
Who's he picking? Yo, he does kind of look a little bit like Russell Wilson. Do you see the Russell Wilson in that?
I think he looks like a young what's his name from used to be on Saturday Night Live.
Oh, Tim Meadows, right?
Tim Meadows.
Yeah,
looks like a young Tim
see,
Meadows. Yeah. Obviously it's not a trade.
So that means the Islanders did not successfully get up to 4.
I think it's going to be Caleb Denoyer if you. Yes.
Oh no, he's just yelling Utah. Why are we yelling Utah? Yeah, this stinks. I'm sorry. There's no saving whatever this is supposed to be, buddy. We just want the pick. We just want the pick. People are complaining.
Yeah.
It was Caleb Denoyer. Caleb Denoyer.
Yep.
Is the pick.
Yeah.
Well, so Bill, Hagen's still on the board at 5.
Yep.
So you've got
Martone,
O'Brien, Martone,
and
Martin.
Yeah.
Hagens.
Yeah.
Who do you think? Who would you, if you had to guess, Nashville, based on need, based on what they play like? I know that you're picking a guy that's probably 2 years at least away, but you have to assume that you're still looking for the same intangibles.
Yeah. I don't necessarily know what they're looking for. I mean, because I do think Martone is going to be a first line winger.
Yeah.
Whereas the other guys, I don't know. I mean, this nobody's really gone off the board yet. Because that can really throw a wrench into everything. It throws the whole board off.
Yep.
Somebody goes really off the board. So,
we did talk about that, by the way, with Mark Gregg. For those who might have missed it, if you want to scrub back to the beginning of the show, Flyer Scout Mark Gregg was on. And I said, how often do you guys internally look at the mock drafts and the big boards and everything and say, what the hell are you thinking? And I'm thinking he's going to be like, every once in a while he goes, like every day. It is kind of wild.
The Flyers wouldn't have gotten Michkov if
correct.
If what's now Utah, then the Coyotes had gone off the board.
Yeah, this was a guy, if you remember, back in the season when we were still doing Press Row Show, that I mentioned that this was who the Flyers really, really wanted.
Yep.
I think going into the lottery when they're sitting there at 4 and they're thinking, well, this is a guy that could potentially be there if we end up picking 4.
Yeah.
Obviously he was, but they fell to 6.
Yeah.
So you missed out on getting Caleb Denoyer.
There have been some rumors about Boston potentially trying to move up as well.
2 spots.
Yeah. If they really want,
I think Hagens is going next. I just think
so?
Nashville's taking Hagens. Yeah. Unless they take the deal with the Islanders and get the 2 picks for 5.
Yeah.
I think Hagens is going next.
By the way, I don't think we brought up, there was a super chat over here from Fawcett. Did we pull up the Fawcett one?
I had it up there.
You had it up there? Okay. I don't know if we actually read it out loud, but we like to do that with the super chats. He said the draft in the Sphere was pretty impressive. How do they top it? This crap.
Yeah.
This stinks.
This does stink.
They should go back to the Sphere next year. The decentralized draft kind of stinks. This isn't good. I don't like it.
Let's look at their asses for 5 minutes after they get drafted.
The players' asses, to be fair here. And they have. We don't need sexist SanFilippo over here.
That's how I'm talking. I'm not talking about. It's both of them. It's not. I'm not.
I could have just said, "How about their backs? The backs of their heads."
He
goes right to the keisters.
The point is it doesn't matter. It's both. It's both the host and the player. Plural.
Sonny, Joey, and Merlino will represent the Flyers.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Big thank you, by the way, to everybody dropping a super chat. It's lovely of you. You don't have to do it, but we'll certainly be appreciative of it.
We're going to have, by the way, just so everybody knows, Flyers are 2 picks away, and we're 12 minutes away from our next guest. And our next guest is going to be we're going to have the
Is he going to come on? Is he going to come on though? If
we're going to have the first reaction.
Do you think he's going to show up? Will he be here though while
After
the pick happens? You think it'll be after the pick?
I think it'll be right after the
okay.
pick. Is my guess, because they got to,
the guest that we're
is
slated
in the war room
right now.
Okay. The guest is in the war room right now.
And so this will be one of those things that you want to send the stream to your friends, your family, every Flyers fan you know, because when it happens, you're going to want to hear what this person has to
Philly
say.
Crater. Just gave us a super chat just because we mentioned the Ace Bailey comment.
That's what we're here for. It's not just the good looks and the boyish charm of SanFilippo.
That's right.
I bring nothing to the table. Bill's the smart guy.
Yep.
Intern Andrew's got the stats. I'm just here so I won't get fined.
Is there anyone that they can pick at 6 that would actually make you like lose your mind?
Like in a good way?
In a bad way?
I know if they pick Martin, there'll be a significant portion of the fan base will lose their minds.
Yeah.
But not personally.
The Brady Martin of it all, though, like I've seen the name Mike Richards thrown out there. I've seen the name Sean Couturier thrown out there. I don't necessarily know how fair the Couturier one is. The Richards of it all. Like, all right, if he were to reach peak Mike Richards, is that really bad value?
Not at all.
At number 6? Like, I would say no, but people want the sexy pick. They want the guy who they view as being highlight reel, skill. That's what Hagens is supposed to be.
Right.
On like the boomer bust scale, would you say that Brady Martin maybe is a little bit of a safer pick than Hagens?
He's a very safe pick. I'll tell you who actually reminds me of, but with more offense to his game. Okay. Reminds me of Scott Lawton a lot.
Really?
With more offense.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, because
wait a second.
Lawton at 6 isn't.
Can we go back to the first one?
What, this one?
Yeah. This very well may be the first super chat we got in Canadian dollars.
No, we've had it before. We've had Canadian money before, and we love Canadian money. Thank you, thank you to Ryan. Hold on, Andrew. Jeez, Louise.
Sorry,
you're so quick to take down the super chat.
Well, there's another
Says
one.
Thank you for doing this. This is turning into a 24-hour live stream. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe we'll get out of here by Sunday with the first round. And Rob Ski says, "Aunt, my wife is watching because Camus is an expensive yet lovely wine. You guys are making this fun."
There you go.
Well, thank you.
Well done.
So,
well
Bill,
done,
back
Rob.
to you. You were saying, like, Brady Martin, probably the safer of the two. Ceiling-wise, would you say they're comparable? Do you think that if Hagens can put it all together, that he's a significantly higher upside? Like, what do you think the talent gap really could be there at the ceiling?
Ceiling-wide, Hagens is he's significantly the more skilled player.
Okay.
Now, with O'Brien is every bit as good of a playmaker than this Hagens is. He's not. You don't get as much razzle dazzle with him. He's not going to dangle guys necessarily as much. Smart hockey player. Finished high in the OHL coaches poll in that. Again, he really has to fill out because he wants to play at about 192 to 195 pounds. Oh, he's not. He's just a tad under 170 now. That's a ways to go.
That's
the ways to go.
It's less than me. At 5'6". And I'm even down a little bit. How about that?
It's good.
Yeah.
God, their war room is.
You know why I think we lost weight though? Bill, you look svelte too. I think the reason that we've all lost weight is because we're not in the press box having hot dogs, M&Ms.
Wait, it doesn't stop you from meandering over there to get your tubular meats.
I'm saying that during the season, I am a tubular meat enthusiast. But I'm saying since the season's over, I have not had a hot dog.
Okay.
Hot diggity dog. A 4th of July, that might be a different story. But
yeah.
All right, pick is in for Nashville.
Dun, dun, dun. I think this is Hagens. I really do. And all of Long Island is gonna be like, oh.
Yeah. I can't believe Nashville didn't want to trade for number 16 and 17 to give us our baby boy.
Yeah.
Oh, the audacity. Okay. Let's see. I don't want to look at the comments because they'll have it before we do. We have another. The video froze.
Shea Weber.
Former almost Flyer, Shea Weber.
My first day working for the Flyers was when they were giving him the tour.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and I can still remember them calling me in and say, "You cannot tell anyone who you just saw." And I was like,
man, what a fun hypothetical. An ultimate what if. I saw somebody asking the other day, what would have been an ultimate what if in Philly sports history? I saw the Pronger injury, obviously. Yeah. Weber would have certainly been quite the what if as well.
How about this one? If Bob Clark had not been fired in 1990, Yager was the pick.
Brady Martin! Holy shit!
Wow.
We have our first shock of the draft. Brady Martin taken number 5 overall by Nashville. And now
so Higgins
the Philadelphia
and
Flyers
on the board.
have a pick to make. O'Brien.
He's not even there.
Could be Martone.
Oh, Martone. Yeah.
It could be.
I think they're going to
Higgins.
Yeah.
You think they're going to go O'Brien?
I think they're.
I still think they're going O'Brien.
Yeah. In my mock draft on PhiladelphiaFlyers.com, I really went back and forth with O'Brien and Higgins. I went ultimately.
Oh, why is he out there? What is he? Okay.
Yeah.
So I ultimately went with Higgins, but in real life, I actually think that O'Brien's going to be the pick.
In the least shocking development ever, people in the comments are saying they really want Higgins.
I know.
Boy, oh boy. Now, if the Flyers were to take Higgins, I think that probably would be the pick that would be viewed, at least online, as the most widely accepted, excited pick.
Well, he came into the year being predicted the number 1 pick.
Correct.
And Flyers people last summer were saying, that's the number 1 pick next year.
Yeah.
So I get it. And he's very flashy and very skilled and he didn't even have a bad year. I think the expectations were so inflated that unless he just totally dominated, people are going to be disappointed. And also when a guy's exposed to scouting for a long time, there's a pushback.
Do you have 100% confirmation on the guest that's coming on?
Yes.
Like if we tell the people to start spreading the word about who's going to be here.
Yes.
So the Flyers are on the clock. And as soon as the pick is announced, I think this guy was set to come on at 8:00, correct?
Yes.
Once the pick is made, you will hear reaction. If you're wrong about this, by the way, then it's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
But you're sure. You're positive.
That he's the next guest?
That we can say it.
Yes, I got a text. I'll show you the text.
Okay. Let me see the text. This is like one of those. Let me see your phone.
Read the text.
Okay. Wait, it said don't advertise. What did that say? Don't advertise in case
that was. But
okay.
At that time, he said not to advertise.
So the Flyers are on the clock, and now this is the responsibility of those two, especially to promote this, to boost it on the socials. Once the Flyers pick is in, you will be hearing from none other than Philadelphia Flyers head coach Rick Tocket.
Rick Tocket will be coming right in here.
The first reaction to the pick will happen here on the Snow the Goalie Draft Night Party show.
Yes.
And it is a gosh dang party in here, folks.
Yes, it is.
Now I will say, here's the crazy thing, right? When Mark Gregg was sitting where Bill Meltzer is sitting right now, he kind of gave us that nugget that, Porter Martone is in the conversation. Didn't say the name of the player, but he's the top-rated wing.
Yeah.
And that the Zegras trade, who, by the way, I mean, I don't know. I've been told that Zegras might be around the building. I don't know.
Yeah, he's here too somewhere.
He might be.
That's actually who I thought you were talking about.
I wonder,
especially walked in and spoke with the media.
I wonder if he might have a reaction to the pick at 6. I guess you'll have to stick around to find out. Boy, wouldn't that be a hell of a back-to-back guest, Anthony?
But very well would be a good back-to-back.
Rick Tocket and Trevor Zegras. Are these people crazy? Wow. You mean I could go watch the ESPN feed and want to scrape out my eyes with a fork? Or I could listen to Rick Tocket and or young Trevor Zegras. Their thoughts. Okay, well, I don't know. You'll have to find out. You have to stick with us. Look at that backdrop. That is the sexiest room, not because of the people in it. Look at that backdrop.
They
got the I know. I'm saying they got the lighting.
Look at the setup they have there, and look at the setup we have here. We got to have a conversation.
Well, fairness.
I did bring the banner. You guys didn't want to hang it.
I didn't like the banner. Charlie's asking, why are we yelling? We're excited, Charlie.
Here we go.
For goodness sake.
We're gonna get the celebrity. We're gonna get the celebrity first.
Yeah. Stop. Do not say that.
Come on, if it's Will Smith, it would be the greatest thing ever. If it was Will Smith.
Oh, he says probably something. All right, Gary, who you got? Who do we think the pick is gonna, or the selector? Charles Barkley!
Chuck.
I'm going to tell you something. I don't know how to say this man's name. It's terrible, Ernie. It's terrible. And I think they're dumb as hell for not taking James Higgins, but we're going to go with. All right, let's see. King Charles. Oh, he's excited. He's thrilled. And he's going to ESPN, right?
Right.
Inside the NBA is making the move from Turner, although they're still going to be on Turner. But I love this. I'll tell you what, Gary, I think you should just resign as commissioner. That's what I think. You're terrible. Terrible. Nah. We'll get flagged. Do you have the remote over there to turn up the volume? Oh, that's right. It's on a computer. Just very gently.
It's a little bit behind everybody else, so let's not do that.
Oh, okay.
You remember, it's a couple seconds behind.
Oh, that's right. All right.
Yeah.
All right, then it's not worth it. It's fine. So Charles Barkley about to make the announcement, the pick. Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
It is Porter Martone.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
All right.
Wow.
Still no Americans have been taken. I thought we were going to be the first one.
Gentlemen, the Philadelphia Flyers believe that Trevor Zegras is going to be here for a long time. That's what this pick tells me.
Look, I put the tweet out earlier because I was told that this was something that they were.
Yeah. By the way, stick taps.
Yeah.
Stick taps. You put that out.
Yep.
Mark Gregg was on the Snow the Goalie show and essentially kind of gave you the wink and the nod that this could happen. Porter Martone. Bill, give us the breakdown on Porter. What should people expect from Porter Martone? You said that he could be a top-line wing.
Yeah.
Projects to be NHL ready, potentially well before some of these centers.
Already physically mature. He saw time with the men's team for Team Canada at the Worlds. He's a tremendous shot, strong on the walls, good passer too. So if you overplay the shoot, he can find an open guy. I mean, there's really, as you can see, 61 assists, 57 games, also plus 37 goals. So he has a good balance to his game. Now the only knock on him is he's not a great skater. He's a little bit on the slower side, but so is Mark Stone.
I was going to say, I feel like we've heard this before with some other players that the Flyers have. Not always the skating, the fluidity of the skating matters to a certain point. Correct. Is this kid a sniper?
Oh, for sure. He's I expect he's going to be a first line winger.
He's 6'3". Yeah. Does he play to his size?
He does. He plays big. Not mean necessarily, but he's big. He uses his body, protects the puck. It's I think people will like him. I mean, he's not a center, but I guess you could make that case that he is the best available player because just that you can project his game very easily. Yeah. And there's fewer holes to fill. So, I mean, I said like any of those three guys, no quibbles with any of them. Yeah. So, good solid pick. I mean, he's the first natural winger off the board, and I think he's gonna be a good player.
I gotta think, and I don't necessarily, as we said, I'm not surprised after what I've been hearing the last 24 hours. But I got to think, Bill, at this point, that they are now going to target a center with the next pick, whether it's at 22 or higher,
or they move up. Yeah,
they move up.
Yeah. Now there are guys there are some really good centers available. They're a little on the smaller side. Yeah. And so that's why these guys.
So like Cole Reshny
being a great example.
Yeah.
Ben Kendall is another one. It's a little smaller side.
Yeah.
Actually, so he's, and there's also, So I mean, there are those few guys in there that they're natural centers.
So apparently, what we can't hear right now, as we look at Porter Martone's backside, is that he said he had a Claude Giroux poster on his wall in his basement.
Oh boy, how about that?
So there you go. Yeah, there's also Braden Coos is the other one.
Really?
Yeah. Huh. So
that's an interesting pick. I like it.
Okay,
I really do. As much as I like the idea of Hagens being like the high skill center, listen, when you're looking at what a team ultimately is going to need, are they going to need a 1C? Yes. Do I feel confident that any of the centers who are available at that spot are a bona fide 1C? No. It's not like you were in a spot to get a Crosby, to get
both being top six guys, first or second line, but maybe more well suited to second line.
Yes.
And whereas I mean, Luchenko is also kind of best suited as the second line.
Yeah,
too.
exactly.
And so if Martone really does slot in as being a top line winger upside, then you could almost make the argument. I saw Charlie O'Connor on Twitter making this argument as well. Maybe on pure talent alone, he might have been like the fourth best player on the board. I mean,
no question. No, I mean, he's a very good player. You can't feel bad about taking him because he's a high skill guy.
Yeah. There is another. We've had a lot of super chats coming in. Eric Berkey says, "Where do you get a 1 or 2C if you didn't get one here?"
So that was the question that I asked Bill
Connor
earlier,
McDavid.
right? Like, I mean, it was they're really banking on Zegras being a better player here than he was in Anaheim, and taking to the position. And I think that's something when Tock gets here, that we need to talk about.
Did you ping them about that, by the way?
No, I'm not. It's not up to me to say where the hell are you.
Yes, it is.
No, he's coming,
Okay.
and he'll be over here. They just, I think that the draft dragged on maybe a little bit longer than they probably anticipated. Yes. So we're kind of going to get, just got bumped up a little bit. That's all right, but he's coming. He'll be here shortly. But yeah, I mean, I think that so the Flyers are kind of taking a little bit of a swing here. Not to say that Martone shouldn't be picked at 6. He certainly got the talent to be picked at 6.
Yeah.
But the fit right now for this organization is a little bit of a swing, right? Yeah. And so I think that's what it comes down to, that they really believe in Zegras at this point. So we just heard somebody trying to get in. So
that's happened twice now. Somebody's gone to. There are 2 sets of doors. Go, Andrew, go quickly.
In case they're like, they're not here.
I'll tell you what, intern Andrew is quite the. I don't know. Is that who we thought it was going to be? Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew's going to be telling. Oh yeah,
Andrew's,
this is it. No, Andrew. Let's see who it is. Andrew's trying to figure out. He's not even talking to them. He's just kind of staring at whoever he's staring at.
If that's not who we're looking for, just close the door. Jesus.
Was not Rick Tocket.
Intern Andrew.
Either that or intern Andrew told Rick Tocket this was not where he's supposed to be.
If we are ever in a dangerous place, I am now convinced intern Andrew is not the one I want to try to save us. That's why there's a whole security staff, by the way, up in the balcony level with us. We can't.
Yes.
Remember that one guy tried to rush us after a post-game one game? Remember that? I got into it with the drunk guy, or the guy that we assumed was drunk. He was definitely drunk. And intern Andrew was just kind of sitting there watching as the guy started menacingly walking our way.
Here's an interesting thing.
Yeah, what's interesting?
Georges Laraque. Remember Georges Laraque?
Big tough guy, yep.
Put out a tweet that said, "I'm hearing there's a very good chance that Crosby will play somewhere else."
There have been rumors about Montreal. But, I mean, do we think that... Do you smell what Laraque is cooking? When did that come out? When was that?
Higgins, go with the Boston College kid in Boston.
Yeah.
That'll be interesting. All right, let's see.
Yeah, we'll see. Oh, yeah, we're good. Yeah, you can bring him over.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So we're flipping the order. We're flipping the order. Okay, that's fine.
Come on down.
Come on down. It's all good.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, so we don't have Rick Tocket yet.
Tocket will be here in a
Tock will be here shortly. Come join us. Instead...
We have a guy that you're going to be very excited to hear from. A guy who just got here. A guy who just came to this team.
Yes.
And who we're very excited to have on the show for the first time.
Trevor Zegras.
No, it is Higgins for Boston.
How are you doing, man?
If you want to hold it, you can. If you want to lean into it, you can.
Yeah.
Have your best life.
Whatever. Be comfortable. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So for your first time, doing your first official Flyers event, you get to walk in downstairs, couple thousand people celebrating down there. What's it been like? What's your first experience?
There was a lot more people than I thought they were going to be. So I was a little nervous, but I really appreciate the warm welcome and happy to be here.
That's awesome.
I want to ask you something. I'm not going to put you in a bad spot. I could, but I won't. You have a few guys on this team that you're friends with, right? In both Drysdale, York, right?
Yeah.
There has been a lot made about people wanting to play in Philadelphia, not wanting to play in Philadelphia from the distance. When Jamie got traded here, Cam's been here. What was it that you heard about playing in Philadelphia that you were maybe looking the most forward to?
That it's an amazing sports town. And as somebody who's obsessed with sports, I feel like I'm most excited for that. The fans and how into it everyone is. And the building I hear is awesome. So that's probably what I'm most looking forward to.
All right, since you tell everybody you're an amazing sports fan, we got to have this conversation because you're in Philly, right?
Let's hear it.
So, what were besides hockey? What were your favorite sports growing up?
I mean, I loved watching football. I'm a big golfer. I play a little bit of soccer, play a lot of tennis.
Yeah.
Kind of touched all the bases.
So I'm assuming where you're from. You're Jets, Giants, where? Or...
I think it's up for,
You're
I definitely grew up
your team
supporting a fan.
You're team agnostic now, though. You could be wooed.
Now
What you're saying is you could be
I
wooed.
have 2 teams.
Okay,
Yes,
that's fine.
Okay.
Now I have 2 teams.
Which was the team? Which one?
I was a Giants fan.
Giants fan growing up.
Yep.
That's all right.
So,
Look, it's cool.
You know,
Well, Saquon learned.
Saquon,
Saquon learned though, which means that
Right.
you can now also
he went from the
learn to
Giants
be.
who were not very good.
Yeah, so you can now be an
You can
Eagles
learn
fan.
too.
It's
Eagles,
good. I think it's
That's all
perfectly
good.
fine.
Turned into the greatest athlete of all time.
Yeah, there you go.
Exactly. So we talked a little bit about the conversation during your press conference, the conversation that you had with Talk about playing center. Obviously, the Flyers really believe a lot in you, as evidenced by the fact that they drafted a winger and not a center at pick 6. So you get the sense that they're going to kind of let you have some of that freedom that you had your first 2 years in Anaheim to kind of be a more creative player.
Yeah, I think from the early discussions that we've had, I mean, obviously it's the middle of the summer, so it's tough to, I guess, cement anything. But I guess that's the idea off the bat. And I'm pretty excited about that. And obviously we got a great team with a lot of amazing players. So I'm just happy to be here.
When you look at this roster and you start to think about what could be some guys that you could be playing on a line with, from a distance, you see like a Matvei Mishkov seems like a guy that any center would probably want to play with. You've got a guy like Travis Konechny, you have Tippett, you have Forster, you have a bunch of these guys. Who would you say? Is there anybody that you're like, yeah, I want to get on the ice with that guy and just see? I'm sure it's all of them, but like, is there one that kind of stands out that you're like,
I mean,
yeah, I want to play that guy? Like
you kind of just said, there's up and down the lineup so many great hockey players, and I hear they're all great dudes. Obviously, from Jamie and Cam. I was a big whenever we played the Flyers, Konechny was always somebody that I felt like played really hard and had a lot of skill, and I think it'd be cool to learn a lot from him and play with him a little bit.
I just got to ask this because, when you're a young guy being from the East Coast, and then you have to go all the way across the country and play over there. Is it a little bit of a relief knowing that if you're now going to play somewhere else, it is so much closer to home and being closer to family, and how much does that matter for you?
Yeah, I was talking to Danny about this. It's weird. Like you kind of feel like you're alone, I guess, in some ways. Like the game started at 7 Pacific time, and obviously my family's out here, and the 10 o'clock start. So it's real tough for them to, I guess, stay up for the game, but let alone after the game. I don't really have anybody to talk to. So it's going to be nice coming back home and out east. And it's a quick drive for my family. And I'm here with my mom, actually. So it's definitely really cool.
I have to imagine that that's pretty cool for her.
Yeah.
That you're here, and then to see the embrace.
She can't fly either. So it's like
Really?
The only time she came out was when I broke my ankle a couple years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's good. That's really cool for her to be able to be so close. So So what does I've talked to a few people. I've heard you've been training like especially hard up in Stamford.
Yeah.
Apprentice, right?
Yep.
How's that been going? And what's the rest of the summer look like for you before you kind of get back on the ice here?
I mean, like you said, kind of just working hard and trying to gain some weight, some muscle, and then come back to Philly, hopefully with like a little body armor suit or whatever you want to call it. Season. But yeah, summer's been going great, and looking forward to getting in Philly early September.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Look, Trevor, we love having you come on. Thanks for stopping. I know you got to make the rounds and you got to do all your things, all your stuff today. Your coach is going to be in here in about 5 minutes. So
awesome.
That'll be a good conversation.
Here so you guys can talk to him.
Absolutely.
Have you gotten a chance to talk to him much since?
Yeah. I obviously after the trade, I talked to him on the phone and then briefly saw him. I guess in one of the meeting rooms for a little bit. So yeah, pretty exciting.
That's good.
Very cool.
I know you've talked to some guys around the league who've played for him, and they all say good things, right?
Yeah. Quinn had him in Vancouver, Hughes, and like they were really close and had a great relationship. So hearing that from a guy like him, who I'm pretty close with, is awesome to hear.
Yeah, I forgot you're real tight with the Hughes family.
Yeah, me and Jack played together at the U.S. program, and
I
was over at their house a ton, and Quinn obviously was at Michigan, and Lukey was
right.
grinding at high school.
that Quinn guy's supposed to be a free agent at some point.
At some point, you're gonna have to start you might have to recruit at some point.
Talk, not me.
Yeah. Trevor, thanks for coming on the show. Appreciate having you on, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, your newest Philadelphia Flyer, Trevor Zegras here on Snow the Goalie. Thanks.
Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, take care.
So,
appreciate it.
I mean, we told people going into tonight's show that this was going to be the place that you wanted to be. And you could certainly go down to the Flyers party. I said that there were other parties going on out in the ether all around Jersey and PA. But, I mean, I know Trevor Zegras talked to some people downstairs, the collected group. He talked to the collected media. But I would like to think that that was his first real, kind of pull back the curtain a little bit. And so
it was good.
Future Quinn Hughes, negotiator.
I like it.
Influencer.
Yeah.
Wow.
A comedian.
By the way, Boston.
What's his name?
Boston got Higgins.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Not a big deal.
It's Jerry Bruckheimer.
Jerry Bruckheimer. I've never seen Jerry Bruckheimer before.
I didn't know he co-owned the Kraken.
Yeah.
I had no idea what he looked like. Okay.
Purple tinted glasses.
He kind of looks Jake O'Brien off the board. Okay. He kind of looks McQueen is fallen. I said get to 13. All right, so you said that a center could be their next thought.
I think it has to be at this point, right? I mean,
okay.
I know that we talked about the potential for moving up for Atchison or whatever.
Yeah.
But I think that after taking Martone, they have to go center with the next pick. So I think that's kind of where they're going to go.
I liked the guy that Kimmelman brought up to you on your show the other day, Nesbbit, as maybe a little.
That was like as a later pick, though. Yeah,
that's what I mean. Yeah,
Nesbbit could be an interesting one. Boy, we are in quite.
By the way, you know who's watching us right now?
Who's watching?
Just checked in, up in Cape Cod.
Yeah,
with no TV up there.
Okay,
but has nothing better to do. Said, I'm going to sit down and watch Snow the Goalie. Glenn Macnow.
Glenn Macnow. How you doing, Glenn?
Yeah. Thanks,
Friend
Glenn.
of the show.
Friend of the show. Glenn Macnow.
Great guy.
Watching our draft coverage.
Great guy.
Tonight.
All-time great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any shows that you need to promote? Is Glenn in an upcoming show at the
Not
Players
yet.
Club of
It's the summertime, so it's the auditions really haven't happened. Other than the first show, we've only had auditions for one show for next season so far.
Yeah.
So, but I'm sure Macnow will audition for a few things. We'll talk about it down the line. But
speaking of talking about it.
Yeah,
he's on his way. Is what you're telling me?
So I got a text message that he'll be here at 8:20.
8:20. Okay. So this is the time, ladies and gentlemen, where you hit that like button, especially if you're on YouTube. You hit the like, you share it to a friend, a family member, a significant other, maybe an ex that you haven't talked to in a very long time. Just send them the link to the show. And no context, and then you can block them after it. But it's always helpful to the algorithm to also share the video. Rick Tocket, head coach of the Philadelphia Flyers, going to be joining us.
On their way. I just got a text that they're on their way.
And since we are outside the Flyers' war room, it should not take very long unless somebody swarms the man.
Right. Well,
as he moves a few doors down.
The one thing I will say is where we are situated here at the Hard Rock. I kind of thought we were going to be in a really secured area.
Yeah.
It's really not. Like,
don't say that. I don't need some crazy person trying to walk in the room.
No,
Amadeo, though, he could drop a guy. Intern, we know he can't. But Amadeo, I think, has the opportunity. Spine buster. Intern Andrew come in with the people's elbow.
No, but I'm saying it's actually close to where public access is. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Like the public is you say they're just next. So
there is security outside here.
They could well meet a couple fans and sign a couple autographs along the way. So it is possible that it's a 5-minute thing and not a right away. But.
Should I just rip this Band-Aid off?
What's the Band-Aid?
I'm going to throw a shoe at your head if you say what I think you're going to say.
The last time the Flyers drafted somebody with the number 6 overall pick?
That's fine. I don't care.
It was in 1991.
It was Peter Forsberg. That was your boy, Peter Forsberg, who you didn't know they drafted. Okay.
Yeah.
Yo, I mean, okay. We're going to get into this with Talk in a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
I think we have to ask him how much the Zegras trade changed things. I mean, I think he can, now that the pick is made.
Yeah.
Like it is really interesting, and like kind of get his idea of the timeline and all that. Like there are a lot of things, but we haven't actually talked to Talk on the show since his hiring. So there'll have to be a little bit more evergreen stuff, just kind of about that process. We'll have him back on, I'm sure, at some point before the end of the summer. But nothing quite like having the head coach of the team on the show to react to the first of what could be as many as 3 first-round picks. So we are over 900 currently watching people over on YouTube. We want to get to 1,000. Let's see if we can get to 1,000 with Talk. If you like the video, share the video and subscribe. It will help. I can pretty much guarantee you that if that happens, we're going to get over 1,000. Now, the door has opened.
Yes.
Hello.
This is where we're going.
There he is.
There he is walking in now.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Right over here. Yep.
Come on over. Ladies and gentlemen, the head coach of your team, your town, your Philadelphia Flyers, about to grace us with his presence. How are you? See ya. Rick Tocket's here. I don't know if you know this or not. Your team just made a pretty important pick. So,
well, first of all, did you guys trade Bundy? Where is he?
Well, it's his daughter's wedding today.
I know.
I
knew that. Bundy.
I didn't know if you knew. I didn't figure that out.
Of course he knew that. Of course he knew.
Yes.
So, you guys go into tonight, and I think that a week ago, before the Zegras trade, everybody's thinking center. Zegras trade goes through. All of a sudden, it feels like maybe Porter Martone could be a little bit more on the radar. The pick's already made.
Sure.
The Zegras trade, from your perspective, do you think it kind of did change that calculus a bit? Not that he wouldn't have been considered before, but like maybe it gives you a little bit of flexibility to look at Porter Martone.
Yeah, my role, I've been here about a month, so I've watched a little bit of video of these guys. These scouts and the management, they've been watching these players all year.
Yeah.
So, as a coach, you kind of stay in your lane. They know the type of player I like and how do we want to play. But when Martin went to Nashville, I saw a lot of smiles in that war room. You're talking Martone, played for the Hunter brothers. When you hear of the Kachucks, Corey Perry ilk.
Yeah.
I don't want to put pressure on the kid. I mean, that's the type of kids. Those guys are winners.
Yeah.
Right? And you have to have them in a 7-game series. They don't get pushed out of the game. They can score, and they're not afraid to agitate the other team. So, from what I've been told, even some of the video I've watched, he could be a special player.
Now, this isn't your first rodeo as far as a draft is concerned. Certainly the first one with the Flyers. But what was it like for you to be in that draft room preparing for this? And, a lot of those conversations that are going on between the scouts and management and like debating between players. Like, what was that? What was your impressions of that?
Yeah, you know what? You're in and out of those meetings, but I love the fact that there's some fighting and yelling in there, and guys are fighting for their guy. That's how you win. It's if everybody's agreeing, patting each other on the back on everything. You're probably not going to win. So I love there's a lot of competitiveness in that room. What I saw, I love people that speak up, and a lot of guys were fighting for this guy. But I think in the end, everybody kind of was in agreement. Let's grab this kid. So, it's a great experience for me. I've had a chance, for me personally, the last 3 days with our coaches meeting. So I had our whole staff for the last 3 days with their development guys. Johnny Leclerc sat in, Patrick Sharp, Nick Schultz, guys like that. We had and also talked about what we want to do system-wise, how we training camp. So we'll have another meeting in August, probably mid-August, same thing, where coaches will present, certain D-zone coverages and stuff like that, and then we'll get that information to the players.
One of the things I wanted to ask you about Trevor, who we just had in here about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I know you had a conversation with him right after the trade happened. So he told us a little bit about that. I get the sense that you're the kind of guy who's like, you know what? I want to give you the freedom to do what you do well, but there's going to be some non-negotiables, right? And I think that's probably the way you coach. What do you, when you look at a guy like Trevor Zegras, you've coached against him for a couple of years. What do you see in that, and how does that play out for you?
Well, you know what? I told him I want to see you smile. He's got a swagger to him.
Yeah,
he reminds me of like a little J.R. Ronick. Like the swag. I like that.
Yeah,
I want that. Yeah. But I also need him to do some stuff for winning hockey, and we've talked about that. And this summer's a big summer for him preparation wise. He wants to play center. So, we'll work on that and give him that opportunity. But, center, there's a lot of responsibility. But the one thing that you can't overlook is when he has the puck in the middle of the ice, he can pass forehand, backhand. When you look at a guy like Leon Draisaitl, probably the best of the league at passing both ways. Zegras has that talent where he can make a back pass. And it's hard to do. Make a back pass, send somebody in for an offensive play. So That's one thing that I'm intrigued by. And then power play. You know, he can play the flanks. I'd like to see him move him around a little bit because he can make that second play. You beat pressure, you get him the puck. You know, you even got like Mitchkov. You know, once you beat pressure, it's attack. That's what we want to do in the power play, and those guys can make those plays.
How hard is it to try to find that balance between allowing him to do what he's best at, but then also try to make him a more responsible, I guess, 200-foot player? Like, where do you find that balance?
Well, you look at the best players. You know, let's face it. Sidney Crosby. You know, he plays the right way. Connor McDavid. He scores a lot of points, but if you watch him, he backchecks. He wins battles in the corner. McKinnon, all those guys play winning hockey. So I have no problem him making plays, creativity, but you got to be calculated. You know, we're up a goal, 10 minutes left. He's got no speed going through the neutral zone by himself. Probably not the right time to try to stick handle through three guys.
Sure.
Like those are things that, you know, I shouldn't, you know, well, first of all, is that a non-negotiable? Yeah. But I mean, he's going to learn. I mean, and I think he's a smart kid. He's been, is his sixth year? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Fifth year.
Fifth full year.
You know, he wants to win. You know, he wants to win. And, you know, he's got another year left on his contract. Let's face it. This is actually good for us, too, because he wants to prove his worth.
I have one last. What they're telling us, we got to roll.
Okay.
So I got one last question for you.
You got two.
We got two more. You said we got two more. All right, we're good. Okay. Go ahead. So the one I wanted to ask you about is there's a couple of guys who at the end of last season probably, you know, wish that they could have had some of those games back that I think are going to be curious to watch play with you. And I want you to kind of address what these guys look like for you. And those two guys to me are Owen Tippett and Cam York. And how do you look at those guys and see how you can maybe get a little bit more out of them than maybe what we got at the end of last year?
Yes, for me, let's go with Tippett. Intriguing guy, big guy that can skate. You know, he's got a great shot. I've had a conversation with him. I'm going to spend a lot of time with him. You know, a guy like him, if he can learn a give and go game, you know, he manufactures offense on his own. Now we got to get him more on a team play. Like if he maybe plays with a Mitchkov or a Zegras, where, you know, it's hard to defend a big guy. You know, when it's a give and go game. I don't care if it's basketball or soccer or even hockey. When you have a big guy who moves the puck and then goes to an area, they're tough to defend. So that's the thing I'd like to see him be real good on the boards, winning battles. Like that's something that he can really hone his game on. And then Cam York, I think he's a guy that wants to come and prove a lot of people wrong. I love that. You know, like another guy, like there's big summers for these guys, right? There's things that he's got to develop. Walking the blue line. Can he make the second play? Being a good defender, use his brain. Smart guy. He was a captain, you know, for the World Junior team, his team. So there's leadership qualities there. He's got a fresh start with us. I got a great defenseman coach in Todd Reardon. If you look at his track record, you know, he guys had Matt Niskanen here, who had, you know, the last 5, 6 summers of his career, probably his best hockey. You know, he was coached by Todd in Washington. So, you know, those type of guys, they're going to get good teaching, and we got a good staff. So those are two guys that we're really going to try to hone their skills.
My last thing was, you know, when you got hired, there was a hole at center. It appears, at least for now, kind of filled there with Zegras. You came to a team that had 3 firsts, 4 seconds.
Sure.
You've now made a pick that many consider to be a more NHL-ready prospect than some of the centers that were available on the board. Still have 2 firsts, 3 seconds still on the board. Is there a little bit of a gut instinct on your part to go, all right, if there's a trade for a guy that can help us right now, go after that? Or do you look at it from a more holistic thing? You just got hired. There's some time here. Do you go, you know what? Play this one out. Where do you land right now?
Great question, because, you know, listen, you know, to win in the league, I mean, you want every facet of the game, you know, goaltending, defense, centerman, and then wingers, right? Yep. But you can't push the envelope. You know, there's a plan here. I bought into it. You know, that's the reason I signed here. I had some other opportunities. I came here because I like the plan. You know, there's some guys on the radar on the free agency they'll look at. But we got a ton of cap space next year. You know, there's going to be a lot of free agents next year and a lot of things that we can do. So you got to buy your time. But I agree with you. You know, like the center positions. You know, I was lucky in Vancouver when we won the Pacific Division. You know, I had Miller, Pedersen, and Lindholm.
Not bad.
That's not bad, right? You feel comfortable as a coach. But saying that, we got some guys here. Noah Cates has really impressed me watching his video, where he's come from. Couturier, I think he's going to have a really good year this year. He's going to bounce back. He won the Selke, didn't he? A bunch of years ago. Yeah. So there's some stuff there. So we like the plan, and I think you got to buy your time when there's the chance to strike. So maybe it's tonight. I don't know, but there'll be a time when we're going to strike.
Rick, it's great to have a head coach on Snow the Goalie. Well, we thank you for being here. And
don't touch that one.
You don't have to. You don't have to. And I'm sure we'll have you back on again at some point down the line.
Anytime, boys. Thanks a lot. Thanks, boys. Thanks a lot. Boys. Take care.
Rick Tocket, Flyers head coach.
You know what the best part was? While he was here, our wives walked in the door, so they were here for the guest that was the most highly anticipated on the show, and we broke. There we are. We're at 1,000 concurrent viewers over on the Snow the Goalie YouTube channel. So I know sometimes I live in a hyperbolic world. Sometimes I hype things up.
Yes.
And I try not to oversell, but we also don't want to undersell because ultimately we want people to watch the show. And we've been saying all week that when we get to draft night, you're not going to want to miss this show. And that there were going to be guests that were going to come on that you were going to want to hear from. So let's just do the rundown. We had Mark Gregg, Flyer scout, who essentially, now looking back on it, gave the wink and the nod that Martone could very well be the pick. We had Dan Hilferty on, who was like a kid in a candy store. Thrilled. You have Jackie Spiegel and Bill Meltzer, highly respected. Trevor Zegras, the big trade that goes down for a centerman, and the head coach.
The head coach. We're not done.
We're not done? I thought we were done.
No, we got more guests.
There's more?
Come. Yes. Well, we're going to have another media member.
Okay.
One of our regulars.
Okay.
Kevin Kurz.
Yes.
Will be stopping over.
All right, we love Kevin. Very tall, though.
And
can I drop his chair a little bit?
And we're going to have a very special.
Are you going to tell me who it is?
Very, very.
Can you show me on the
very special
can
guest?
You put on. You want to write down? Do you want to write a message?
Here, I'll write his name down.
His name, okay. Don't you do? You know what? Anaheim would be the kind of assholes.
That will be our guest.
Get the fuck out. Are you serious?
Yes.
We're going to get him?
Yes.
We're going to get him?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Do we have any idea when that might happen?
No.
Okay, but it'll happen tonight.
It's happening tonight.
The Sabres took up Merca, by the way. Well done.
I saw that. Merca got taken.
Yeah. And now the Ducks. This could be where your boy goes.
I think it is. Yeah.
This could be where
this is going to be like Demidov getting taken by.
It is Roger McQueen.
McQueen.
Yeah.
You bastards. All right, that's okay.
By the way,
what?
I don't know if you're into the encrypted tweets. Kevin Weeks, 10 or 15 minutes ago, just tweeted a picture of the Denver skyline and then the eyeballs emoji. Like something was happening.
Crosby
to Colorado. That could, it could happen, I guess.
Yeah.
How the hell, man?
That would make them the automatic favorite.
Oh, for sure.
It would make them the favorite.
For sure. Not even close.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we get to do a show while Crosby gets traded, or can you? Boy, oh boy, that'd be wild.
No.
It's been a wild night already. I mean, listen, when it all comes down to it, right? We're having a lot of fun. We're bringing people on. We're reacting to this. This is taking a lot longer than we wanted it to, but here we are.
Here's a question.
What's up? I love questions.
Do you think the wives brought us food?
The wives asked us if we wanted food, and we didn't respond. Because she has food in the room. She has food in the room. Did you get food for me? No?
In the room. You know what I'm going to be back in my. You know what I'm going to be back in my room. You know what?
It's Maria's leftovers for you.
So it's a half-eaten chicken sandwich is what I'm going to have.
You know what?
I have a half-eaten chicken sandwich.
You're not going to be allowed to eat the bread either.
And it'll be by the time because
no carbs.
So after our show is over, I have to do Fox, fantastic sports show from down here.
What time's that?
11:30. So I won't get back up to the room until after midnight, where there'll be a half-eaten, ice-cold freaking chicken sandwich. That's my dinner tonight.
So I lost Demidov to Montreal with Celine Dion. Lost McQueen to the Ducks. That's okay. We got Zegras. It's okay.
Yeah. Seems like a good guy.
So now you get McQueen centering quitter.
Yes.
There's a pun in there somewhere.
At least it's the other conference.
Yeah.
I can live with it. It's okay.
He'll have to deal with the Flyers fans when he
Who, McQueen?
when they come in.
Look how freaking big he is. See, 6'5" center.
Well, you know,
6'5".
You know that the Flyers fans are still going to be relentless with Cutter every time he comes in.
Oh, it's never going to go away.
Right. It's never going to go away.
Never.
So McQueen will eventually one day have to endure that as well, playing with him.
Did Zegras play in that game last year?
I thought
Yes, he did.
I thought he did, but the way that he talked about it was as if he hadn't played in Philly for that.
He probably wouldn't have been able to go into full detail about it, but I would be curious to give.
We'll bring him back on the show someday.
We'll talk about that at some point.
But you got to,
McQueen.
People.
We'll talk about that at some point.
So now you do get into this really interesting scenario because, again, McQueen was thought that early teens could have been where he was going to go. You have to assume that for him to be taken there, Anaheim feels good about the medical report. I guess I'd rather see him go to Anaheim than as a Crosby replacement in Pittsburgh. So I guess it's fine. I have to deal with it. I have to assume the Flyers are going to be in conversations about trading up from 22.
I think so. I think I was told that there were a few teams that were intrigued by what the Flyers were offering to move up from 22. Whether or not that means it comes to fruition, I don't know. We've yet to see a trade in the top 10.
Pretty
right?
wild. Yeah.
So
a lot of talk about trades, a lot of talk about teams' movement. Pretty wild.
Yeah.
What are we doing there?
But
Lightning McQueen? Oh, McQueen. Lightning McQueen. I get it. That's actually pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we could have done some Snow the Goalie merch off of that. All right.
Would have been better if he went to Tampa.
Lightning. I get it. Lightning McQueen. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Do you think he'll wear 95?
I don't know.
I don't.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Let's talk about some guys that, not the draft picks. We'll talk about those a little bit later on. There are names that are being floated because, all right, you look at Martone and you say, all right, if the thought is that he could be here next year, I mean, Bill Meltzer would know better than just about anybody, says there's a good enough chance that Martone could be here, not for the 25-26 season, but for 26-27. Flyers have a lot of wings. They also have a lot of right wings. If we just look at the wing depth they've got on this team, Konechny headlines it along with Mishkov. That's your veteran and your highest upside wing. You have the Tippetts and the Forsters of the world, who Forster ended last season really strong. Tippett had a very up and down kind of year. You have guys like Bobby Brink, Intern Andrew's favorite winger. At some point, there is a chance that they're going to consider moving off of one of these guys. If you had to take a guess, are there names like, could a Bobby Brink, an Owen Tippett, a Tyson Forster, could they be brought up in a conversation? Because if you're going to move up from 22, I find it hard to believe that to get from like 22 to, let's say, 15, if that's where your guy's at, kind of hard to imagine you're going to be able to do that without a roster player. You think so? You think you could do it on picks alone?
Well, I mean, they have 3 more picks in the second round, right?
How valuable are those second round picks?
And
I mean, like position wise. I mean, like when you're talking about trading draft capital. I don't know if I almost feel like second round picks get more valuable at the end of tonight, because you know how teams get really jazzed up about like you sleep on it and then, that guy might be available.
And they might have, and they could always move maybe the pick next year too.
They could.
It doesn't have to be this year, right? It'll be interesting to see. I mean, it depends on how high you have to go too, Russ. Like if you're only moving up 22 to 18, say, maybe it doesn't cost as much, but if you're trying to get to 13, then that could cost more.
I mean, we could take a look at who's available, take a look at like some best available players and kind of decide like they're not going to move up for a winger like Eklund. What?
It's a great comment here.
Go ahead.
From 1125. I'm going to pull it up. Flyers fans are going to be big time confused if they draft Coots.
Braden Coots.
That would be funny.
It would be.
That would be very funny.
I know that you think that a center could be the next pick, but like there are some good defensemen on the board. And
look,
like
I know they like defensemen. I do. I just think that with the way that things fell and they ended up drafting a winger in Martone, that they want to get a center.
Yeah.
I just think that I think there are defensemen that they could also get in round 2. They're a little bit deeper at defense when you look at prospects right now. right? I mean, it's not. There's no number one.
Yeah, Bunk's not.
Guy.
Bunk's not a future number one.
There's not, but there's no future number one at this point in the draft either.
Yeah,
unlikely. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying, right? If there was, they would already be picked.
Mertka came off the board a little bit earlier.
Like if there,
Did Mertka go number 9
to
to Buffalo?
Buffalo
Yeah.
9 was 9.
Yes.
Jackson Smith. There was
They like Jackson Smith a
and
lot.
Keyshawn Aitchison, like those guys.
Jackson Smith going to Penn State. It sounds like they're
Yes.
intern.
And by the way, while we're on the subject,
Here we go. Gavin McKenna.
Last month, well, there's that also. But last month, I don't know if anything ever came of it, but there were rumors circulating that Penn State maybe had a $250,000 NIL offer to Porter Martone.
$250K.
Yes.
Yeah.
You texted me about it.
Did I?
Yeah.
I don't remember
And
what I
think
texted.
I think he may end up there.
What's Misa's brother, I believe, is also going to come to Penn State.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I got a text message tonight that said I think that he's going to choose to go to Penn State. Martone. Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool.
That'd be
that'd be a
sick.
good way to get Philly fans riled up, right? Like send him to a team that a lot of people.
We
do root
may
for.
have to start covering Penn State Nittany Lions.
Oh,
hockey.
geez, intern.
I already do.
Yeah, we'll send you up there, intern. And
Well, if listen,
100%.
if Gavin McKenna goes to Penn State,
Give me
intern
a
Andrew's
credential.
going to beg to be the intern of Gavin McKenna,
I would for him.
the dedicated, designated. All right, let's see. Kid picking
yeah.
Benjamin Kindle.
Well, that's a little bit of a surprise.
That's an off the board. That's an
center
off the board.
That's a
pick.
jump up from lower in the first round.
Wow, that is. And with back-to-back picks, I'm surprised that that's the pick at 11.
Also, 11 picks now, still no trades.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really thought there was going to be a lot more wheeling and dealing. I feel swindled and hoodwinked.
Another
It's
great comment.
It is crazy.
From Tacitus Kilgore. Whoever is funding the PSU NIL deals would be better served buying out Franklin.
That is true.
Are we really doing this again?
Yeah. Well, you know what?
We only read the comments,
Hey,
Andrew.
intern. I mean, in fairness, I remember sitting up on the balcony and Bundy coming over your shoulder and saying,
What happened there?
so.
Oh, that's funny.
All right, I need to see who Pittsburgh picks at number 12 because I have another sound drop ready if it goes the way that I'm surprised by the pick. Kindle was not a guy that was thought to be in this range.
No, he was thought to be much later.
Like the mid 20s.
Yeah.
Is where a lot of mocks had him. So it's
but hey,
interesting.
you know what? When you start getting and Briere has told us this in the past too. When you start getting to a certain pick in the draft, like the group of players grows, right? That could potentially get selected. And so maybe we're kind of in this year's draft at that point where the group is growing from, 5 or 6 guys that you could potentially be picking in that spot to 10 to 12 guys you could potentially be picking in that spot. And you just, every team's going to grade them a little bit differently. So,
Pittsburgh traded pick 12.
to
Uh-oh.
There we go.
Oh, could that be the Islanders? That could be the Islanders, but why?
No, I don't think so. Maybe it's the Flyers.
I feel like you would know if it was,
I haven't gotten anything on that yet.
unless they're boxing you out.
Yeah.
If the Flyers
They must have been mad because I put out that Martone was the name that they were thinking about, right?
if the Flyers were to trade up here, though, who would they take? Jackson Smith?
Jackson Smith would be
I would say Jackson Smith would be the guy.
They like
Aitchison.
They like Eklund too.
That's another wing, though.
Yeah, I know.
Imagine if coming into a draft where there are, a million centers and you need centers that they walk away with 2 wings. All right, let's see. Let's keep an eye. Ant is going to get on the horn right now.
I'm still not seeing who they traded with.
Yeah.
It's not out there yet. All right, so Pittsburgh moving down is something. I would not be upset. Like if the Flyers somehow moved up to 12 and took a defenseman, I think it'd be okay. Eklund was a guy that was thought to be a lot higher of a pick. He is in the midst of a slide. Victor Eklund. There was a time where Eklund where he was around number 7 or so.
Yeah.
So
At one point.
Weeks posted the Islanders logo apparently. So that. Well, so here's the thing though. If you're Pittsburgh and New York offers you 16 and 17 for 12. You take it, which could also explain why they. But then again, like they took their guy Kindle, who seemed to be a stretch, and if you were going to trade back to 16 or 17, he would have probably been there anyway. Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Oh my God!
It's the Flyers.
Oh my God!
22 and 31. Whoa. Flyers have traded 22.
We told you
31.
people tonight was going to be a night. Did we or did we not?
Yep.
And the worst part is I manifested that this was going to happen for Roger McQueen, and those bastards in Anaheim took him away.
They missed him by 2 picks.
Okay,
So now it could be Atchison. You
have Aitchison, you have
Reshney,
you have Jackson Smith.
Jackson Smith. They like Jackson Smith too.
If they go Eklund though, I mean, I know that you said Eklund is trade alert. So it's funny. We've been sitting here talking about how no trades tonight. What a horrible thing. Okay, the pick is in.
So they're done now in the first round, then, right?
Oh yeah. Unless they're going to use those seconds to trade back into the late first round, which I guess could, in theory, be a play. So we're going to have to sit here for the entire first round, waiting to see what happens.
My stat didn't end up coming to fruition.
What was about them making all three
in the first
round? So this is interesting, though. To trade those picks, it was only the 22nd and 31st. That's crazy.
Well, I mean, you in order to get this high, you had to give up both.
Yeah, but I'm saying like that to me, value-wise, like this is worth it. You can find somebody really good at 22. You could certainly find a good player at 31. If your scouts are doing what they're supposed to do, right? In theory, you should have a higher likelihood of hitting on this pick, right? Than you would by staying at 22 or keeping 31.
I'm curious to see what they do here. I really am.
Any red flags? Do you think that they're making deals with the Penguins?
No.
Why
is that a red flag?
That's your
Listen,
bitter enemy.
I'll tell you what. Hey, you know why Pittsburgh's doing it? Because there's the rumor that Crosby's going to get traded. They just went and reached for somebody. And here's the thing that we know about them.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
That is what we know about Pittsburgh. They have no clue. Not at all. So the Flyers, I just want to go back in time. Can we go back in time a second? The season ended. The Flyers had the 4th best odds of getting the number one overall pick. They get gut punched. They get jumped by the Islanders. They get jumped by Utah, right? They end up with the 6th pick. They end up getting a guy who, like, if they had picked at 4, could have even been the pick then in Porter Martone. And now, yes, you are making a deal with the devil. You're making a deal with a team that, by the way, you financially bailed out in the past in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Okay. So they might owe the Flyers. You're trading 22 and 31 to move up to 12. Can we get talk back? Because I mean, I said the thing about making that move, right? We talked to Hilferty about making that move. I kind of like the idea here of moving up. You working the phones? You're efforting some info?
I'm trying to, yes.
Okay. This is interesting. Very, very interesting. Now, I hate the fact that I was right about them trading up into the early teens. McQueen's not there. But I do like this is the kind of ballsy move that you need to make.
So
the pick is in. Get this kid off the screen.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I think it's one of the defensemen. I'm just not sure if it's
Aitchison or
Jackson Smith. Yeah. I know that they like both of them. I heard Jackson Smith a lot last week. Let's see.
This is going to be
Russ,
very
do you want to just go over there and poke your head in and ask them?
Yeah,
I mean, I know where they're at.
Yeah,
they're right over. They're literally right over here. Like,
yeah.
You got a potato camera.
Go poke my head and chat with.
You can see Mark
Danny
Gregg,
here.
who was in here just earlier. He's sitting over there on the side.
Let's get Mark Gregg back. You want to text him? I mean, he's not going to be doing anything for the rest of the first round, probably. Bring him back over.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark. You butte? How you doing? All right, let's see. Probably a defenseman, right? Kind of. Who's pissed? Penguins fans? Of course they are. Penguins are about to hit the skids, and the Flyers are doing something interesting. Are they going to get their defenseman? Don't spoil it. We're gonna read.
Are they going to bring
Bettman's...
Chuck back? You think Chuck's ready to come back again?
I don't know how to say this kid's name. It's terrible. All right, let's see.
Brandon
Graham!
Wait a second.
Whoa! So he's live, right? He has to be.
Yeah.
Brandon Graham's probably like, listen, if he's on the golf course, he might have had a couple, right? Thinking that like, oh, I'm going to have some time to come back down. I don't know. But
my question is, did they have a third guy lined up for later that just got shafted?
I don't know.
A third celebrity picker.
That's a good question. So now they are going to have to trade back into the first round. I wouldn't rule it. I wouldn't rule that out. All right, let's see. Jack Nesbbit.
Kimmelman called it.
Wow.
AK.
So I had Kimmelman on the show. I had him on the Russ Joy show last week, and he raved about Jack Nesbbit.
Yeah.
He really did.
Yeah.
And thought that if the Flyers traded up, if they didn't get a center, if they entertained the idea of Martone, that Nesbbit could be the guy. 6'5" center. I manifested a 6'5" center. You are welcome. I had the name wrong. Jack Nesbbit.
Wasn't a 6'5" center.
Roger McQueen, gonna be a bust. Jack Nesbbit, he's the prince that was promised. That's the 6'5" center who was promised. That's an interesting pick.
So here's the thing. I know
he's about to poo-poo the pick.
I'm not going to poo-poo the pick, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to
ballsy move by Danny.
I'm going to poo-poo what I think is going to be the overwhelming thought by the fan base. The thought is going to be they could have got him later.
He looks like a stud. Look at him.
People in the comments are already saying.
Are they? Okay.
Yes.
So,
which I don't know. If I agree with that.
So here's what I'll say to that.
Oh, hold on. Look on the screen there, Anthony.
Oh,
hello. You guys hear me?
We got him in.
We sure can.
This, ladies and gentlemen, joining us is the Flyers draft pick, Porter Martone. Porter, thanks for joining us here on Snow the Goalie.
Thanks for having me on.
We have to talk right now because there are people all over. No, I know. There's a way that we're going to have to do this sound-wise. There are people watching. I think we have over 1,000 people right now watching on YouTube that are thrilled to have you in Philadelphia. I know that it came out recently that you had met with the Flyers. If I remember correctly, I think that you said that it was a recent meeting. Are you surprised at all? Was this a team that you thought was ultimately going to have that kind of interest in you and jump all over you with the 6th overall pick?
Yeah, I felt like, I had a couple good meetings with them. I felt like they had some interest in me, and, I know nothing but great things about the Flyers organization, and I can't wait to, be a part of the Flyers.
Porter, at what point did you kind of have a sense that they were really interested in you? I mean, I know that they kind of talked to you a little bit this week, but I mean, did you know back in Buffalo that maybe that this might be a team that could potentially talk to you? Like, at what juncture did you have a sense that this could be a landing spot for you?
Yeah, I think I knew. When I met with them at the Common and had dinner with them, I felt like they had interest. I felt like, I really got along with the management staff there and really had some common interests. And I just was myself, and I think they did like me, and I had some great chats with them. And when it was draft day, I definitely thought the Flyers could be a destination.
I guess just for everybody to kind of talk. I mean, this is a pretty basic question that gets asked at every draft night, but I'm going to ask it anyway because a lot of fans don't get an opportunity to watch you play, at your level, and they just hear everybody talk about the prospects. So talk about your game. Talk a little bit about what fans could expect from you when they finally get to watch you play in the orange and black.
Yeah, I think I'm a big 200-foot power forward. I think I see the ice very well. Has great hockey IQ. I think I'm a very hard player to play against. Play with a bit of an edge. Play with a chip on my shoulder every single night, and I think I know how to make my teammates better. And yeah.
So it's interesting. I don't know if you've seen this. I don't know how I'm sure you're in a bit of a whirlwind right now, but your team just traded up to number 12, just took Jack Nesbbit, a 6'5" center. I got to be honest with you, and this is kind of crazy. We've been talking about the fact that the Flyers have lacked size. You certainly are not a small guy. Jack Nesbbit at 6'5", not a small guy. You mentioned that you're a power forward. How important do you think it is for you to kind of play up to that size? Because that's one of those things. If you are blessed, and I certainly am not with the height, people like to see a power forward be a power forward. Like, how important is that in your mind to kind of play up to size?
Yeah, that's something I think I'm a playoff style player. And, one thing, I saw when Rick Tocket got the job in Philly, he said, when people come play the Flyers, they're going to know they're playing the Flyers. So I think, yeah, me and Jack Nesbbit can both, really play a physical game, but also have lots of high skill too. So, I'm excited with the core group they have there, and, I can't be happier.
I know you got to run, Porter, because you got to do a bunch of these interviews. I want to ask one final question. You mentioned Rick Tocket. Have you had a chance to talk to him tonight yet? And what do you know about Rick as a coach?
Yeah, I know he's a tremendous coach. He's a great player as well, and I think I'm very excited to meet him and talk to him for the first time and kind of see what he likes to bring to the table, and I'm excited to meet the whole Flyers organization.
We're excited to have you here.
And the fans, I know you can't see all the comments right now, but
the comments are going crazy.
You're getting quite the warm welcome. And I have to tell you this. It is not very often that fans are pretty much unanimously behind a pick. You will learn this in Philadelphia. But by God, you've got the buy-in of the Flyers fans. So thanks for joining us on Snow The Goalie. Look forward to having you on with us again down the line.
Yes, thank you very much for having me on. See you later.
All right, so
that was
there we
just
go.
So you know,
I had to do a little.
That's all. It's all good.
Tech.
Just so you know, that was the name that I did write down. That was going to be the guest.
That's
on
the one
show.
that's why I said. Oh,
right. That was the one. Yeah.
Okay.
We just didn't know what time he was coming on.
That's correct.
And
I don't even know if they texted you that he was coming on.
Literally,
at the time,
because
I saw his face pop up backstage, and I
got
like,
a text that said, "Coming to you now," as you said, "Hey, look who's here."
Yeah. So I mean, again, did we live up to the hype of who we were going to get on the show tonight?
I think we did.
I think
we did.
And it's not over yet.
No, we still got Kevin Kurz is going to stop by a little bit.
You might have to harass some more people.
Yeah,
too. I mean,
but the point I want to get back to the point I was saying, because I know like Intern Andrew said that there's a lot of people in the comments who are not happy with trading both picks to get Nesbbit. And what I'm going to say is that for everyone who says they could have gotten him at 22, they had to have intel.
Somebody else was
that he was not going to make it to 22.
Correct.
Now, it doesn't mean that he would have gone at 13.
He might have gone at 16 or 17, but you couldn't get there.
Right.
Yeah.
So this was a player that they were targeting, and they knew that he was not going to make it to them at 22. Whether they could have gone somewhere a little bit closer to 22, we don't know. And we may not know until down the line. I might be able to find out, after this weekend is over. I can ask a couple questions on the sly and see if I can get some real detail on that. But the reality of it is that they would not have made the move that they made if they felt they could get him at 22.
Right.
So
this has been one of those nights, typically with the draft, okay. Can we level? We can level here, right?
Yeah.
Let's just have a moment. Okay. We've spent a lot of time covering bad Flyers teams.
Yes, we have.
Together.
Yes.
Now, you got to cover some very good Flyers teams.
But it's been forever.
You and I started...
Not in this incarnation.
We started this show in 2018.
2018.
We were there for the Black Friday, where I may or may not have kind of gotten you to say that Hextall was going to get fired before Hackstall.
Yeah.
We have covered some teams that have done Band-Aid after Band-Aid. And I thought Chuck Fletcher was one of those guys. He was one of those executives who just wanted to kind of like make the move to make you one of those teams that says, well, you get into the playoffs and you never know what can happen from there. And I hate that. I hate hockey purgatory. We have now seen over the course of the last year and a half, a team that is willing to wheel and deal. And it almost harkens back to old Flyers days, but not in the way that like when you hear that you go, oh, well, what did the Flyers win since the 70s? Not that. You're seeing a very clear path. Now, people might disagree. People might think that Hagen should have been the pick at 6, and maybe Jackson Smith should have been the pick at 12 if you were going to trade up. And ultimately, the history books will let us know if those people are right or not. But if you had been told going into this draft that you were going to walk away in the first round with Porter Martone and with Jack Nesbitt, both of whom, 6'3" for Martone, 6'5" for Nesbitt, two guys who fit a need, one who could potentially be ready as soon as not the upcoming season, but the one after it, Martone. and then one who, man, if he fills out, if he grows into that 6'5" frame, and he said that Martone said that Nesbbit likes to play physical as well. You're in quite the interesting spot. Like, this is the first draft that I think we can all kind of walk away with like legitimate hope of a future, because Mishkov was like a holy shit, he fell to them. What luck to get the guy. Last year, some people think Lushenko was a reach. And there was also that kind of like fake attempt at the playoff run that shouldn't have happened. He probably should have picked higher last year. But this is exciting. This is the kind of thing that, like, when you're talking about a rebuild, this is the sort of thing you want to see happen. You're picking high. You're adding legitimate elite prospects to the prospect pool. It's kind of hard to walk away from it feeling negative. Again, I get what people are saying about, was it a reach to go and get Nesbbit at 12? But man, like, you're adding size, you're adding skill, you're adding potential talent to a team that has long been devoid of it.
Yeah,
kind of hard to be down on tonight.
No, you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be down on this tonight. You really shouldn't. I'm going to be curious to see if they try to use two of those second rounders to get back up into the end of the first round.
I think they will.
I think it's possible. I do think it's possible, because I really do think they like the Zurovsky guy.
What a fucking mess! Like, what a wild draft it would be if they get him.
Yeah.
Now, okay, so let's just look. I forget what number picks they have in the second round.
They have 3 picks in the second round.
I know they have 3, but I'm saying I don't remember what the.
Well, they traded 45.
They traded
right?
45, which would have been one of the most or second most attractive in that.
No, that was the third most attractive. They have 2 before that, and then they have 48.
Yeah.
Last one. I would say that the only thing that could prevent them from doing that for Zurovsky is if they have
there we go, Landros. Thank you, Landros.
If they have intel,
Landros says 36, 40, and 48.
Yeah, 36.
Yeah, I mean, hell, if you trade 2 or 3 of those to get up and get your guy.
The only thing is that you don't know. You have to maybe have some intel on, is he going to come over, or is he planning on
Zurovsky?
Yeah, planning on staying there for a few years, kind of thing. Like, so do you risk giving up 2 picks for a guy that you don't know what his future is going to be like? That's the only maybe pause that they would have to do that.
Well, he's a wing, right? Zurovsky.
He is.
He's a wing. If the Shabanov thing is real, if Shabanov comes over, there was a rumor out there that it would only be maybe a 1-year prove it deal.
I think
be a 2-year deal.
Just so you know, I think that deal, if they announce next week, and I think that Shabanov's deal will be announced on Tuesday. And by the way, that's not that thing that I teased. Everybody's been going nuts about that.
I know.
The 39-minute mark of the last episode of Snow The Goalie. Like, it was,
well, I mean, it proves. I mean, we all know this, but people listen.
Yeah, which is fine. What I'm about to say is not that. But I'm pretty sure that on Tuesday we're going to find out that it's a 1-year deal for $950,000.
Seems like nothing. Okay.
Well, that's the ELC.
Okay. Oh, that's right.
But that it's going to have some bonuses attached to it.
Totally fine. I like incentives.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting?
So that's what I think it's going to be.
So here's why. If Zurovsky stays over there, like say they trade back into the first round, they get him, and he stays in Russia for a few years. That's okay. Because what did Tock say to us right at the end? Because we were talking about, pushing some chips in, kind of smiled, and maybe he knew this was coming.
Yep. You
push the chips in, but he said, you kind of trust the plan, right? He mentioned that next year they have a lot of money. And everybody who looks at 2026 says that's a much better free agent class. Maybe you don't need to rush a guy over here. Like maybe a year or two ago, Zurovsky, there's more of an onus to try to bring him over a year or two early. But maybe not now. Like if you're able to address the NHL roster, still get a look at the guys that you do have under contract, let that guy continue to develop in like the KHL or whatever for a year or two. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's interesting. Very, very interesting. We're having one hell of a night.
So Rob Rossi, who's a senior writer for The Athletic.
Covers the Penguins.
Yes. Just tweeted a couple minutes ago that he spoke with Crosby's agent and told him that the speculation about Crosby leaving the Penguins are, quote, baseless rumors.
Here we go. I've got the, is this actually Rob Rossi? It says real _. Yeah, this is it. All right. So I'm going to pull this up on the screen because this is actually pretty interesting. So what you were just saying is true, but for what it's worth, just spoke with someone who would know, cough, cough. Anything you read this weekend about a Sidney Crosby leaving the Penguins is, in the words of this person, quote, a joke, end quote. And this person of all persons would know. He'd know before anybody, which means Rob Rossi talked to Sidney Crosby.
Yeah.
That's not even just the agent. He very clearly talked to Crosby. Man, interesting. Very, very interesting.
Also, fun little tidbit. This is the first time that the Flyers and Penguins have made a trade with each other since June 25th, 2010.
Hold on, let's see.
You want me to try and guess who that was?
Wasn't Max Talbot, was it?
The Flyers sent the rights to a player to the Penguins for a draft pick.
Oh. Are you sure there wasn't a trade after that then?
Unless the NHL PR website is lying to me.
It's possible. You never know about those PR people.
Because I was thinking, didn't they trade? Maybe it wasn't a trade. Maybe he just signed there. Didn't they trade Harry Zonerchuk?
No.
To the Penguins?
Flyers guru is saying that Talbot was a free agent signing.
No, I wasn't.
No, I was talking about Talbot, yeah.
No. I thought that they traded Harry Zonerchuk to the Penguins, but maybe I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
A lot of people are.
So they traded the rights
to
to somebody.
A lot of people are posting Bob McKenzie's scouting report on Nesbbit.
In a good way or a bad way?
Trying.
Come on, Amadeo, get over here.
Come on, this is what you're here for.
This is get over here.
Why you're here?
All right, let's get young Amadeo here on the camera as well. We'll go four man panel.
So, for the
hold on, your mic's not on yet? I don't think.
Oh boy,
no.
Yeah,
is it? Okay, go ahead.
So for the most part, scrolling through Flyers Twitter, I feel like
dangerous
it's
place.
Yes, it is probably, I would say 75-25% in terms of not liking the Nesbbit pick. 75% don't like the Nesbbit pick.
Yeah.
I guess people are, because the main people that I see, like Alexander Appleyard doesn't like the pick. Charlie O'Connor thinks you could have got him later in the first round. But a lot of the knocks are his skating. But I guess some people are trying to put Bob McKenzie's report out there to try to make people feel better. So this is the one quote that everyone's posting. Even though Nesbbit hasn't fully filled out yet and his skating does need work, he's becoming an easy projection because he plays a hard physical game. Scored 25 goals, averaged almost a point per game as a second liner in Windsor. One scout ranked him as high as number 8 overall. 5 more slotted him somewhere in the teens, and no one had him lower than 28. He's another guy to watch on draft day because of the increased buzz of late.
Love that.
Here goes Jackson.
That's a
Smith
good
to Columbus.
Jackson Smith goes at 14 to Columbus. Okay.
Yep.
I mean, that's a good scouting report.
Yeah, no, it is.
I think
it is a good scouting report.
By the way, Alex Appleyard just put out Martone and Nesbbit are both Cortex guys. Final play for Shabanov. He said Martone and Nesbbit are both Cortex guys, like Cortex Agency.
Yeah.
It says final play for Shabanov with like a laughing, crying emoji. Man, it's pretty good. Well done, Alex. Well done.
Did you come up with the player yet, Amp?
Oh, the rights to a player. Freaking the Vancouver defenseman.
Yes.
Who didn't, and then the Penguins try to sign him. And then he didn't, and he went back to Vancouver. Dan Hamhuis.
That is correct.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
Didn't he play in Nashville too?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. They traded for his rights.
So they did, but he wanted to sign in Vancouver.
Yeah, but they
traded from Vancouver.
But they traded for his rights from Nashville,
and then they couldn't,
right? And they couldn't sign him. Yeah,
and they traded, and then Pittsburgh tried, and they couldn't get it done.
Yep.
And then he signed in Vancouver.
Yeah, I remember thinking like, what a weird thing to trade for the guy's exclusive negotiating rights and then not get him.
Yeah, and then trade them again.
Yeah,
for somebody else.
Strange.
Yeah.
This, by the way, is the first time that the Flyers made 2 picks in the top 15 since 1992. They had chose Ryan Sittler 7th overall and Jason Bowen 15th. Just a little food for thought for you.
Listen, the comments are the comments right now. Some people very positive, some people somewhat negative. Again, you got a wing, you got a center. We'll see.
Yeah.
I don't feel like the Nesbbit thing is as much of a reach as Lushenko was last year.
McKenzie had him ranked 17th.
What, Nesbbit?
Yeah.
So if you go off of McKenzie, a lot of people respect McKenzie. If he had him 17th, you trade up to 12. Do you consider that a reach? Again, if you can't get to 17, what?
Back here behind Intern Andrew.
There was something cool that we missed on the we missed something cool here.
What was the cool thing that we missed on the telecast?
So with the Columbus pick, Meredith Grujo announced the pick.
Oh, that's really nice.
That is a good call. That is a good call.
That is nice. I still don't like this whole go talk to the front office. I don't like it at all.
For some reason, it's giving me Star Wars vibes when they look at Palpatine on the hologram.
Somebody tweeted earlier. It looked like the Power Rangers when they talked to
Rangers.
What was the guy's name?
Ay.
Zordon.
Zordon.
Yeah.
Rangers, we need your help.
So
Rita Rapunzel.
What was the name of the Goldar? Was it Goldar? Was the guy who was up with Rita?
Yeah, Rita Repulsa.
Yeah.
Goldar.
And Goldar. Goldar had the blue face, kind of looked like an animal.
Yes,
right?
that sounds right.
What was the name of the chubby guy?
Vulcan Skull?
No. The bad guys. Remember he was blue and he had the MC Hammer pants and he had the metal helmet.
I can't remember.
Somebody's got to know. Somebody in the comments has to know. Power Rangers villains. Not Zed. It was Goldar. All right, we'll keep going.
Everyone.
Babu. Was it Babu?
Everyone has to know that this
him.
is completely outside of my bailiwick right here. Talking about Power Rangers.
Your kids they weren't in the Power Rangers era?
Now, Anthony would have been the only one that would have potentially liked it, and he thought it was stupid.
It was Squat. I got Squat. You're either Squat or you're not.
Anthony thought that
This
Power
is not
Rangers
my expertise either.
Not.
Are you serious?
Not
All right, hold on.
I didn't grow up on Power Rangers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's Squat, of course. If you are a millennial, you might recognize Squat. That's Squat.
That was his name.
Well, because, in fairness, we were expecting the Flyers to be coming up in 7 picks.
Kevin Kurz is on his way down,
okay,
so we'll be able to talk hockey again.
It's going to get, the average height on this panel is going to get a lot taller. I'm Deo's tall, but when he's not. Anyway.
6'3". So
you're 6'3"?
Yes.
So we can do a size comparison of what it's going to be like when Konechny stands next to Porter Martone.
Oh God.
Who? Kurz?
No, he's 6'3".
Oh, okay.
Konechny's what, 5? Is he 5'8"?
No, he's
that's 5'6". He's no, he's not.
I think I am taller than him.
I don't think
I'm 5'11". Because we interviewed him a couple of years ago.
I always thought that I almost looked like eye height with Konechny. 5'6", 5'7". All right, here, let's stand up real quick.
Oh God.
We're doing this. This is science. We're doing this for science. Look, his head is practically off. So this is what it's going to look. Okay, let's not be totally offensive here. Heightest. Anyway.
So I'm trying to appease
just
the people in the chat.
Carrasso's question about when Flyers development camp starts. It starts next Tuesday. Okay. No, the second, whatever the second is.
Look at this. Taz17 with a $10 super chat. Thanks, Taz. Says, go Martone, Nesbbit, Zonin. Bring back the bullies.
Well, that would be some size.
That would be
a very big line there.
Humongous big.
Yeah, humongous.
Your problem's so small.
Well, you have to be mad.
Don't worry, be happy.
Apparently, Emily Kaplan just said she believes Gavin McKenna is going to go to Penn State.
Yeah. They're all going to go.
So we are going to lose Intern Andrew.
You're going to get them all at Penn State. Penn State's going to have
that's going to be pretty cool, though.
I don't know. It ruins.
Is Penn State a Philly school? 610-632.
It ruins college sports.
The inner Temple University student in me is kind of very jealous because I always wanted Temple to have a
Why
D1
does it ruin
hockey
college
team.
sports that you're able to now give out all this money to kids and go play in your one program?
It's a good thing. Good for them.
No, you could get that back. I'm not saying the kids can't make money. What I'm saying is there needs to be a restriction. There needs to be a limit.
Wouldn't that make Penn State
ultimate
other door, other door.
Go, Andrew, go. On a positive note, Intern hasn't taken down the wire yet. No, just go to the other door. But is that one open?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
We're bringing Kevin Kurz in. It's about to get very tall in here.
Yes.
Very well dressed. The hair is coiffed. This man is ready for his close-up.
What's up, Kev?
Good. How you guys doing?
Doing good.
Pretty basic night, right?
We've had a fun night.
We
are. It's not loud.
Going
like at the
best
arena.
part of tonight is we don't have to wait around for 5 hours until pick 31.
Yeah, you do.
Well, you still might have
getting
to
back in
if they trade back in.
Yeah.
Do you see the life just drained from his face when we said?
Damn. Damn it! I was planning on going
That was
down
the
and sitting
best-
at the blackjack table, and you just ruined my night,
That was
Anthony.
the best part of last year's draft when they traded the third overall pick. You're like, all right, let's get out of here.
Yeah, it was like, get it over with. Get it over with.
So we're going to get your reaction here, obviously. Porter Martone, we kind of had a feeling with Mark Gregg on the show before the pick
I saw your
happened,
tweet, yeah.
that like he a little bit of a wink and a nod that Martone could be the guy, ultimately was. And then they make the trade up to 12 to take Jack Nesbbit, who, you know, the commenters, some are kind of going after it. The Bob McKenzie write-up on him sounds very promising. I don't know where you want to start.
Well, I think Pronman had him at 15 and Bob had him at 17, right?
Yep.
So you take him at 12. I mean, you know, that's the luxury the Flyers have here is they have all these picks. You can get aggressive and do that.
Yep.
So, you know, obviously it's tough to judge it now. He's a big guy. He's got to work on his skating. He just said so on the Zoom we just had with him. He knows that's the area of his game that needs the most improvement. Yep. So, you know, it's on him now to do it. You know, Martone, you probably thought the same thing I thought going into this, is that Hagens wasn't really a guy that they were interested in. I didn't think there were either. And,
right.
I tweeted that before it started. And of course that, you know, people get all my mentions and upset about that, but
just telling the truth.
Well, it is.
Yeah, but if you don't tell people,
it's not saying Kevin Kurz doesn't like James Hagens.
No,
it's not
I'm
saying
not.
I don't like James
they don't
Hagens.
want you to tell the truth. They want you to tell their truth.
Yeah.
They want you to manifest.
Right.
And, you know,
so they did take the best player available, like Danny said they were going to do.
Yeah.
It's the best winger in the draft. Size, they needed size in the system. Everyone's talking about playoff type guys now with Florida making these 2 runs. I mean, you know, if Nesbbit is able to, you know, develop, you know, 6'5" center is tough to find. So we'll see, but
Yeah. No, it's an interesting thing. And like I said, as I said earlier, Kev, like you talk about them jumping up to 12 to get him. They had to have some sort of intel that he was going to go at some point.
that'll be, I'm interested to hear.
And I'm sure Danny will tell us later tonight.
Well, I mean, it reminds me of Luchenko last year where he was, and, you know, Nesbbit was a late riser too, right? He wins that most improved and he might've been a guy rising up other draft charts, but, you know, and that was why they took Luchenko, is because he was the guy that originally they had targeted with that late first round pick. And then he had that great performance at the combine, one of the younger players in the league. So that, or, you know, and that was eligible. So that's why they took him, because they were afraid that he was going to, you know, he wasn't going to be around by the time they selected at 30. I forget if it was 31 or 32, but whichever one it was.
Yeah, 31. There was a suspended pick last year,
Okay.
right? Yeah, there was only 31 picks in the first round last year, right? I think that's right.
Eklund's still on the board, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is quite the precipitous fall from where he was a couple months ago, where he was often being mocked around 6 or 7. Why?
You know, I covered his brother in San Jose.
Okay.
For briefly. Yeah. I don't know. He's okay.
Okay.
I know you don't want to say one brother's like the other brother.
But there's sometimes there is a thing with the family.
Yeah.
Relation. Now, we had a super chat where a guy paid us money to say they could have stayed at 22 and drafted Herman Ruptsov. So,
is that where he went? 22 overall?
I think it was.
Because I mean, Giroux went 22 overall too, right?
Yeah, I think Ruptsov was 22.
Pretty much the same kind of career. You know?
Yeah.
They both won as many cups as each other. Let's.
Are you? So when you look at what's left, so now you got 3 second rounders, pretty high in the second round, all 3 picks. Do you think it's an opportunity that, you know, maybe they do try and sneak in back in the back end of the first round and make one more pick tonight, or do you think that they look at it and go, we think that the players that we might like, whether it's one of the Russian guys, Russian forwards, one of the goalies, and maybe even a defenseman, we think we can get them in those 3 second round picks?
This is just my opinion. This isn't based on anything I know, but I would be surprised if they don't use those 3 picks now, just because, you know, Brent Flair, if we believe what he said a couple times that he thinks there's some depth in the second round. So, you know, you've already traded one pretty big asset away in the 31st overall pick, right? Yeah. I think you want to restock the system a little bit, especially when you consider that, you know, Briere said that he always looked at the 23, 24, and 25 draft classes as the core of the of the system moving forward.
Yeah.
You've got 3 more picks now. As long as Brent Flair was telling the truth and it wasn't, just blowing smoke to try to deal those picks for something else, I think he likes what they have in the second round. And, maybe you get aggressive one more time if there's a guy you really, really like. But
yeah,
I think you could probably sit where you are right now.
It is kind of interesting because when we looked at 22 and 31, the thought was, all right, can you package them to move up into the teens? Ultimately, they did. The other thought out there was that, maybe you turn 22 and or 31, maybe with a roster player, into somebody that fits an immediate need, maybe be a contributor next year. I mean, yeah, they have the potential to go after somebody in free agency. There, Tocket was on the show. How long was that? About 35 minutes ago or so. Talk was with us.
Yep.
And he's talking about next year with all the cap space. So it almost makes you think, even if they could splurge and go after somebody, this probably isn't the year for it. Are you surprised at all that they didn't ultimately use those picks to try to go after somebody to help kind of move this thing along a little bit more?
I mean, they did that already, obviously, right?
With Zegras.
Yeah. I mean, I think that was always possible, and maybe it still is possible, right? Especially for a goaltender. You might have to get creative to find a goaltender.
Yeah.
I don't know who you would get for a second round pick, but yeah, I don't know. I think my guess is they're going to use those 3 second round picks to take 3 more players, and then that's just my guess. But
yeah.
I mean, there's going to be some free agent options, right? We know they're not going to go after Mitch Marner or, obviously Tavares and Bennett are already off the board anyway.
Yeah.
They were never going to be options, but there's some mid-range centers out there. You maybe take a chance on. I think that Pius Suter is a guy that could fit here potentially. I don't know what you think of him, but
he could. I mean, I think that they're gonna. I mentioned this earlier in the show. I think they're gonna go after a 4th line center. I think they're gonna go after a veteran defenseman.
Yeah,
to kind of just be there. The name I had heard was Alexiak.
Oh yeah,
from Seattle. Whether or not that comes to fruition, I don't know. The 4th line center's name I heard.
Trade alert. That's from before.
That's earlier.
You can't put that up as a. Are you kidding me?
That pick is up now. That's why.
Yeah, I know, but we all know what the trade. You can't. You got me excited. Back-to-back Islanders picks. You're gonna make it look like they're gonna trade out of it.
The they're just now officially announcing it.
Yeah.
Sarah Volley tweeted it was a bit of a complicated deal involving a sign and trade facilitated by Islanders to get the 8th year, but it was done hours ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What if it's the first time a pick has gone from the 12th pick has gone from the Rangers to the Penguins to the Flyers?
I know, right? All 3,
pretty wild.
All 3 division teams had it, which is pretty wild.
I will give the NHL credit because while this sucks, while this is not nearly as good as the normal draft, and especially doesn't live up to what happened with the Sphere, you know what the nice thing is with the NHL draft? When a player, when there's a trade, perhaps, and a guy goes up, he gets to wear the sweater of the team that actually traded for his rights. The NBA, because of the league year, they still do the stupid thing where they make you go up and put on the hat of the team that traded your rights away.
Yeah, I know, it is
which is
stupid.
Genuinely stupid.
Here's a question I'll ask you, though, Kev, as somebody who's covered a number of these drafts. What is your thought about the decentralized version of it? Do you like this to be here as opposed to being in LA, or would you rather be out there?
No, I like the whole. I like going there. I mean, as you know, there's you just run into people on the streets or at the bar or at the restaurant. I mean, or in the hotel lobby.
Well, we're going to run into some people in the bar and the hotel lobby tonight. I would assume too.
That might be true. That might be true.
Yeah.
They're all going to go to bed early because they have to scout for the second round. If Kevin's right, and they're going to use all 3 of those second rounders tomorrow.
But the draft doesn't start till 12 o'clock.
Well, you never know how hard somebody's
tomorrow's the night they typically, as I recall when I worked for the team, that was typically the second night was,
That was the more fun night?
Yeah. I specifically remember the one in Montreal in 2008.
Yeah.
Was it 2008?
Was that 2008 or?
Yeah, you know what I remember? Michael Jackson had just died, and we went, and so I remember going
2009.
to 2009, and then I remember going to the bars after the draft was over, and every bar was just playing all Michael Jackson songs.
Yeah,
it was he just died 3 days earlier.
That was a fun draft that year in Montreal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wow, I forgot about that. That's when I was at a draft in Ottawa. I think, did we have one in Ottawa too?
Yeah, that was the Stamkos year, I think.
Yeah, that was in Ottawa.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what else was in Ottawa? The coming out of the lockout year was also in Ottawa, but that was in a hotel. They didn't actually have it in an arena, because it was just as the lockout was settling, so they hadn't had time to prepare the big arena thing. So it was in the hotel. That was
Crosby year.
Yeah. That's right. That's when that was in Ottawa too. So
yeah, I think they're gonna. I think it sure sounds like the momentum is headed towards them going back to the regular.
I know
draft.
the Flyers didn't want to do this.
Yeah, I know they were one of the 6. Yeah,
they were one of the
in
6.
Fairness, they did I mean, it sounds like downstairs is crazy. Was downstairs crazy? Yeah. It was loud. A lot of people. Yeah.
I guess you didn't get a chance to go down there, Kev. Neither did we.
No, I was going to try to go between the 6th pick and the 22nd, but
yeah. I wonder if people are still down there partying because knowing that the team might not pick again. So
yeah.
But anyway, well, listen, my friend, thank you very much for stopping by. We really appreciate it. We'll
you guys here tomorrow too?
Yeah. No, we're not doing a show tomorrow. I'm here tomorrow. I'll see
you're
you
going to be here
tomorrow.
tomorrow?
I have another job that it's covering the team, right?
Yeah.
I have to be here for that.
Oh,
so.
it's Kevin Connolly.
Yeah.
Wait, that's Turtle.
So
E from
Kevin
Entourage.
Connolly story.
Yeah.
I was writing when I covered the Islanders. I was writing a story about how they were bringing the fisherman logo back, and he's like a big Islanders fan. And I sent him a direct message on Twitter, and like within 5 seconds, he's like, "Call me. Here's my number."
Really?
Yeah. Great guy. He's friends, real good friends with Carbomb.
Really?
Carcillo, Dan Carcillo.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
On that note,
I'll see you guys.
They get
later.
Eklund?
Thank you. There goes Victor Eklund.
Yeah, there you go.
Thanks, Kev.
Kevin Kurz,
Kevin
ladies and
Kurz
gentlemen.
from The Athletic.
So I think you got to get on the horn.
With who?
I don't know. Or do we call it a night?
Well, no, I don't know if we called it. You want to just be over?
Well, I'm just asking because, like,
What if they trade back into the round?
Then we start a second stream. Now we'll keep it going. All right. I want to know from the people how you're feeling overall. Are we feeling good about tonight? Are we feeling not as good about tonight? I'm not saying that the Nesbbit pick took the wind out of the sails of some people, but I do think that, like, the anticipation, we were kind of like building up. There they go. There they go.
Have fun.
There they go again.
So I did ask someone earlier and that would have a little bit of insight into what's going on in the war room behind us.
In the war room.
And Harry said the players at this point, the tiers are the same. I think that they're going to make all 3 picks in the second round. They knew that there were teams that liked Nesbbit ahead of them, so ahead of 22.
Yeah,
I'm not sure that it was all the way up to 13, but they knew that some teams liked them ahead of him, which is why that they made the move. Yeah. And they feel like that he has a ton of runway left to improve, and they think that he's more of a projection. They think that they're projecting with him a little bit. So
interesting.
There's a thought that they probably are not moving back up into the end of the first round.
So I'll address some of the concerns that I've seen in the comments.
Yeah, please do.
Wow, apologist Andrew.
What round, if at all, do you think they would consider maybe looking at a goalie?
Second.
They would? Okay.
Well, I think one of the 3 picks in the second round has to be a goalie.
Okay.
I know that they like a couple of the Russian goalies. They were looking at them down in Florida while they were down there. The name that I heard was Frolov, Semyon Frolov. I think it's Semyon Frolov. So I think that's one that keep an eye on there. So we'll see. But yeah, no, I think that they have to take another one. Not to say that they don't like the guys that they have, but you have to constantly keep that goaltending pipeline churning. Doesn't mean you need to pick one every year, but maybe every other year to kind of keep it moving along. So you always have somebody behind the next guy, right? Yeah. So yeah, I
bumped that.
Hear myself twice there.
Yeah. We don't just hear nuances.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Right. Once is a lot.
Hey, have we gotten word, by the way, from Bundy?
No, we've not. I had another photo though.
Did you?
I think maybe if I send this one to you, you can put this one up. I'll send it to you.
I mean, I could.
I think you could. Put
I
this
could
one up for sure. Hold on, let me go back to it.
Okay.
And then I will send.
Oh, I just saw that there were a whole bunch of. Wow. There were a whole bunch of texts that came through that I did not see earlier about bringing some of the guests on the show.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Good thing I'm paying attention.
Whoopsadooski.
I just sent you one, but I think you can pull up onto the screen.
Yeah, I think we can pull that.
Yeah,
one
you
up.
can pull that one up,
Yeah,
right?
I think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, I think that one's
All right,
good.
hold on. Let me.
I wouldn't do the other one. But
I got it.
that
I got it. Hold on.
So
I have to get a little bit more creative in how I can pull it up here. Hold on.
I don't understand why people feel like this is a disappointing day.
Because people are dumb.
There's already a joke for the Nesbbit pick. People already found the joke.
Russ called you dumb. I did not call you dumb.
Listen,
although you guys sometimes drive me nuts too. But
I think the
Russ called you dumb.
the Lashenko pick was a total stretch. I don't necessarily think that this was a stretch.
You still on
What?
the Luchenko pick?
Yeah, like I'm not a believer in the Luchenko pick. I said it last year. I'll stick to my guns. Like, I'm not totally sure that that's going to be a pick that is going to, like, he's not going to be a 1C. We're talking about, like, could he be a 2C? And he was your first round pick in what was the second year of what was supposed to be a rebuild. And you had the bullshit playoff fake run with Torts, or the attempt to make the playoffs. So, like, no, I thought he was a reach last year. He could still be really good. I mean, they compared him physically at this point to, like, Brindamore at that age, like, which is kind of crazy, but, like, maybe he'll have high upside. I don't know. Nesbbit, to me, I have the same kind of excitement as I would have with the McQueen, in that, like, it's a big center. Now, will he ultimately pan out? I don't know. He might not. But in fairness, like, a lot of the guys that were still on the board at 12, or even if you were going to say, like, oh, could they have traded up to 16 or 17 with the Islanders? Like, none of those guys are a guarantee. Some of them will end up turning into really good NHL players. Will we ultimately look back on the Nesbbit pick and say, oh, there were 5 other guys that you could have had instead that ended up becoming all-stars? Like, maybe. Just hard to know.
So,
but this to me doesn't feel like the same kind of reach. And I think that you have the ability, because you had the 6th overall pick, and because you got a guy that could be NHL ready sooner than later and has top-line potential, you're allowed to take a risk at 12, which is what I thought McQueen would have been at 12, would have been a risk. Like, there's an inherent risk. I think that when you have that higher pick and you got somebody that could fill into this lineup sooner than later, it gives you a little bit of freedom. If you hit on Martone but you miss on Nesbbit, I don't think it, like, ultimately kills your rebuild and kills your timeline and kills your team. So I don't know. I'm not one to, like, be accused of, wearing the orange rose colored glasses or whatever either. So
definitely not.
That is definitely. Oh, Aitchison went to the Islanders.
Aitchison to the Islanders that's a good pick. They had a good night. They did.
Who, the Islanders?
Yeah.
Yes.
Schaefer, Aitchison now, Eklund. They had themselves a nice night.
Here's the Nesbbit joke that people are posting now from Toy Story.
I am Ms. Nesbit?
Yeah. Do you remember that one? I Miss Nesbit?
Yeah. Okay.
There is one other name that I wonder if they have any intel that he's going to fall to the second round, which is why they were willing to make the move. That I know that they like another winger, left wing though, Jack Murtaugh.
Okay.
U.S. National Development Team. I wonder if that's another name to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
I think that's a guy that could end up being a flyer as well.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, just so you know,
we've gone over 10,000 total viewers tonight. I don't know if you saw that.
It's fantastic. It's awesome.
That's great stuff.
We had some great guests today.
Oh, we did.
It doesn't have to end. It doesn't have to
Who
end.
else is here?
I don't know. We can find people.
Jonesy?
Who?
Jonesy. Jonesy's probably... I think he's kind of tied up right now, especially if they're going to try to trade back into
I would
into
think
the first round.
Jonesy's. I would think Jonesy's tied up.
Yeah. We shot our shots early, and that's okay.
Well, it was good. We took the people when they told us that they can be here. Right. We didn't say we want spread it out until 11 o'clock at night. We said we'll take them whenever they're available, and that's what we did. Right.
And this now. Oh, there we go. See, like, here's some positivity. Show's been great, gents. Thank you, A-Nate. Thank you.
Oh, here we go.
What? Jackson Smith. Well, we knew that he was going to
So
Penn State, but Penn State put out a tweet.
First ever first round pick.
Yeah. Yep. What? What?
No, sorry.
You can't like start to like flirt with the idea of saying something of value and then go, oh,
no, it wasn't. If it was of real value, I would have used it.
Well, let me ask you this, Russ.
Yeah.
Letter grade for the Flyers draft tonight. All right, take your time. Just say A.
I'm gonna give it an A.
Yes.
I am. It's not an A+, it's an A. Martone to me is a really intriguing player for them. And I think that while you could make the argument that, like, does he fit the need at center? No. But he's got the top line potential. Right. And it seems like there's a much more sure path to him finding that top line potential than even a Hagens and O'Brien, like than some of those centers might have. The Nesbbit thing to me is really intriguing. I can't be down on it. So I'm not going to like drop their entire first round.
Trent Klatt.
Static. What? Where? Over there?
Trent Klatt's in the.
By the way, I think this stinks that they have both of the Islanders players doing this at the same time.
Well, they were back-to-back picks.
So. I know they were, but everybody's gotten to have their own time with the front office, and instead, they're getting looped together.
It's like the Sedins; they got drafted at the same time.
Think about it like this, though. What if one of these guys stinks? Like, what if Eklund never becomes anything, or HSN never becomes anything, and then you look back at the draft and it's like, I had to share my time with that scrub. They don't want no scrubs. Scrub is a guy that can't get no love from them. No, the Islanders had a really nice draft. It's impossible to argue it. Well, now, they did have to give up Dobson, which sucks.
Yeah, but you probably got your future top pair with Schaefer
and Aitchison. Yeah.
Right, and Eklund's a nice player. So, so far, they've done a nice job.
Good draft.
A lot of people keep bringing up the idea of them trading Barzal. Would that even, if they're like going through this whole trading some, like they would Dobson, did even consider Barzal being moved?
I don't know why.
That's a good question. I mean, look, Matthew Darsh is taken over. He's kind of running the show there. He's running the show there now, and he's a first-time GM. He's trying to make putting his stamp on what the Islanders are going to be going forward. So maybe they would consider something like that. I don't know.
All right, I think I have the picture.
Oh, do you?
That you sent. Hold on.
The wedding photo?
See if I can. Yeah. We don't think he'd be upset if we showed a wedding picture, do you?
No, not this one anyway.
This is a nice picture. All right, so as many of you know, Bundy, not with us tonight. He is with us here in spirit, but his daughter got married tonight. And we had a friend of Bundy send us a picture. Look at that. Proud papa.
Yeah.
Shaved the beard and everything. Look at that.
Very, very clean shaven.
Look
at the hair.
Looking damn good.
The hair in the front,
I know. You can see that. Like there's some product. There's some product on those bangs.
In there.
Oh, yeah. What an absolute stud. What?
Got a text.
Is this a good text?
Oh, boy.
I have no idea.
We're talking about Bundy here for a second, home slice. God.
Okay.
Anyway, congratulations to the Therien family.
Yes, congratulations. Bundy looks great.
He looks sensational.
Bundy looks great.
Rick looks handsome too. Good job, guys.
Yeah.
Good job.
That's the best Rick's ever looked. You kidding me?
Wow. Did you get anything of note over there?
He's not watching. No. I was just asking if they were going to move Briere's availability up now that they don't have another pick.
Yeah, and the answer was?
The answer was we still have some time before we make a decision there.
Oh boy.
Whoa, there might be get back in. So you're saying there's a chance?
Well, all right. So I'll ask you this, Ant.
Yeah.
Is there a team that you think is a candidate for maybe looking to trade back out of the first round that they would make a deal with?
I didn't think Pittsburgh would have traded back out of 12. I mean, the Penguins are a team that need as much talent in their cupboards as possible. Their cupboards are bare. So, like, yeah, okay, they got two more or an extra first rounder out of the deal. But would you rather pick at 12 and get a player that you really like there at 12, or would you rather have 22 and 31? I don't like. So that surprises me. I think that was kind of a bad trade by the Penguins, in all honesty.
Unless Russ's theory is right, and maybe they're just going to try to embrace the tank and enter the McKenna sweepstakes.
Russ was right.
They're 100% doing that.
That could be a hashtag. Russ was right.
Yeah, but you could still enter the McKenna sweepstakes and not bail out on your prospects. It's not like these kids that you're drafting here are going to be in the NHL this year.
Talking about Pittsburgh?
Yeah. Hey, I don't understand why Pittsburgh would do that. I mean, not having Roger McQueen's already on his way to Disneyland.
Oh, that was real. Oh,
Yeah.
so somebody put that in the comments. I thought they were kidding.
Roger.
No, he's on a helicopter ride.
Speaking of I guess you could say Pittsburgh and Crosby, someone also posted those rumors about Crosby not being in Pittsburgh next season on Instagram, and Nathan McKinnon commented on that post saying it's fake news.
About him being traded.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what was Weeks talking about then?
Wasn't Weeks. It was Georges Laraque.
And then Weeks was just
put a thing about Denver.
He put the skyline of Denver. And people just theorized.
Well, yeah, but what did he put the skyline of Denver for?
He just put eyeballs, I think.
It didn't have anything.
He put the skyline. It said Stills and Nash.
Yeah. He did not say Stills and Nash.
That'd have been good though.
Lanny McDonald.
Look at that mustache.
Lanny.
By God, that man's got a mustache
What a
never seen.
great guy he is, Lanny McDonald. No, but that Denver skyline could be something completely unrelated to Crosby.
Yeah, but people, I mean,
you can never control.
Oh, here we go.
You can never control what people speculate off of a post. Like,
isn't he also posting a bunch of different things about expansion possibly now?
If you want to blame somebody for the whole Crosby thing, it's Chicklets.
Yeah.
I mean, Georges Laraque puts it out. How many people are following Georges Laraque these days, right? But then Spittin' Chicklets
Georges Laraque says this.
Spittin' Chicklets puts a post out with the eyeballs and Laraque's comment and a picture of Crosby. What do you think sends the internet into a fury?
So you're blaming the French Canadian, is what you're saying?
Yes.
No, it's not really Laraque's.
Yes.
Like,
absolument. Ouais.
Like, to me, he puts it out.
Reshny to the Flames.
What exacerbates it is Chicklets. And just because Kevin Weeks then puts a...
Look who's here!
Who?
What do you mean who?
Oh, there.
Hold on. We got to get him. Hold on. There's a way. There he is!
Oh! Look at the...
I got the tux on for you, boys. I don't know how good the reception is, but I've been following the draft. I've been following you guys, and it sounds like it's been a great night.
It's been an awesome night, pal. It's been an awesome night here. The couple thousand people downstairs at the party. We've had everybody in here. We had Tocket in here. We had Trevor Zegras in here. We got to talk to the first pick, Porter Martone. We had Mark Gregg kind of teased us a little bit at the very beginning of the night that could be happening. It's been a great night in here. So I hope as great a night as it's been here, I got to imagine where you are has been an even better night.
It's been an incredible night. I can't believe my baby girl got married, and we're having a great party right now. Everybody's having a wonderful time. I know you guys are doing an unbelievable job down there. I guess the big question of the night was who was going to draft Higgins, right? And the Flyers passed on him.
Passed on him for Martone, and he ended up in Boston. So Higgins went to Boston to pick after the Flyers.
And they ended up getting the big center at the 12th pick.
Yeah, so they got Jack Nesbbit.
Bundy, I think you know this. I was trying to manifest Roger McQueen fall into that 12-13. So we didn't get that 6'5" center, but Nesbbit is also a 6'5" center. So you know me, fan of the big guys. This is why we like you so much. And you're also a wonderful human being and quite a handsome fellow there in a tux.
Look.
Picture.
So it's going to be.
Buddy Rick sent us a photo of the two of you together, so we put that up. We put that one up already, and everybody was wondering, Bundy, how much product's in the hair?
Not a lot. Not a lot. It's actually, you can tell. You can see it's not a whole lot. I kept it pretty low key today, guys.
For a little flip you got there in the front.
Just a little flip. Yeah, a little flip up.
Like it.
It's a damn good look.
That's it. That's I say. You really do have that George Clooney look going tonight. It's awesome.
Thanks. I appreciate it, guys. I'm gonna get back to the party, and I look forward to Snow the Goalie this week when we get back on live together.
Absolutely, Bundy. Have a great rest of your night. Congratulations.
Send the best to the family.
Yeah.
Enjoy the night. Be a proud Papa Bear. You're looking great, fella.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much. And thanks to the fans and everybody that were down in Atlantic City and watching from far and abroad. It sounds like it was a really great night for the Philadelphia Flyers and the organization, and some really good things to come in the future. So I think it's an exciting night for everybody in the city should be pretty pumped up.
Bundy, we exceeded 10,000 people on the show tonight.
That's got to be a record, right, guys?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it sure is.
Yeah.
Bundy,
congratulations.
Enjoy the rest of your night, and we look forward to talking to you later this week on Snow the Goalie.
Thanks, guys. Have a great show. Talk to you soon.
There he is. There's the man.
What an absolute!
I told you he said he was gonna find time.
He is the best.
Like he's at his daughter's wedding and he thought to himself, "Let me take 5 minutes and go get on Snow the Goalie."
Yep. Listen, we miss him tremendously. It's not the same when he's not here.
Yeah, it's certainly not.
I mean, of all the times and all the reasons to not be here, the wedding of his daughter, it was awesome. It looks like he's having a hell of a night. Proud guy, great family man.
Yeah. That's great.
He's doing it right. He's got great kids. And I think that's about as good as anything you could ever hope for, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah. That's awesome.
It's really cool. All right. So Bundissimo was here.
By the way,
I removed something from the studio. I don't know what I removed.
Oh boy.
What did I remove?
It was
from
the
studio?
picture.
Oh, okay. Then we're good.
You're good.
Then we're fine. Okay.
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
Uh-oh.
Do you want to come on? Are you sure?
All good.
All right.
Good. Just waiting for that text from you when I can get up out of this seat. What's that? A little bit of time?
What do you think? Any chance of? Any chance of?
He doesn't know.
He does know. Look at him.
He doesn't
Definitely,
know.
He knows. Percentage chance higher than zero. Higher than zero. Gave us nothing. Nothing.
He's media trained.
I was looking for like a non-verbal cue there.
Yeah.
you
No,
know?
it's all good. It's all good.
No.
By the way, the Phillies game had an over 2-hour rain delay tonight.
Yeah, they're just starting.
What a dumb sport.
Just started.
What a dumb
The
sport.
Phillies game just started.
I can't imagine.
That's unbelievable.
That's dumb. Just call it.
Play doubleheader tomorrow.
Put a roof on every stadium. What are we doing here?
Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, that's so nice to have a rain
It was nice
delay.
of them to check in, make sure everything's okay.
We love having rain delays. Yeah, it really builds the
Anticipation. No, it doesn't.
We're 66 subscribers away from 4,000
on the YouTube.
Yeah,
that means that there were a considerable number of people.
Yeah,
subscribing to the show tonight, which is awesome. So
that's great.
Holy shamoli! All right, well, listen, I'll throw this one up there. Just for fun. But like the video, share the video, and subscribe. We said this earlier because there was that time that we went well over 1,000 people live on YouTube. Now, listen, I fully expect it's the 19th pick. We're out here theorizing about whether or not the Flyers could even trade back up into the first round. I expected that some people would fall off. We haven't really had many people fall off at all. I'm sure, are people who are like, all right, cool. Flyers are done for the night. If they're going to do anything else, I'll just find out on Twitter. But we have a very large audience across Facebook, X, and YouTube that remain with us. Now, I will actually allow for creative control of the show to go to the people watching right now.
Okay.
If there is anything that you guys out there would like us to kind of talk about, anything about these picks that have been made, throw them our way, drop it in the comments. We'll go out.
Yeah,
to the fans
we'll take some questions.
Kind of take it like a little bit of a mailbag-ish sort of thing.
Yeah, we'll take some questions.
Yeah.
So feel free to pop them into the chat.
But this is good, by the way. Eric Berkey's right. 20 picks in 3 hours. What a debacle. I mean, we actually, I think you and I had talked about, the draft will probably be, 10:30. What?
I just got a text from the guy who, knows everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's my son.
Oh.
Anthony Jr.
Oh.
Yeah. Really like what the Flyers have done so far. Oh, yeah. That's what he said. This is a surprise.
Yeah, big fan.
Surprise Martone fell.
Oh, yeah.
Team's value center's way too much. That's how you know he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
Do you want the Broads insight on the Nesbbit
How's
pick?
Broads
Yeah.
Did Broads scream or is he okay?
He loves the Martone pick, but he still kind of has the weird feeling about Hagen still being on
Well,
the board.
in fairness, I love Broads. However, did I or did I not try to tell Broads last season that the team kind of had to take their lumps And I remember a little brief time last season that he was kind of hoping that they were going to get things turned around in the right direction last year. And I said, that is a folly. That's a fool's folly.
And for the Nesbbit pick, he has no idea anything about the player, but he has the idea that they reached and it rubs him the wrong way.
Well, I hope Rhodes doesn't get rubbed the wrong way.
All right, why don't we start?
Deshaun Watson,
taking some questions. So
Justin
there's
Tucker?
a bunch of questions in
man,
this chat.
10-game suspension, right? For Justin Tucker.
Justin Tucker got a 10-game suspension.
I don't know that he's ever going to kick in the NFL again.
Yeah.
All right, how about
might be kicking stones in the prison.
Our
yard,
friend
yeah.
Joe Papel, and
Nashville
Nashville move either number 23 or number 26.
I mean, I think it's possible.
That would be interesting.
Like, I think it's possible if you're a team like Nashville with 2 picks close together there, like the Penguins were, for example, maybe you're willing to say, you know what, we'll pick up an extra second rounder. And if you trade 2 of those picks and get back up into the, into the round, would Pittsburgh do it again? Would they trade down again?
No, not to the Flyers. No chance.
Well, are you asking me?
I'm just throwing it out there. We got a couple guys that have, a couple teams that have multiple picks left. Is it possible that they would do that?
And then we talked about the goalie situation already.
Pop them up on the screen if you don't have to just read them out loud. I mean, you can read them out loud, but
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
Any idea on the goalie hunt?
I think that there's multiple goalies that they're considering, veteran guys. Probably more likely in free agency than a trade at this juncture. We'll see. They don't want to pay a lot. That much I can tell you. I think you're probably looking in the $2 million range for a goalie to kind of be in tandem with Sam Ersson. So anybody that you're seeing, potentially getting more than that, no. By the way, Josh Denny is in the chat. Comedian. If you want to pull up his question. So, Josh, thanks for checking in. I don't know if he had a question before this, but I think that he's asking if Tippett and a second rounder next year for Martin Nashis is a possibility. I don't think so, and the only reason I say that, Josh, is because I think that they really want to see Tippett with Tocket. If Tippett doesn't become the player that they think he can be this season, then I think you might start looking at the potential of getting off that contract. But I do think that they want to give him an opportunity to play in Tocket's system, maybe play with a more exciting center. Rick Tocket was talking about that with us, right? That was the last question when we had him on earlier. I would say go back. It was around 8:20-ish. So about 2 hours into this broadcast. So you go back and find it. I would say that answer will tell you why that they're probably not moving Owen Tippett.
His first question was, is the secret next week that Tyson Forster is moving to center?
No, it's not. It's not Tyson Forster moving to center. That's not the secret.
No.
Yeah. So
I'm just realizing that this thing has different ways of saying hello at the top.
Yeah. They're all in all different languages.
Hola.
Sure it's not holla. It's hola.
Like the bread?
Yeah.
Holla. Holla. Holla.
Does anybody want their 9:51 p.m. Phillies score update?
No.
They scored.
Is it 1-0?
So
the Phillies know how to score?
It was the top of the first inning. They classic Phillies situation, bases loaded with 2 outs. JT Realmuto walked, and then Bryson Stott grounded out.
Yeah. So they scored on a walk. So
Trey Turner with a leadoff double. He was the only one to score.
Dave Dombrowski likes their team.
Yeah.
He likes their lineup.
What's the salary cap look like next year?
$94 million.
That much? Okay.
Yeah, 94, and then it goes up.
So
beyond that.
Yeah. So one thing
it jumps in.
It jumps
for 20.
It jumps
for 26.
It jumps. No, it's yeah.
Hold on. I'll pull up the CBA thing because it is.
No, next year goes. It's 94 for this coming season.
That's what.
Yeah. 25, 26,
and then I think it goes over 100.
And it goes up, and I think it says. I think it's like 105 and then 113.
Yeah. So it's 90. Hold on, I have it right here. I did have it. Hold on. 95.5 projected for the upcoming season, $104 million for 26-27, which would be helpful when the Flyers sign McDavid, and then $113 million in 27-28. It's going to jump.
I've heard some intel that number might be even higher than 113 in 26-27.
Wild.
That could get up to close to 120. And if it does, you're going to start seeing players making $20 million a year.
Connor McDavid. Come to
more than $20 million a year.
Well, here's the thing.
He can keep wearing some orange.
I tend to think that he's just going to end up being traded before he hits free agency.
McDavid?
Yes.
It was interesting
because Edmonton probably is going to catch wind that he just no longer wants to be there and figured they need to get something.
He was given the opportunity like a week and a half ago to be like, we're going to build, we're going to get back here. And he took a question that was like a pretty innocuous question and said something about like, we all kind of like shoulder the blame for the disappointments. I was like, holy shit, man. Like that doesn't, and then said, I'm going to talk to my agent, do what's best for my family. Like, that sounds like a guy who's out or a guy who's trying to put a lot of pressure on the front office. I mean, I don't know.
If they don't get a goalie, he's going to leave.
What goalie are they going to get?
I don't know.
That's the good question.
But I think that would be a domino effect too, because I think once he leaves, then Draisaitl's going to dip also.
I don't know. I mean,
well, didn't they just extend him?
Yeah. So,
they did?
Yeah. So I don't see Draisaitl leaving. So then you're in this like weird predict. Like, listen, I think Draisaitl's going to stay there. I mean, he signed. McDavid will be interesting, but it's like, where's he going to go? All the fans in Toronto think that he's going to go there. They're like, he's going to go to the Leafs. Why? Why would you want to go to the Leafs?
Well, he's from there, isn't he?
Who cares?
Well, if he's mentioning his family,
Scott Laughton's from there. John Tavares is from there. Who gives a shit?
Well, they're there now.
I wouldn't want to play for the Leafs. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding.
The lights are super bright. You have Canadian taxes. Why would you want to play in Toronto?
He's going to Florida then?
Toronto's a lovely city, but like, why would you want to play there?
Well, now I know there's a lot of Flyers bias into this entire thing, but if McDavid signed in Philadelphia, just speaking that into existence, would that be the biggest signing in Philadelphia history, or is that?
I actually asked you that last year.
So if you okay, that is a fun hypothetical. All right, let's think. We're not going to do a top 11 list and leave Jalen Hurts off. So let's talk about it. If McDavid were to sign in Philadelphia, as unlikely as it may be, he would be doing so as the best player in the sport.
Yeah. So like Harper was not at that point.
So you would have to ask the question, when is the last time the best player in a sport signed with Philadelphia?
Signed as a free agent, or they got the best player in the sport?
Was Dr. J the best player in the league when he made his way to Philadelphia?
Well, he was not.
I think you have to go back that far.
He was not in the league at the time
because it was the ABA.
He was in the ABA.
Yeah.
So
when he came over, was he the best? He was the best player in the NBA.
He was the most dynamic player in the league. I don't know if he was the best.
Okay.
But he was certainly the most dynamic player in the league.
Do you consider Saquon Barkley?
I mean,
because Saquon wasn't the best player in the NFL.
That's true.
But he became
the best player. Arguably, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, last year he was the best player.
But to be at the top of your sport, so
it has to be a free agent. It can't be.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Not even a trade. It has to be.
It can't be a trade, right?
Tio wasn't the best player in the NFL.
It can't be a signing.
He wasn't even close. I mean, Tio might have been the best receiver in the league. It was him and Randy Moss, but you wouldn't have said Tio's the best player in the National Football League.
Yeah, I would say probably the closest comp
maybe Harper.
Is Harper.
Pete Rose's name is thrown out there.
Yeah, but he was at the end of his career.
Yeah, it wasn't at peak
He was towards the end of his career.
Jim Thome was big, but he wasn't.
Jim Thome wasn't the best player in Major League Baseball.
No, Harper was the closest. Harper's the closest. He may not have been the best player in majors, but he was certainly top 5.
Yeah, was it still Trout at that point? Probably.
Trout
was still the best.
Yeah.
Trout could have been, but he's a fraud, and he has to. He doesn't want to have plans to play in the postseason because, of course, he has to go sit in the end zone and get the football from every Eagles player like a Make-A-Wish.
It's not his fault, though.
Sure, it is. He chose to re-up a team that sucked, that no one cared about. They splurged a little bit of money. That team stunk.
They gave him like $400 million.
He had potential offers on the table from maybe your team, your town of Philadelphia Phillies, the Yankees, the Red Sox.
What do you mean he had offers on the table?
He would have had. Come on, you don't think the front offices would have talked to his agent at any point leading up to and say, hey, by the way.
And Bryce Harper was clearly trying to recruit him to Philly.
Well, that's right. He did go out of his way and say, well, I happen to know an outfielder. It's going to be a free agent at some point.
I actually remember listening to Sports Talk Radio the day after they signed Bryce Harper. People were already calling in talking about maybe then bringing in Trout.
Because Harper kind of... Anyway.
To answer your
question, would a McDavid signing be the best free agent signing in Philadelphia history? It would be, because
I would think
we collectively have not been able to come up with the best player in their sport at a given time.
I saw someone bring up Roy Halladay, but that was a trade.
Halladay was a trade.
He was the best
Halladay
pitcher.
was the best
in the
pitcher.
league.
I don't know
At
if you
that
would.
time,
I don't
he
know
was
if you
best
would have
pitcher in
said that he was the best player in baseball.
No.
Now we could, if we expanded it to position players. Okay, Halladay, best pitcher. That was a trade.
Harper, best right fielder.
When Cliff Lee re-signed, but he was already here, so it doesn't totally work. T.O. you would say was the best receiver.
I think T.O. had like 14 touchdowns that season, didn't he?
It was crazy. And remember, he had the horse collar tackle against Dallas. He broke his leg.
The end of prime Vinny LeCavier.
Vinny LeCavier. What a year.
Yeah, so Columbus just took one of the Russian goalies.
Oh.
Not the one that the Flyers thought were, well, it might be the one that the Flyers thought was first round potential.
Okay.
But I think that the one that the Flyers are looking at in the second round is the other one. Yeah. Is Frolov.
So Andreanov.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
We have not yet gotten confirmation, by the way, that the Flyers are done. We don't know for sure that they're done with the first round.
I told you. I got the text I got was that.
Well, you're at pick number 21.
Yeah.
On the clock. I still think, I know Kevin Kurz thinks that they're going to use all the seconds. If Sikorsky is a guy that they're actually targeting,
they like the Zarkowski.
Then
kid.
I'm not of the belief he's going to be there tomorrow. So if they really like him and they want to stock, I mean, it would be pretty freaking wild to walk away from this draft with 2 wings and a center that some people think is a reach. Very interesting. PSU Flyers here with a good point, by the way, says still 5 hours of this round to go. Thanks, ESPN.
Trey Turner just hit a home run.
Trey Turner hit a home run?
Yep.
He only hits them on the road. He does not hit them at home.
In this economy?
He has not hit a home run at Citizens Bank Park yet.
It is still pouring in Atlanta right now. And Tanner Banks is the starter, not Mick Abel.
Really?
Yeah.
I wonder if they did that because of the weather.
Probably
yeah. This is great. Pick number 21. Holy shit. Tell him to slow down. It's only been 3 hours.
Yeah, it's unreal. It's unreal. I'm already kind of fading.
I feel bad.
I'm not fading.
I feel bad because my family's down at the party and they're waiting for me the entire time.
Well, go ahead.
No.
Go ahead. You're fine.
No.
Yeah.
No. If I say I'm going to go downstairs, they're going to tell me to stay.
Okay.
I won't win the argument.
At this rate, do the Phillies finish before the draft?
Yes.
What inning is it?
Second inning.
Second?
No.
No.
Well, that could get rained out, though.
Well, I mean, so
if the clouds get to the
let
fifth.
me clarify. That game is not getting over in 9 innings before the end of the draft.
It'd be very funny.
It's possible that game gets suspended or gets rain shortened before the draft is over. Yes.
Let's check the weather forecast.
Should check with our wives and see what.
By the way, we have more questions. I know there was a bazillion of them.
Oh, from when I asked for questions?
Yeah, well, we had a bunch of them. And then
you could do it.
Well, yeah.
Alex Lyon coming home?
He's one of the guys that they would consider. No, I'm not lying.
No, I'm saying I don't think he is because Mertitas is still in touch with Alex Lyon. I had Mertitas on my show this week, and Mertitas said that while he's in communication with Lyon.
By the way, Mertitas said he was going to stop by.
Then text him.
Oh, there you go.
What's he up to? I know he was doing stuff with the radio, though.
We got a guest coming.
Do we? Can I see who?
I'll write it down.
Oh, yeah, I have the pen right here. I'll take the penis mightier for 600. That's the pen is mightier, Mr. Connery. Get out.
Yes.
Oh, well. Let's see if the commenters change their tune. When's he coming on?
About 5 to 10 minutes.
All right. Should we tell the people?
If you want, yeah.
Jack Nesbbit.
Jack Nesbbit will be joining us.
How are you getting all these people?
The second Flyers first
Come on
round
now.
pick.
Look who you're talking to, intern.
Yep. Regina, by the way, asks, you're allowed to have adult beverages here, aren't you? We don't right now.
We have all the water in the world.
We have water everywhere. But Jack Nesbbit will be coming on the show. So that'll be fun. My way that I have to rig this, by the way, so that we can hear him and then also mute ourselves is next level technology.
You're so good at it.
The dexterity.
You're so good at it.
So great. He's a great guy.
Tomorrow is going to be a very interesting editing day just from the two
completely
broad, different viewpoints from viewing this one to most likely Russ Joy show is going to be doing something tomorrow.
I'm going to have to figure out if I might do a show tomorrow. I'll do my show tomorrow.
Hunter just gave me his full now thoughts of the draft. Broads.
What a stud. Okay, here. Ryan.
He hates it.
Well, he's got to calm down. Ryan Schiffler says, finish your line thought. Okay. So if Martinez comes on, like
he's texting me now.
We'll have him dive in on it. But he was saying on my show earlier this week that while he's still in contact with Lion, really likes Lion, he just doesn't see Lion coming back here and being a difference maker for them. And so he's like, while it'd be kind of cool, full circle moment, he didn't kind of have the feeling that Lion coming back here was in the cards. Why is this the trade alert? Because of
Ottawa's moving down slightly, trading
Ottawa
this pick to Nashville.
Nashville is now on the clock at 21.
So they
flip what we needed for them to start over the on the clock. Great, awesome. Let's see. MCS Creations 1987 asks, okay, so who will the Flyers be targeting in free agency on July 1st?
The who, I'm not 100% sure just yet. I've heard a couple of names, but I think the what is a fourth line center, a left shot defenseman, and a goalie to be a tandem goalie with Sam Ersson. That's the three things that I think that they're going to look to do. And then, of course, as Wally mentions, Shabanov, which I think is happening. So,
I'll tweet this out right now. Flyers first round pick, Jack Nesbitt. What's Mert's timeline? Did he?
He's trying to figure out where we are.
Why don't we send?
I gave him directions.
We could send one of these two out.
No, I gave him directions.
Get that stud over here.
Yeah,
saw him earlier. What are you woofing at? What happened to you?
Now I'm still back and forth with Bros. I saw his.
This is a great line, by the way. They may still be at the draft on July 1st. That's funny.
Yeah, I'm still in the back and forth with Bros, and he does not like this first round at all.
He's got to calm down. He just has to.
This is his full tweet because now he has the WI.
He tweeted about it?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Here's the Broads tweet. Everything is settling in now. I'm underwhelmed. Porter Martone I really like, but I liked him more if Higgins was off the board. Giving up 2 picks for 12 and Nesbitt isn't exciting. Hope they weren't obsessed with size.
I like size. I like size in my players.
Well, I mean, we talked a lot on previous episodes about how they needed size, right? I kept bringing it up because I knew that's what they were going to be looking to do, right?
Yep.
I don't know. I think he's a guy that you look at it and say, well, he needs to improve his skating. I can't tell you how many players at 18 years old that's the criticism. There's like so many, right? That's the criticism. So if that's your big one concern, then you work on it. Like you get that player in, right? But look at what wins in the NHL. These Stanley Cup teams year after
Philly's
year.
5-0. What the hell?
Guys that have some size, man.
Yeah. You need big bodies. You do. Let me got him. Eric H says, can't teach height. I wish they could. If they could teach height.
Yeah.
Predators get
I'd be taller than the 5'11" I stand before you at.
Predators get number 21 overall. The Senators get 23 and 67.
Here's a question, Ant. Wally 60-40. Do we see Bumper Grabenkin having a chance of making the roster? Also, do we trade Brink since Shabanov is signing?
I think Bump's got a real good chance of making the roster. Grabenkin, maybe fourth line winger, maybe. I'm not certain that they're ready to move on from Bobby Brink just yet. Okay. It's possible, but I don't think just yet.
I would be like, listen, the way that they're kind of setting up, the way that this draft has gone, the way that we expect them to kind of enter free agency, the way that Tocket talked about it, right? The way that even Dan Hilferty talked about it, you kind of get the feeling that they're going to give a bunch of these guys the opportunity to make their last, maybe not their last pitch, but like really solidify their positioning going forward. And if they're going to be part of this core moving forward, they give them one more year. And when you bring a new coach in, that's obviously going to be a big part of this as well. You're trying to figure out if the player that Bobby Brink was under Torts is going to be the same under Tocket, or does he get better? Does he get worse? Same with Tippett, same with Forster. Those guys are going to have to kind of prove it. And we heard talk about Cates and about how impressed he's been with Cates, you know, and how the film has kind of popped for him. You're going to have a new coaching staff putting eyes on all these players for the first time, and then you make the evaluation. And in the meantime, what did you, Andrew?
Where did we go?
He turned off the camera.
I did?
Yes, the camera's off.
How did I turn off the camera?
Oh, boy.
At least we can still hear us,
well,
right?
Hopefully they can hear us.
Yeah. Andrew, talk.
What did you fiddle with?
Nothing.
What did you fiddle with?
Hold on.
Start cam. No.
Oops.
Go back.
This is fun.
Oh,
Well,
what did you do?
That's just me twice.
Oh man, I hope you guys can still hear me, right? Please, that you can hear Ant. Okay, there we go. We're back.
I fixed it. I don't know. I guess the cord came loose.
Wait, did he just say I fixed it while Russ was standing there?
No, I did.
So we have tape. Do we tape him to the chair?
Tape him down.
Like, do we
I
tape
did
his
it.
hands so that he doesn't
Doesn't
break
screw
the stream
things up again?
Not the end
Could
of
you
the world.
imagine if that happened with Jack Nesbitt on the show?
Ooh,
That'd be pretty great.
That would have been pretty embarrassing.
that would
actually.
have been.
Oh, you mean the camera going out? I thought you meant like us tying up Intern Andrew with
It
tape.
would just be Intern Andrew and Nesbbit. Well, another Phillies update. It's 5-0 now.
I don't care.
I know.
Those guys.
know.
It's,
Nick Castellanos hit a home run.
Ah,
3-run shot.
must have been the first pitch too.
if we devolve into a baseball show, I'm out.
I'm sorry.
That's why you're never filling in on fighting words.
I don't need to fill in on fighting words. You have Ant Jr., right? Wow, look at this guy.
Oh,
Look at him.
I'm impressed that you're still going strong, my friend.
He's got to be wearing down. Ladies and gentlemen, you hear him each and every day. This
Flyers
man,
Daily.
This man. What an absolute warrior this man is tonight. Jason Martinez is here. Jason, how you doing?
Oh, what's going on? Nothing but a little draft tonight, huh?
It's been something else tonight, huh?
Fun little time.
Wild night, man. No lack of storylines and a little bit of throwing your stones on the table, put your cheese out there a little bit. It was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was Martone slipping, you know, and taking the winger as the best player available. You know, we hear that lip service sometimes. You don't actually see it. And I think they were hoping he was going to slip, and he did.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think once
My microphone's bigger than yours,
yeah.
by the way.
I think once this by the way that's a great like follow up to
What's
when
that?
you
What's
suggested
that
the
called when
menage a
there's
trois
three
the other day.
people, the menage a
Yes.
trois?
I'm not going to go there again.
Yeah, but no, I think that they were a little bit happy, but I think they were a little bit surprised that Brady Martin went 5.
That was the pivot, wasn't that was the moment
that was it.
when he went. I went, oh, okay. Now you have Hagen's obviously sitting there, Martone, O'Brien. Which one of these guys are they going to take? Are they going to obviously the organizational need center is that everybody knows about it, and for them not to go center there tells you they really liked Martone.
Yeah, well, and it was also, and we had talked, and you don't know this because you weren't here, but we talked to both Mark Gregg and Rick Tocket about this. You know, trading for Zegras made that a little bit easier.
I said the same thing.
Yeah.
You go wonder how much that changed kind of the evaluation going in. Obviously, we don't know what Zegras is going to be here yet.
Right.
You know, what he's going to turn out to be. I had a chance to meet him tonight.
Yeah, we did too.
Nice
great.
guy. Yeah,
he was a nice guy.
And boy, what a great head of hair. Be better than your hair even.
Yeah.
But you wonder how much, you know, that plays a part in it. You drafted Jet, who's a center last year. You get Zegras. You know, this notion of, you know, you need high-end talent, you do. And there's some high-end talent. Like, Zegras is wicked, you know, like his wizardry with the puck and stuff. And obviously, Mishkov, you know, you talk about it. We saw it last year.
Right.
And, you know, Konechny's a talented player. I wouldn't maybe put in that same kind of just skill set as those guys. But there's talent, and you needed a little bit of grit to go along with it. And they drafted 13-foot of hockey player tonight.
What do you think about the trading up for Nesbbit?
I mean, I'm no draft expert. Like I don't ever pretend to be.
We'll get back to that question. Because joining us,
look who's here,
is none other than Jack Nesbbit.
I already talked to him, so you guys know.
No, you can talk to him again, Jay. It's okay. It's all good. It's all good. Jack, thanks for joining us here on Snow the Goalie. Congratulations on being selected by the Flyers. Talk to us first, I guess. Did you have any kind of inkling that the Flyers were interested in you? And then when you heard that the trade was happening, did it almost go like, oh, this could be the moment. This could be it?
Honestly, not really. I didn't think they had too much interest, but like I talked to them throughout the year and at the combine. But no, I definitely did not think that they would be the team that picked me. But no, I'm super excited, and I'm honored that they chose to trade up and pick me. So it's awesome.
Well, it's pretty crazy too, right? Like I don't know. You look at it and you say like, all right, I didn't really think that they would have that much interest. When you see them make that trade, because like let's be honest, that's a ballsy trade, right? Moving up that far is a ballsy move. The fact that they did it, we were sitting here like kind of throwing some names around. Obviously on TV, they're throwing a bunch of names around. For you to be that guy that they not only traded 1 first-round pick, but they traded 2 first-round picks for, that's got to feel almost like an extra level of special, right? It's an extra kind of level of buy-in.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, like I said, I'm very honored to have that opportunity, and I'm just super excited, super stoked, and yeah, I can't thank them enough. So I'm super excited.
Now, you're a bigger guy, and this team needs size. And we were talking to Porter Martone earlier tonight. He also brings some size.
Right.
Give the many people, I think we were just around 1,000 a little bit ago, they're watching live on YouTube. Give these Flyers fans an idea of who you model your game after and playing up to that size. Because obviously that's the thing that people are going to look at that is going to stand out the most is just the size. Like, who do you model the game after? How important is it?
I like to go off Adam Lowry, big 6'5", 210. That's what I would love to be around. He's a captain, so great leadership there. He's a full 200-foot player, very physical, and he can score in big moments. So I feel like I could be that type of guy, and that's what I feel I could do.
The McKean's prospect thing, that was your comp.
Yep. Sorry, repeat
What's
that.
What's it going to be like to off against Dylan Larkin when you eventually get that opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, I watched him growing up. He was my favorite player, and that's why I'm number 71. So, I mean, it'll definitely be pretty sweet. I'll definitely be a little fanboy, but no, I'll definitely compete out there, and I'll be happy. So,
how well do you know Porter?
Pretty well. When he was drafted to Sarnia, we went to the same school, so got to know him a little bit. But eventually got traded to Brampton, and then he's been down there. But no, playing against him, he's tough to play against. Very skillful, good playmaking. But no, I love him, and I'm excited to get to work with him. So yeah.
Chance to talk to him tonight?
I have a little bit, but I definitely will later. So
pretty cool. Yeah. Well, Jack,
actually, let me ask.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Jack, what do you know about Philadelphia? I mean, obviously, there's a certain reputation about Philadelphia as a sports city, but what do you know coming into here, and are you ready for all of the insanity that will come with being a Philadelphia Flyer?
I mean, I don't know much. It's pretty far from Sarnia, but no, I know that Travis Konechny, he played for the Sarnia Sting growing up, so I remember watching him there, and he was a great player in the OHL and a great player now. But no, I know Philadelphia is the better Pennsylvania team out of them in Pittsburgh, so I'm super excited about that. But no, that's really all. But I'm excited to learn more. So.
And there is the soundbite that will live with you until you're in the NHL, and may it serve as a true testament to the belief in yourself and to this team.
I love it. Love it. Great stuff, Jack.
Thank you.
Congratulations again. Have a wonderful night tonight. Have a good time with friends and family, and really enjoy it. And we'll see you when you get in for pro.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Right?
Yeah.
What a
guy.
Great
That's
line.
Awesome. That's a great line, by the way.
Yeah.
The better Pennsylvania.
Did you take a note of that timestamp on him saying that the Flyers are
it's like 4:02.
The best.
Pull that clip and rack it.
The better team in Pennsylvania. What a guy.
Yeah.
Well, kind of funny that it comes via trade.
Look at the comments, by the way. Look at the comments. Give the kid his ELC now. Great pick. You know,
Best
let's
answer
see.
ever. Yeah.
Well, the pick
Just
comes
had
from
his gritty
Pittsburgh,
moment.
too.
Yeah, great kid. Welcome, Jack. You know, by the way, this is a great point by Steve Murray. Just had his gritty moment. Because if you remember, when gritty first was announced, everybody's like, what the fuck is that thing? And then when everybody starts going, what a stupid mascot. That's so dumb. Like, hey, it's our mascot.
Yep.
We like gritty. I think that's what just
I
happened
was
with
I was
Nesbitt.
on the radio and got blamed for gritty for like a half a day.
Yeah.
They were like, "This is your fault." And I'm like, "I didn't come up with it." And then all of a sudden, somebody from Pittsburgh said that it was stupid, and everybody got their back up because you can't say that about us.
Right.
So,
So back to the question I was asking you about him. Like, what is your thought on trading the 22 and 31 to go up to 12 to take a guy that is probably a couple spots or 3 or 4 spots above where most people thought he would be, but because you liked him enough and had insight that maybe another team would take him, that you probably take that swing.
Yeah, if you don't think you can get him at 22, you got to find a dance partner.
Right.
And maybe, the other teams that were in that range where they felt they could move up to, whether it was in that 15 area with, you look at the Montreal picks that eventually swapped to, they didn't want to trade. You had a partner and you like the player enough and you have your conviction on him because you scouted him hard. You talked to his coaches, you talked to, had a lot of eyes on him and meetings with him throughout the season. If that's your guy and you got to go to 12 to do it, you do it. But you have to have that conviction. And, he does have that one thing you can't teach, which is that size. One of the other things, in reading the scouting reports on him is that he has a high hockey IQ. But as you know, bigger guys take a little bit longer. And his skating is not plus skating. He's going to have to work on that part. He's not going to be one of those guys, even though he has size that can go into the NHL and handle the rigors from that standpoint. It's going to take time for him. This is more of a project. As far as Martone away versus a guy like Nesbitt, Martone's probably a lot closer. Does he get to the NHL in a year, or does he even push this year? We don't know.
Right.
But Nesbitt's going to be a bit of a project. It's going to take some time. He's going to have to go through the steps of, more junior hockey into the AHL. I think it's interesting, though, because the new CBA, as a first-round pick, you can go to the AHL after a year,
right?
Where you couldn't do that before. And maybe that's something that could be beneficial to his development arc.
I think it's going to be beneficial for a lot of players.
And it was one of the dumbest rules that the NHL had. And I don't know why they did it. It was in correlation with the CHL teams for money purposes to keep their, guys on the marquee and fans filling the buildings. But it wasn't the best for the players. So,
yeah,
we'll see.
By the way, we have one guy who's kind of like ripping the pick. That's not Mark. He's saying to take the same path as Bonk. But Pat X, earlier, he said that he was laughing because he said Hockey News had him ranked at 20. And I would say to you, Pat X, look at where Corey Pronman had him. He had 15? Him at 15.
Yeah.
Look at where Bob McKenzie had him.
17?
17.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, you can look around and everybody's got different rankings, right? But I don't know how many of these publications are, whether it's, I'm not even going to say, Corey Pronman actually goes and watches these guys. Bob, when he does his rankings, he does it with 30 scouts that he has working for him, and they
boots on the ground,
and they all rank, right? And so those are like, exactly, boots on the ground. Yeah. So Hockey News is a reporter. So it'd be like me watching some video of,
without talking to a coach,
right? Without being there and watching how. And it's interesting, when we had Mark Gregg on earlier tonight, I asked him, I said, what's the one thing you look for in a guy that maybe is not really related to how they play the game specifically? It's not, I'm not looking for skating or their shot or anything like that. But what's something that you constantly look for? He said, my sweet spot is watching a player's character in the game.
Yeah.
How do they interact with other teammates? How do they interact with their opposition? How do they respond to their coach? Watch them on the bench. Like, so those are things that scouts are looking at. We watching YouTube videos of these guys.
They're highlights.
Are highlights, right? And B, we don't get to see any of that stuff, right? So like those things are really, really important when you're making decisions about these players. This isn't fantasy sports, right? Like, we're not just picking it off stats. You're picking players based off of a lot of research and
how they treat the trainers.
Yeah.
Those are very telling things. The other thing too is I think you can learn more about a player, how he reacts after a mistake. You don't see those on the YouTube highlights, right? You see the dangles and the great plays and all of that stuff. And that stuff has its place, no doubt. But I want to see when a player makes a mistake in a game or what he does away from the puck, when he's not on camera. You can see that when you're in the building. I want to see where he's positioned when his team is vulnerable and pinned in their D zone. Right. Those are the things I want to see, because that tells me about the IQ of the player, knowing what part of the ice to be on. You know the old term, good ice. Always find good ice.
Right.
And that can be in all zones. And you don't see that in highlights. And that's why I say I'm not a draft expert. I don't go to these buildings all over North America and around the world and see those things to be able to look at them. So guys that have multiple viewings of a player, they get and interview coaches and all that stuff. They get definitely a much bigger scope of the character. And how many times did you hear it this year when the Florida won the Cup again? About culture, about those guys wanting to do it for the guy next to them. I mean, it means more than people can imagine. And it's a big element. And you can't measure that. There's no stat for it.
And culture is a big thing in every sport.
In hockey, even more.
But hockey, hockey, it goes to another level.
Yeah, it's almost absurd.
Yeah. It's goofy to. Yep. Sometimes people will roll their eyes at it.
Yeah.
But you don't understand. Like these these players have been like this since they were teenagers.
You're bred into it.
Right.
Nobody's bigger than the team.
Right.
No matter what level you play at,
right.
It doesn't matter. It's taught to you. It's not in the USA Hockey or the Hockey Canada handbook for coaching, but anybody who's played the game, it's just always been that way. And you can have a kid that scores 80% of your goals on one team, and he ain't any different in that locker room than anybody else. Just the way it is.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. What are you doing over here, Russ?
I clipped the Nesbbit thing, put it on Twitter.
Oh,
damn, you're multitasking.
Yeah. Well, why do we pay Amadeo?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm doing me. Sometimes you gotta just jump in.
You want something done, you gotta do it yourself.
You know? He's gonna have a lot of work tonight.
Yeah.
Taking a 4-hour show into all the content that's gonna go out.
4, it's gonna be pushing 5.
It might be 5. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So we're gonna piss off a lot of Penguins fans. That'll be fun. I mean, in fairness, like the Penguins traded out.
That was a Ranger via Ranger pick too. Yeah, I mean, a lot of Metro Division on that selection in that trade.
Wild stuff. Absolutely wild.
We see a goalie tomorrow. I think a goalie comes.
I do. And the thing of it is the one Russian goalie got picked already, Andreev. Yeah. I think that they like the other one, Frolov.
Me too.
And so I think that's a real possibility for tomorrow. The only thing is like, the reason why I keep paying attention here to these late picks here in the first round, even though the Flyers no longer have one of them, is because I think that there are other players that have yet to get picked that I've heard that they like. We talked about Zurovsky when we did the crossover episode on Monday. I mentioned what's his name earlier?
Which guy?
U.S. national team. Why is the name escaping me?
Cole Rezny?
No.
Where he went?
Started with an M, didn't it?
No. Damn it. I said it earlier.
Yeah, my brain's oatmeal. I'm not going to be any kind of lifeline to you here.
No, and Timpo is saying Blake Fiddler. It's not. It's not Blake Fiddler. It's
Cole McKinney. Jack Murtaugh.
Murtaugh. That's it. Jack Murtaugh. Yes.
With an M.
Yeah. I think that's another name that hasn't been picked yet, that I think that the Flyers have interest in as well.
So maybe package a couple things together to move up early in the second to get them.
So that's the question.
First round grade on the second round.
Like you have three second round picks, and they're all relatively high in the second round. You have Murtaugh, who you like. You have Zurovsky, who you like. You have Frolov, who you like. Do you think all three can fall to the second round? Or if not, do you say, all right, maybe we don't get all three. Maybe we get 2 of the 3, but we got to move 2 of those picks to move up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the equity of having those picks.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I don't think you trade back into the round per se, but you trade up in the second round for a target, because they'll reconvene tonight and tomorrow morning, and they'll identify those targets. They already have those targets, but they'll go, okay, what's the value equation now to move where we need to go to get them?
Yeah, for sure. There was some talk that the Kings might try and trade this pick. Did they trade? Yeah.
Oh, so the Penguins are coming out. What's Dubas got up his sleeve
Los
here?
Pingüinos.
What was the cost to move up? Do you know?
Well, we'll see.
24 for 31 and 59.
Oh, so the Penguins jumped in. Okay. All right. So the Penguins jumped in.
How about Barkley and Brandon Graham with the picks?
I know.
I love that.
We were wondering, Jay, if they had a third person lined up in case they picked a 31 and that person got bumped.
Yeah, I wonder who that would have been.
Right?
Yeah, maybe Brian Smith.
They're probably thrilled they don't have to stay up this late.
Brian Smith.
He'd have wowed him.
Man, the Penguins have a drab war room.
I mean, they look like they just got.
They look so sad.
Somebody shot their dog. Holy shit, doesn't it? I mean, imagine sitting in that war room and Malkin is shot.
Yep.
Crosby's going to leave. Letang is shot. They got no prospects, no picks. They got Jari under a contract that's like a noose. I mean, they won some cups. Good.
Yeah.
They earned it. But
well, that's why I thought it was weird, when you look at the trade, for the Flyers moving up to 12, like I thought it was a bad trade by Pittsburgh.
I don't know why you would trade back when you're so depleted.
Right. Like
I don't get it. I would trade up.
And now you're trading back up.
Yeah.
Like
this is Dubas, smartest man in the room. His analytics chart showed him. I don't know.
I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
A lot of sizzle, no steak to that guy, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Look at that.
Look at that.
I mean, the Penguins draft picks since 2019 who've reached the NHL, and they've none of them. Like nothing. They have nobody. They've been terrible at making picks.
And look, you sacrifice a lot to try and keep that window open when you got a Crosby, Malkin, and Letang and all that. And eventually the credit card bill comes due with interest. And theirs is a 17.5 interest.
Yeah, it's bad.
Not good. They didn't have good credit.
Yeah, no. And to be honest, it didn't.
Oh, look at this. I'll have to pull this up, but the first round picks.
Martone
together, Martone and Nesbbit together.
Yeah.
Two big boys.
I mean, listen, of all the things that this team desperately needed, size is like you could not dispute how important it was for them to get size in this draft.
The other thing about this draft, I think the Florida Panther influence on the draft is so pronounced.
Yeah.
Because of the bully hockey that they play.
Yep.
And I mean, Florida's much more than that. It's not just bully hockey. The way that they forecheck, the way that they support the puck, the way they make really good teams look really bad is so impressive. Like the coaching job there from Maurice is like so good.
There you go, by the way.
Yeah.
You've got
there it is.
You got your 6'3" wing and your 6'5" center.
Like it.
13
feet of hockey.
That's crazy.
Look at Emily Kaplan showing a little ink on the forearm there, huh? I don't know if she has a tattoo.
I didn't know she had a tattoo there.
She's not writing her notes on her wrist like The Rock used to. As shown by John Cena.
All right, so the pick is in for the Penguins.
Meltzer would have been all over that one. Who is the kid? Do we know who the kid is?
Wasn't he up there with Letang earlier?
He was.
Yeah.
Do we know who
they traded the pick, so they rolled him back
Or
out.
something.
I have no clue.
Is it Letang's kid?
I don't know.
Who knows who they're taking? Bruins probably had a lot of looks at Hagen's, huh?
Yeah.
Up there in
It is
Boston.
Letang's son, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
World Hawk.
Oh, it's got to be one of Intern Andrew's favorite prospects because he plays at Michigan.
That's fantastic.
Must not have been able to get into Penn State.
Well, we were talking about it earlier, like how many of these players are going to play at Penn State?
Yeah.
Feels like a lot.
It's going to be a lot.
Yeah, Guy Godowski, who's the head coach at Penn State, has done a great job with that program, launching it. And, you bring a nice Canadian boy from out there in Saskatoon, shove him at Penn State, have a football player, show him around, show him the facility, show him all the girls running around there, and you just put a thing in, you want to sign right here? He's like, yep. I ain't seen nothing like that.
It's going to become a pretty high-quality destination for people to go now.
Yeah, Arizona was one of the high-quality destinations in college hockey because you take these Canadian kids and you show them the desert with how much the girls don't wear there, and they're signing right away.
There's that, yeah.
You know what I mean? You try going from Saskatoon, right?
He's saying that it's hurting college sports, which I disagree with, because if not for this NIL thing, they probably wouldn't be playing in the NCAA in the first place.
Well, the NCAA is really built up over, like Owen Power goes to Michigan, and you see a lot more players going that route. And there's less wear and tear on the player. And I think it's a good route to go at because what do they do in college a lot? They don't play a lot of games, but they work out.
They work out a lot.
They work out like crazy.
Yeah, well, so here's the thing that I've been wondering, Jay. How much damage does this do to Canadian Junior? that you now allow these kids to go from Canadian junior to college and then all the NIL money.
Yeah.
Like I don't know
if
the Canadian junior leagues can
keep
up with that.
You know, when Gavin McKenna goes, that's a huge hit to Canadian junior hockey.
Right.
You know? I mean, and you're seeing more and more go this. I mean, there's been a couple of number one picks at college route, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And they see these facilities. Like, can a team in Brandon compare with the facilities at Michigan State, Penn State, BU or BC? Like, you see their facilities? They're insane. These junior programs, it's like going back to the Joe Weider days of gyms.
Yeah.
You know, and Body by Jake on ESPN. This is not what they can offer. It's almost an unfair playing field.
Yeah. I think I'm not a big fan of. I'm okay with NIL money. I just think that there needs to be a cap of some kind in college.
Everything needs to be regulated.
It needs to be regulated.
Regulation.
But look at this. I mean, the Penguins setup just kind of sucks.
It all looks stale, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
Well, it's a stale franchise.
Well, let me ask you what you think.
They won their cups and now they're dead.
What do you think about this whole interview thing that they're doing, Jay?
I think the whole decentralized thing's been a bit of a mess.
Yeah.
They said it was 3 minutes between picks. Yeah, but when do you start the clock? 8 minutes later?
Yeah.
I mean, this draft isn't even over yet. Where are we at?
Yeah, we've been going.
This is absurd.
It's not how you get fans to
7, so we're 3.5 hours for 24 picks.
Can we like text Danny and just ask if they're done?
So they're done. We wrapped up our broadcast. We're like, screw this. I'm not waiting around until tomorrow morning.
Chris Johnston tweeted, as we pass the 3.5 hour.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
3.5 hour mark of this decentralized NHL draft. Let's all vow to never do it like this again.
I agree.
I mean,
100%.
we live in an ADD society. I know because I have it. And who the hell's sitting around this long?
Yeah,
we are.
Well, we were only sitting around because what if they traded back in?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pack up your gear, boys.
That was the only thing. It was just like, well, what if they trade back in?
Yeah. And well, you'll be able to talk about that tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Sean Horkoff's son, by the way.
Yes. Well aware. Well aware.
Not everyone knew.
Intern and Ant head to head in the octagon.
Got a guy who said we wrap up the Florida Panthers draft show at 9 p.m.
This is they're picking tomorrow morning.
Say, more than anything, I am very proud of, impressed with the people who have remained with us now for over 4 hours.
Yes.
I think we're at we're still over 650 people on the YouTube channel. That's not bad. That's not bad.
Live on YouTube. Yeah.
We're all kind of like suffering through it together, though. You know, this started as a night full of hope.
We still haven't eaten, Russ.
I'm fine.
You know,
my wife's been trying to. She's been like, do a 24-hour fast.
The wives keep sneaking back in quietly, and they're laughing because they've had a few drinks. I'm sure.
Nah,
right?
Not them.
Right?
Never them.
That's all good.
And what are we doing? We're sitting here with the wonderful Jason Martinez.
Yes,
and I can
tell you not for much longer.
I mean, it's me. It's
I can't look. I'm impressed by you.
Oh, I'm dying.
I don't know how you.
You're going to take a nice long.
You find
nap
the energy
the whole day
to do this.
Yeah, I don't know either because I had radiation this morning, and at like 12:30, I was like, I don't even know if I'm gonna make it down there.
Yeah.
And then obviously you get down here, and the juice
that
of the
adrenaline
room.
hit.
Yeah, and I rode that for a while. And I was thinking about driving back home tonight because I hate sleeping in hotels. Are great. You get in and check in, you're like, oh, this is great, and then you go to sleep. You're like, shit, I don't want to sleep here. Especially when you don't feel great.
Yeah. Right.
So, but I'm just gonna crash out upstairs and get up in the morning and go home. But yeah, it was a wild night. It took the energy of everything going on. I think tonight kind of signals the beginning of this thing. Zegras is here. He gets drives down with mom,
which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it was cool for him to come. Yeah. I thought, and
it was smart too. It was a smart thing for him to be here. It was a smart thing for the organization to try to you build up an emotional equity because I was seeing there were people. I wish I still had the tweet pulled up. There was like a younger guy on crutches, and it was like 7 hours ago. He ran into Zegras before he put on the khakis and the Flyers thing, and met him down on the casino floor or whatever. And those are the kind of memories that you make. And moments. Then, the decentralized draft, we can crap on it all we want, but the way that the Flyers did this with the watch party and with people being in this area and everyone kind of walking around,
sold it out.
Those are the kind of moments that ultimately are what get people back in.
Well, you know what, and you guys know this. You know where it all came from. It comes from Dan Hilferty.
Yeah.
You know, he's a guy that is responsible for things like Todd Glickman and guys, you know, within the organization that refuse to just say, "Hey, we're the fourth most popular team in the city." You know, they got to earn their way back to relevancy.
Yep.
But doing things like this are you know, that's the thing about hockey is the connection.
Yep.
That the team has to its fan base. It's always been different than it was with the other teams. The other teams were like almost too big to be connected to personally.
Yep.
And this team lost that connection, but they're trying to reestablish it. Obviously with Jonesy, Danny, and Dan Hilferty, and you know Talk. Yeah, so definitely a good vibe down here.
By the way, we're getting super chats that are calling you a trooper. So people are paying us to tell you that you're a trooper.
Oh, I appreciate it. Keep that money coming in. Donate some to the American Cancer Society.
Yeah, there you go. By the way, here was this. My wife should hear this one. Rob Dog said Aunt Maria ate the rest of the chicken sandwich.
Did you eat the other half? It's still up there for him? Is there a fridge in the room? What are you eating? Are you eating my tasty cakes? I had a 3-pack of tasty cakes that I saved for when we were done.
And Nancy's eating them. I had a girl.
What kind of tasty cake, though?
How many of them have you eaten? Okay.
All
you
of
can
them.
eat all 3 if you want.
Oh, you're such a loving husband. You're such a loving husband.
All right, boys. I'm going to check out.
Please do.
And
thanks for
Jason
stopping by.
Martinez, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
Find
thanks
him
for
on
having
Flyers
me.
Daily.
Yeah.
I've been on with Russ too many times this week. It's
That's
twice
right.
in 1 week.
He was on the show with me earlier this week.
Yeah.
Absolute
We'll do it
bona
again.
fide stud over here.
Yeah.
So,
Love it, pal. Have a good one.
Yeah, and guys, enjoy it. I'll check in on you in the morning when that 31st pick is coming in.
Yeah.
Thanks, Martinez.
We're almost done.
Yes.
Pick is in number 25. This is wild.
Clav.
There you go. Frostin 1 says, "What up, Ant and Russ? Thanks for the content. Jason, it was great hearing from you. Absolutely wonderful."
Yep.
Let's see. Do we have any sound drops that we could drop here? Sure we do. Well, I used the they don't know what they're doing. You know what? We could send intern Andrew downstairs. You know what he could do?
I've signed a boob.
You want me to sign a boob?
I'm not saying that you should. Just saying you
I
could.
feel like that'll get him kicked out of the hotel.
Intern.
Yes.
I'm sure that there have been some things that have come up on the show today that you've wanted to ask about. So go ahead, ask away. Do you have any questions for Ant or for me?
I did, but I think I asked him already. Like I asked like teams that they
Just ask us a question.
Coke or Pepsi?
Not answering your questions.
Oh,
you walked right into that one.
I stepped.
You
all over
walked
your
right
joke.
into that one.
That's my fault. That was bad instinct by me.
That's right.
You just like playing all the sound drops that you have.
I really do.
He hasn't been able to use the bomb today either.
Well, you know what? By the way, the Pittsburgh fans,
yeah,
when they traded down from number 12 to the Flyers, you know what they were thinking?
What were they thinking? People were in the comments
Emptying the clip
when
of
we
the
had
sound
Bundy
drops.
on when he checked in from the wedding. People were asking for Bundy to do a hitch.
Oh, that would be. Let's call him up. Bundy, hop back on the show from your daughter's
Hell with the
wedding.
Come back on the show just to give us a hitch.
This is what happens when you've been on a stream for 4+ hours.
Yeah, I mean,
We're falling apart. Like we definitely are or already have fallen apart.
This is the NHL's fault.
Yeah, this is all the NHL's fault.
Listen, you know what though? We can complain about it, but ultimately, like we're doing what we're supposed to do.
It's good content.
This show was like somewhat front loaded, right? It was front loaded with guests. So for the people who are joining us now, hello, we love you, we appreciate you. The show started off. It started. What time was it? 7:00 we started.
No, we started. We were supposed to start at 6. We started at 6:15.
We've been here since 6:15.
We have.
Oh,
yeah, 4 hours and 27
We're getting
minutes.
delirious now. Okay, so
Yeah.
hold on. Zach Anderson, 6504. So you guys doing this for the remaining 6 rounds tomorrow? You know it would be fun. No.
So here's the thing.
No,
I
but
will
that'd be
be here
more
for
work
the
for me.
remaining 6 rounds tomorrow.
Then you should do 6 more rounds.
But I'm not doing this show for 6 rounds tomorrow.
Well,
It might go really quicker than what this is doing right now.
Yeah.
You might get through a full, what was it, like rounds 2 through 7. That might go quicker than this entire thing.
Well, so just so you know,
yeah,
right. So I got to do Fox at 11:30.
Oh, here we go.
All right. Now they want me to. They want me to log on.
I got to do the.
They want me to log
the
on
sports
early
show.
to do a test, like to see if it works and
What
everything
time's
else.
that at?
So 11:30 is the live. The show is live.
But they want to test at what time?
I don't know. They just said early. They didn't give me an exact time, so I don't know. 11:15. Yeah, 11. 11.
You got to let them know that for better or worse.
It's 10:42. Is that gonna happen?
No.
Do they want all of us on Fox, like with you?
That'd be a very bad idea.
Why would that be a bad idea? It'd be great.
I mean,
who's hosting the show tonight?
It's Jason Martinez and Breland Moore.
Well, we had Breland on the Press Row show at some point.
Yes, we did.
Take the whole crew on to Fox 29. What could possibly go wrong?
Right. I'm sure that they'd be good with that. All of a sudden, they just get you guys as well.
Well, you know what happens? When you do the show, we'll have Amadeo hold the banner behind you, the Snow the Goalie banner.
I am tall enough
What
to
if
do
we
that.
drape you? We take your polo off. We drape you with the...
Yeah.
No, you don't think that'd go over well on network
like
TV?
the track runners at the Olympics with the flag.
We're falling apart.
So they
But
got this.
it's okay.
So Jordan Davis, the singer-songwriter who is now doing the pick for Nashville, he's got like those fake blinds that like you on the right there.
Those are fake. No, he's in an RV.
Why are they still doing?
He's 100%.
yes,
he's
he
in
is.
an RV.
He
Why
is
are
in
they
an
still
RV.
doing celebrity at pick 26?
Well, because they had these people committed, I guess. I don't know.
You see, the Predators had a Kittle do it earlier.
Yeah, I did see that.
A lot of people in the chat earlier wanted the Flyers to take this guy, Riker Lee. So
I got a message, by the way. Somebody saying the best content we could possibly do is the 30 for 30 on you versus Torts. I'm not answering any of. No. You know what? You know what the 30 for 30 would be?
That silly podcast.
Yeah.
That would be a fun
ESPN presents. ESPN 30 for 30 presents.
that would be the title
That
of
silly podcast.
That's what That's what I was trying to do. ESPN 30 for 30 presents.
That silly podcast.
He just stepped all over that one.
Well, he couldn't because it mutes you when you.
Oh, that's right.
things.
Okay, yeah.
That'd be a very.
He
Fun
tried
edit.
to step on it, but he couldn't.
Chris Mack is asking. I'll answer this question. He says, "What do I think of the?" Thanks. What do you think of the Flyers taking Prokhorov at 40? I know they like him, Daniil Prokhorov. I think that he's behind a few other people. But I guess if the players that they like are taken prior to pick 40, then it could get to where he's at on their list. So yeah, I mean, he's certainly somebody that they do like. Chris, definitely could be someone who ends up getting selected in the second round. Again, I think Murtaugh's on that list. I think Zarovsky's on that list. I think Frolov's on that list. Prokhorov is probably fourth or fifth on that list of what they want to have.
Rolex 5410. He'll be 40 by the time the draft is over. I think that we should devolve into like a fan fiction about the players remaining. Sasha Boumediene.
Boumediene.
What if we did? All right. What impressions can you do?
Can I do?
Yeah, you have to be able to do so. I know Bundy's usually my counterpart in this, but like,
I don't do impressions.
You can't do any?
I can do Scooby-Doo.
Maria, okay, go ahead. You see with that name, Boumediene.
I can't do Scooby-Doo doing Boumediene.
Why?
Wait, no, I used to. There you go.
That didn't even. You didn't say Boumediene. You just
and then there were and then Shaggy used to be Zoinks Scoob. Right?
No, yeah, he was.
Oh man, they're in commercial break now.
They need a break. They definitely need a break.
Greg
I'm going to tell you what, though, if Danny trades up to 32, it will justify us remaining on since they traded up to 12.
Yeah.
All right.
Want to try to do the immaculate grid for hockey?
No.
At this hour?
Please no.
Just trying to pass the time.
Steve Murray says your Scoob sounds like evil Mr. Ed.
Somebody earlier said you should clip the. Just
by the way,
sound.
We lost 20 viewers on YouTube when you did Scooby Doo.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all good.
See, can we
bring the viewers back?
Can we bring the viewers back? How are we going to do it? Oh, here you go. Stephen K asks, "Hey Trump, what are your thoughts on this draft?"
I don't do Trump.
Oh no.
You have to try.
No.
We know I can do one. You have to try.
No.
Andrew?
Yeah.
Can you do one?
I did it on Halloween when I dressed as you. Remember that?
Go ahead. Look,
it was horrible.
Go ahead. Let's hear it.
Now?
Yeah.
The Flyers did a great job tonight. They traded with the Penguins. We hate the Penguins. We really do. But first trade with the Penguins since 2010.
You got to do the. Yeah, we hate the Penguins. We really
you have to tilt your head when you do too. It's
yeah.
Like you're slightly in pain. Like you touched the stove, didn't you, folks? And it's maybe you get a little bit of an electric collar shock. Oh, don't touch the fence and let the goats out.
This is the best line. This is the big beautiful draft.
It's a big beautiful draft. We're gonna build it bigger and better than you've ever seen in Atlantic City.
Oh,
we're falling apart.
We'll never trade with Iran. We'll trade with the Penguins, maybe, but not Iran.
Oh, shit. It's so good. Oh, man. Yeah, the Capitals pick is in at 27.
Joy.
Listen, I'm going to do it again. I've used the sound drop once, but like when it comes to the NHL deciding to decentralize tonight's draft,
They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
That's right.
It is so unbelievably dumb. We got to stop. Like, okay. So we have Boumediene, Fiddler on the Roof. Is that Lakovic? The pick is in.
There might be some good players dropping to the second round.
Are there even any players left at this point?
There's still 6 rounds after this. Andrew
Fawcett says, imagine this with adult beverages. Yeah, that would be.
Oh, God.
That'd be something.
Lakovic.
So can I tell you about Canada really quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
You were up there for a week.
I was up in Toronto. Nice city. I liked it there. They are still very upset about the tariffs. Like every commercial on TV was about the tariffs. Every single one. And I went to a really nice restaurant and I went to order a glass of wine. They have no American wines in Ontario. Or at least in a lot of these restaurants. Apparently the Ontario Liquor Control Board or whatever got rid of American wine. So you have to either get crap. Now, in fairness, the person that a client, Canadian, he is a wine connoisseur.
Look at all the empty seats.
I know. He goes, all we have left are crappy Canadian wines. His words, not mine, and he is Canadian. Or you maybe can get one Italian wine. And it was the saddest wine list I've ever seen. And I'm not even a big wine guy.
Yeah.
Unless wine is presented to me, then I'm a big wine guy. There are a lot of empty seats there.
Yeah, like
this
if they should have learned. They should learn from like the Academy Awards that you have to have people ready to be seat.
They got to
fillers.
play the music.
The fillers, yeah.
You have to have seat fillers.
This is the thing, though. Is like I said to you guys that when they did the first pick with Schaefer talking to the front office.
Yeah,
I was like, all right, that's kind of cool. And you're like, this is stupid. And I was like, oh, well, they're only going to do it for like the number one pick.
You can't do this.
They've done it for every pick.
So I was right. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
Well, I didn't know that pick number 26 was going to have to talk to
like picks 1 through 5.
Have they been doing the family interviews, by the way, or did they stop?
I think they're still doing it.
Yeah, no, nothing's changed. Nothing's changed.
Do you think this is the NHL more dragging it, or is it ESPN that drags it out?
I don't know. Well, I mean, ESPN needs to get their commercial breaks in, but like I can't imagine if we were going to do like the quarter-hour breakdown of this draft, I would guarantee they've hemorrhaged
because when this was on
viewers.
NHL Network or NBC Sports Network, this was flying by.
Yeah, it's bad. But and again, we're doing the front office thing. The pick is in. We're not starting the clock on when it pick.
I want to address this since so many people have brought it up. He's 11 Floor Creative says, "Can you give us a hint what the big news is about the Flyers?" You hinted at earlier this week. I cannot give you a hint about that, but I will tell you that Tuesday or Wednesday is when it will come out from me. Is it possible that it gets out before me? Yes. And if it does,
it's like an embargoed thing.
If it does, then I will address it. But yes, it's kind of like an embargoed information. And
it'll make sense when you see
there's a reason that it's embargoed. And you guys will all understand when it's released next week why.
Correct.
I was holding on.
Yes.
You'll all understand.
Now, in fairness,
So-
I had somebody ask on my show earlier this week. They're like, "Oh, is this like the Carter Hart thing again?" I was like, "No, it's nothing like that. That had like a lot of legal issues attached to it. This is something totally different."
Yes, and I will say.
And by the way, this isn't like
here's something I will say.
Go ahead.
Here's something I will say.
Uh-oh.
Well, no, because people say, well, you're a reporter, you have information, you should report it. Like that's what your job is. And in 99% of the I won't even say 99, but about 95% of the time, that is correct. You have information, you report it. But I will tell you that there is no harm whatsoever in waiting on this one. There's none. No harm whatsoever in waiting on this one.
Yeah.
And so as a result, I'm fine with keeping it embargoed for another 4 days.
We got another check-in.
It's Max.
Hey, is anybody still broadcasting live anywhere? Is it just us? Are we the last of the Mohegans? Have you gotten word that they're done? Yeah.
You mean just everything you guys were doing
is done.
Is done, wrapped up.
Well, no, we're not doing anything. Like we didn't make any. There's no more activity via draft. We still are doing Danny's presser and stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's all happening.
So
Gotcha.
if they're done, do we call it?
Probably head over maybe around like 6:30 or something, because we're gonna do Danny like right after. So if I follow you guys over there.
Well, I was gonna ask Russ to go over because I have to do Fox 29 at 11:30.
I don't need to go over.
No, but you can
I
get some sound for me. Nice of you.
It's going to be streaming on their Twitter. What? I want to take my wife. Yeah, I want to take my wife to dinner. It's a late dinner, but I want to take my wife to dinner.
I'd like to get something to eat too.
Well, your wife has half a sandwich waiting for you.
Yeah, it's all good.
Wife, would you like to get dinner? See? Easy squeezy lemon peasy.
I think you guys would wait, and say, "Oh, our friends, we can go have dinner together."
Who's the one who decided to take a TV appearance at 11:30 at night?
I'm getting paid for it.
Is he paying for dinner?
Is
he gonna pay for dinner with his?
Would anyone here not take
bag?
Getting paid to do 20 minutes of television? Like, would anyone turn it down
at this hour? I would consider.
Would anyone turn it down? I mean, no.
Steven says IHOP doesn't count as dinner.
By the way, I really liked when we asked. That was another thing.
And Allison, by the way, asks, "Is Briere doing a presser?" He is.
He is. We were originally going to try and carry it on this show, but it's so late now. We're not going to do it.
I don't think it's worth it. It's going to go out.
It would have been worth it if it was a reasonable time.
Yeah.
And I was over there and asking some questions, and we're potato camming it back. Like that would have been worth it.
Well, because if they're going to wait until 32 or whatever,
yeah.
We could send intern Andrew over there with the potato can.
But I am not going to be available.
What's that? Danny's going on after the 29th, so they are done.
Okay.
Unless something crazy happens.
Danny makes the trade during the press
conference.
conference.
Makes the trade from
Maybe that's why he's holding the press
table.
conference to announce the trade.
And then he makes the draft pick from there. He's the
So
celebrity guest.
Do you want me to head over there? I think it's too much of a risk for me.
For you to get over there. Send the potato cam.
It is awfully risky.
Send the potato cam. It could be fun.
I mean, you're not going to be able to see anything. Like, my phone is legitimately jacked. So
we need the Henry family. We need to take a collection for intern Andrew's phone.
It still works. You can record video.
All right. Well, then let's wrap this up.
Do you want to wrap it up?
We'll wrap it up at 4:45 here.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Knowing that Danny's going to talk in a minute means that they're not trading back into this round, so there's really no reason to keep going.
Yeah, but we've stayed here for 28 picks.
Russ, kill him.
How are we going to bail?
I think your wife wants to eat dinner.
How are we going to bail before we reach the
Nancy?
end of the round? Fourth house, Nancy.
Okay.
All right, let's wrap.
That's it.
Let's wrap it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for joining us tonight for the Snow the Goalie NHL Draft special. That's text. They're moving back up.
Yeah,
Really not. But seriously, thank you to everybody who joined us live on YouTube, Facebook, and X. Thank you to Intern Andrew. Thank you to Amadeo. Thank you to go down the list of the people that were on the show today, because it was like 7 hours ago.
Okay, it's so the list of people that were on the show.
In song.
We had Mark Gregg, Scout Mark
Gregg told us they were taking Martone.
Dan Hilferty
told us that he was all about a big balls or big ovaries move.
Jackie Spiegel
did a nice job and is also from upstate New York.
Syracuse.
Kevin, no, I'm going in order. Bill Meltzer,
the Encyclopedia of Flyers knowledge.
Trevor Zegras,
lovely hair, gonna be a great center.
Rick Tocket,
absolute bona fide stud, and we'll answer your questions.
Yeah. Not quite as good at hair though.
Porter Martone,
gonna be a stud.
Kevin Kurz,
very tall.
Jason Martinez.
Oh wow, he skipped someone.
Did I miss somebody?
Yeah.
Who did I miss?
Bundy.
Oh well, yeah. Okay.
Wow.
Yes, Bundy. Chris
wow.
Chris
Therien. Nesbbit.
Coiffed hair.
Well, he's not really a guest
stuff.
on Snow the Goalie, so I didn't really skip him.
Proud Papa Bear.
So then
Martinez, absolute warrior,
and Jack Nesbbit
chose violence. Said that Philadelphia is the better Pennsylvania team.
Yes. Thanks to everyone for sticking with us. All 11,333 of you who tuned into this show at some
across
point
all platforms.
Tonight,
God,
334.
Goodness
that number's still going up. But thank you all. Yes, we know Danny B is coming up in a couple minutes. I'm probably going to miss it. I don't think I can risk it. But anyway, but we will be back. I will have a bunch of stuff on Pattison tomorrow. I'll be tweeting out tomorrow as well. From the media room here at Hard Rock. Thanks to the Hard Rock for
absolutely
getting us set up. Their audiovisual people were in here working their butts off to kind of get our setup for us, even though we had some problems. Wasn't their fault. It was just some equipment stuff, but they did a great job getting us the show, or getting us the ESPN feed and everything.
And thank you to the wonderful Flyer staff as well for helping.
Flyer staff for everything.
Us,
yeah, it was all good. It was all good. And if anybody wants to tune in for more of me, Fox 29 in a half hour. See you then.
And if you're insane, you can join me maybe tomorrow on the Russ Joy Show, where we break down rounds 2 through infinity and beyond. Have a great night, everybody. We'll talk to each and every one of you very soon here on Snow the Goalie. Have a great night. Talk to you soon.